What if your parents could legally murder you? Would that not be, like, messed up or what? That's the approximate premise of UnWind, but also there is a lot, so much more, going on with this series than just, like, trying to scare teens. UnWind has haunted me since about middle school. It was in our library all the time. I'd see it, and it never interested me, despite my love, well documented, for unethical lab experimentation. Picking it up for the first time after viewer recommendations has been mind-blowing. Like, I should have been reading this series. Is it good? Is it bad? Well, it's bizarre and messed up and so many other things, and that is plenty enrichment for me off the bat. Neil Shusterman is the author, and he is a successful author. Rather like Scott Westerfeld, he stands out in the hip YA game for having written a lot of books both before and after UnWind, many of which have been successful books on their own, well received. This isn't a one-off thing, it's a highly successful series from about 2007 to 2014. It's just also incredibly weird and just astonishing to tell people about. UnWind opens with a page about its premise. It basically stops you before you even get into book. It just puts both of its hands on your shoulders. It does have hands. It looks you in the eyes, and it just tells you, look, you gotta accept the following, okay? This is the world building we're working with. You gotta accept it. It's insane, but the book only works if we all accept what I'm about to tell you. And it tells you this, and I'm just going to read what first thing in UnWind says. The Bill of Life. The Second Civil War, also known as the Heartland War, was a long and bloody conflict fought over a single issue. To end the war, a set of constitutional amendments known as the Bill of Life was passed. It satisfied both the pro-life and pro-choice armies. The Bill of Life states that human life may not be touched from the moment of conception until a child reaches the age of 13. However, between the ages of 13 and 18, a parent may choose to retroactively abort a child, on the condition that the child's life doesn't technically end. The process by which a child is both terminated and yet kept alive is called unwinding. Unwinding is now a common and accepted practice in society. UnWind, page 0. And this is a lot. It's so much that the first whole section of this review will just be unpacking the concept of unwinding as it's presented in the first book, and specifically just this one section of lore. Because UnWind doesn't just take place in a world where your parents can kill you for misbehaving. It's a world where America's morality has shifted so much, mass-scale child slaughter is simply the norm. Nothing about this is secret. Abortion is illegal, ergo, we're killing teens. Killing them slowly, that is. Harvesting every part of their body so it may live on, and saying that that isn't murder. At one point, we get to read what it's like to be killed, piece by piece, and it's a chapter so ingrained in people's memories. Every time I mention UnWind, I am floored with comments about this one scene. People will tell me the exact chapter number of it, because that's how much it has stayed with people. And people who know UnWind know exactly what I'm talking about.
Hello. Before we begin, this is a content warning. UnWind is a book series for ages about 13 to 18. It's very much YA and published for that audience. That doesn't mean that there aren't some topics in the video which are not appropriate for all audiences or potentially just not appropriate for you right now. So, notably, some of the topics we'll be covering as themes in the series include child death, neglect and abuse, body horror, medical abuse and medical horror, ableism, suicide, racism, especially towards Native Americans and Southeast Asians, police brutality, and large-scale terrorism. We will also be talking about, in maybe lesser detail overall, but still present, sexual assault, pregnancy horror, cults, abortion, and religious trauma. Thank you.
UnWind has an interest in explaining how the world became this way. It starts with abortion, an issue very hot when the book came out in 2007 and still very hot now. At first, the notion of bringing the pro-choice, pro-life debate into this YA body horror series seems out of place, as abortion itself is almost never actually mentioned throughout the series. It's the premise or the origin of the premise for Unwinding, but it's not something that is involved in the plot or the story pretty much at all. But abortion is a topic ultimately about bodily autonomy, and that's what Unwind is about too. In real life, we have pro-choice people who believe you should be allowed to choose to have an abortion if you want one, and then there are those who are anti-choice who see the act as immoral, and thus there should be no choice if you want one or not. In Unwind, the choice is removed. All pregnancies must be carried to term, but now it's the kids who don't have a choice in what happens to their bodies. The abortion comparison, though, is at points odd. In general, because the world building is at first so ridiculous to buy into, the world feels a lot like satire. People who don't want the babies that they were forced to carry are allowed to stork them, dropping them off anonymously on a doorstep where the finder is then legally obliged to adopt the child. Schools are flooded with teen parents bringing babies to school, while most religions have found some way to make unwinding a holy act of sacrifice. There are too many children in orphanages, so a percentage get culled every year. It feels like a satire of a world without abortion, kind of proving that joke that anti-choice people are obsessed with unborn infants, but are blind to kids the moment they're born. I don't think that this approach is bad. It's a YA book that honestly leans at times a bit younger. It's strange to say that, but in certain ways, despite the horror content. And showing these kind of very extreme sides is ridiculous, but it helps illustrate the ultimate message of the story. It just also at points feels in conflict with the much more serious nature of the plotline, and again, serious nature of some of the history and, well, everything that's going on. The leads are always under threat, and everything is taken deathly serious, even when the world feels a little bit too much like it's just kind of an exaggerated joke, especially when you're first getting into the series. I will say this, I'm trying to be a little bit like, we'll see how it goes. I really liked Unwind. Big spoiler on that. I really like this series, ultimately speaking, and I think the world building and everything comes together beautifully. But when I was reading the first book, it was a point of just comedy almost in terms of how strange some of the world building was connected. The way that abortion is both so prominent that it is the first thing you're hit with as a topic in this book, and then not relevant to anything else. It was difficult to buy into it, and there's a lot of things in the first book that contribute to that. Take the war. Here's a quote on how it started, kind of two quotes, and this is a very long section, but it's all very key information. This is a general, a man called the Admiral, actually, not a general, discussing the start of Unwinding and the Heartland War that was right beforehand. You asked which side I was on. The truth is, there were 3 sides in the war, not 2. There was the Life Army, the Choice Brigade, and the remains of the American military, whose job it was to keep the other 2 sides from killing each other. That's the side I was on. There were dark days leading up to the war. Everything that we think defines right and wrong was being turned upside down. On one side, people were murdering abortion doctors to protect the right to life, while on the other side, people were getting pregnant just to sell their fetal tissue. And everyone was selecting their leaders not by their ability to lead, but by where they stood on this single issue. It was beyond madness. Then the military fractured. Both sides got hold of weapons of war, and 2 opinions became 2 armies determined to destroy each other. And then came the Bill of Life. I was right there in the room when they came up with the idea that a pregnancy could be terminated retroactively once a child reaches the age of reason, says the Admiral. At first, it was a joke. No one intended for it to be taken seriously. But that same year, the Nobel Prize went to a scientist who perfected neurografting, the technique that allows every part of a donor to be used in a transplant. With the war getting worse, says the Admiral, we brokered a peace by bringing both sides to the table. Then we proposed the idea of unwinding, which would terminate unwanteds without actually ending their lives. We thought it would shock both sides into seeing reason, that they would stare at each other across the table and someone would blink. But nobody blinked. The choice to terminate without ending life. It satisfied the needs of both sides. The Bill of Life was signed, the UnWind Accord went into effect, and the war was over. Everyone was so happy to end the war, no one cared about the consequences. And Connor, the lead here, Connor might not know all of the particulars, but he knows the gist. People wanted parts. Demanded is more like it. A cancerous colon could be replaced with a healthy new one. An accident victim who would have died from internal injuries could get fresh organs. A wrinkled arthritic hand could be replaced by one 50 years younger. And all those new parts had to come from somewhere. The Admiral paused for a moment to consider it. Of course, if more people had been organ donors, unwinding never would have happened. But people like to keep what's theirs, even after they're dead. It didn't take long for ethics to be crushed by greed. Unwinding became big business, and people let it happen. Chapter 34. So that is our short summary on the history of unwinding as it's presented in the first book. And the premise of UnWind, and where some of this sort of tonal dissonance at times comes from, might be that the premise of unwinding is canonically a joke. That's the root, I think, to this strange unease between satire and drama. Rather than be understated like a legal battle that won this, we have a literal war with literal armies. Both sides got a hold of weapons of war, and guns are so common in America, I don't think that would matter. So, like, what weapons of war are we talking? Was the Life Army slinging trench buckets at Planned Parenthood? Did someone give the Choice Brigade nukes? Like, the violence that affects real-life abortion seekers and doctors is ratcheted up, too, to murder and also selling fetal tissue. And that's the other thing about UnWind's premise. It doesn't want to play both sides, as it's quite obviously pro-bodily autonomy. But it also wants to play both sides just a little bit. In real life, abortion doctors have been murdered for their work. Fetal tissue, though, is not something you can sell, though it is sometimes collected for research. While this book takes place in a fever dream future, giving examples of crimes done by both sides, and then picking one real-life thing that has happened multiple times, and one fictional thing that is often touted as more of a conspiracy theory about abortion, makes them seem equivalent, which they're not. One is real, and one is an exaggeration in the fiction. The war also ends on a joke, with the suggestion that retroactive abortions might make everyone happy. It's meant to shock people because retroactive abortions, when people hear that, it's so obviously shocking and ridiculous, but it works. As much as I believe that the author is overall making a point about the right to choose, the notion that pro-choice people would be totally chill with retroactive abortions is really contrary to the whole point of pro-choice. Shusterman could be and kind of is making more of a point about both movements losing their way. It becomes more about ideology and charismatic leaders than what they actually believe. But this isn't really the right way to convey that. And as it stands, it kind of sounds like everyone lost their minds on paint fumes and just signed off on child murder. Unwinding is a win, I guess, for the anti-abortion squad and no one else. There's no more abortions, there's seemingly very little sex education or contraception, non-stop unwanted babies, and lots of harvested organs. For pro-choice people, you can now, I guess you can abandon your child easier and kill them after enduring 13 years of raising them. I guess I shouldn't be giving the baddies advice, but it seems like it'd be much easier to murder your child if they were an age when they didn't have a full personality in their life. Maybe that's why they make you wait so long, but it obviously isn't working as a deterrent because kids are being unwound left and right. The organ trade is the other factor, but while it adds a now financial aspect to all of the unwinding in the series, the organ markets were more of a side effect of all of the dead kids going around at first. The original treaty was just such a bad deal, it's hard to accept anyone would sign it. It's this roadblock in believing the world building at first, but they did. And we have to accept that, get over it. And that's why they put it first thing in the book before you read anything else. They just say, hey, look, believe it or not, this is what happened. Where do we go from here? Unwinding has now existed in the United States for over a generation or two, and everyone's just used to it. We do learn more about the history of unwinding in later books, and again, I honestly feel like the world building really comes together in later books. But in the first one, boy. So, unwinding. It's been around in America for a while. It's considered ethical by virtue of loophole, because 99.6% of the body is reused, so people say that the unwound person lives on. The unwound person also is alive while the procedure's going on. Their organs are perfectly preserved. At what point are they dead? They're not dead. I mean, they obviously are, but this is sort of the moral loophole that people are using to justify it. So kids growing up are used to the threat of unwinding. If you're not good at school, or you just have shitty parents, you can be murdered at any time for any reason, no taking it back. And the amount of psychological toil that this would create for every child is immense. And, well, speaking of unwinding, luckily, unwinding is explicitly not allowed on the disabled. How disabled? That must be a metric causing a lot of stress. Here's a fun game. I got to play this. Fun game. Are you disabled enough to not be eugenicsed? You would have no way of knowing it because the terms are not clear. If you have a deaf ear, they'd still harvest it and just sell it to someone who couldn't afford a hearing one. Why would someone buy a new ear at all if the new ear didn't work? I don't worry about it. The notion of the world is very much that everyone simply replaces injuries rather than repairing them, but there's also this clear math issue. Even subtracting things like secret, shady organ research, there are a lot of dead kids in these books. Full camps of them across the country. That's too many body parts and organs for America to be using. We learned that about 1 in every 2,000 kids is unwound, which, using current population metrics, and there's every reason to believe that the population is very high still in America, that's about 10,000 children every year. Does the United States use 20,000 ears a year? Certainly not, right? Organs can be stored indefinitely in this universe, so there are warehouses of dead children all across America. But also, this excessive numbers, this math, is the point. No one is doing the math on this. Kids are just disappearing and no one cares. Everyone accepts it as the norm in an otherwise normal world. And I really do enjoy the world of UnWind, by the way. As I say often with slightly old YA dystopia, there was generally more care put into world building and history than you'd see with later stuff, say, the really big boom after Divergent. There's tons of ideas going on in this book, and often the book will cut away to an unnamed stranger just living in the world for their perspective on the matter. It adds a lot of realism to a difficult to realize premise and succeeds more than it fails. But I should actually move on to the plot and maybe show you what I mean. There's a lot to cover. This is going to be, I think, my longest ever video. It's certainly my longest ever text for a video. Book 1, UnWind. Fitting the broader scope of the story, UnWind has 3 main point of view leads who each represent a different, unique perspective on unwinding. Connor is 14 and a bad kid. We see he has some temper issues, but he's pretty much a very regular teenager. His parents have secretly signed him up to be unwound, and he knows about it ahead of time. They're even going on a vacation with his brother the very next day. Connor decides to run away, as if you make it to 18, they can't legally unwind you. You just simply live as a criminal for a bit. And, well, you don't have a lot of prospects afterwards, but it's better than death. Connor runs away, as I say, and he causes a highway accident and winds up crossing paths with the 2 other leads, Risa and Lev. Risa is an orphan from a state home who just learned that she's due to be unwound. The state home can't hold all the kids it needs to, so about 5% of the population has to go. Risa can play the piano, but she's not notably better than the other musically inclined kids. Not enough to be worth it. The adults basically tell her she's peaked, and so she's been chosen to die. For all the kids, there's parallels to more realistic dilemmas. Risa is talented, but fears never being good enough to rise above the others. Connor is a kid struggling in a normal way, but being seen as too much of a problem to be worth it. In both situations, they might be sent off to a dubious summer reform camp by uncaring guardians. In this one, they're being sent off to die. Lev is the odd one of the three. He's what's called a tithe. He's been raised by his conservative Christian family as a sacrifice. It's common among extremists of multiple religions now to view unwinding as somehow holy. He knew he was a tithe from the time he was little. You're special, his parents had always told him. Your life will be to serve God and mankind. He doesn't remember how old he was when he found out exactly what that meant for him. Chapter 3. Lev will live on forever, serving millions and instilling the love of God. He won't die. But also, he will, because he's 13 and he's scared. When Connor and Risa run to freedom, Lev is told by his pastor to run and winds up semi-kidnapped by Connor as they all flee. Lev doesn't really want to be here. His whole life he's been raised again as a literal 10% tithe. I mean, he is the 10th child in his family, so the tithe is extremely literal for him. And the more time he spends not being sacrificed, the more time he has to think about maybe he shouldn't have been sacrificed at all. And that causes him a lot of stress, obviously. Connor and Risa run, while Lev wants to escape. Immediately, Risa and Connor get along, while neither likes the very uncooperative Lev. They find a storked baby on a doorstep, and Connor insists that they keep it. He explains that when he was a kid, they once were storked. The baby was left on their doorstep, and legally they would have had to adopt it. But his parents decided instead to sneak it to a neighbor's doorstep, as they already had Connor, and they'd already been storked once with his brother. A week later, this same baby came back to them, but now dying from neglect. It died shortly after, and they buried it unnamed. The whole neighborhood came to the burial to show respects, but Connor grew angry suddenly as he realized all of them had been passing the baby around too, not adopting it, and showing up at this funeral. They all killed that baby, and they still had the gall to mourn. And this is one of my favorite little tricks that you see in books when you're just giving a little short story with moral implications to kind of mull over. It's a great shorthand to kind of illustrate what UnWind is explicitly about in terms of being pro-choice. If a pregnancy is carried to term but the child is unwanted, who then will take the responsibility? It's one thing to mourn the tragedy of dead babies, but it's another to actively contribute to that by neglecting childcare and forcing people to give birth to babies they don't want or are unable to take care of. Short anecdote about Connor, key thesis of the book, bam, love to see it. Connor and Risa are separated from Lev and wind up in a safe house under an antique shop, while Lev is out on his own. They meet a few other notable side characters, who, much like everything in the book, seem poised to illustrate different ideas more than anything else. There's Hayden, whose parents decided to unwind him rather than settle who gets to keep him in the divorce. There's Mai, whose Chinese parents kept trying for a boy but kept getting girls. The one-child policy parallel is so explicit, Mai just brings it up as part of her introduction. There's also Roland, who is a bully with a shark tattoo, who beat up his abusive stepfather, but his mother signed him up to be unwound. There's also Zachary, or Mouth Breather, aka MB, who has asthma from a cheap replacement lung. The fact asthma is not considered disabled enough to not unwind, and that MB was given a lung with it, really illustrates the confusion over disability in the series, and it'll never be clearly explained. The kids in these books, though, are good characters. They're not necessarily the most likable or even interesting. Connor is our most main character overall. There's a lot of them later. But Connor is, I would say, I don't care for that kid. I don't find him very interesting. I don't like him. I often find him disagreeable. But he's a good character, and that really has stood out to me ultimately, where he feels like, and most of these ones, feel fairly realistic for teens in the situation. And even though this introduction where everyone is just luckily all from a different origin relating to unwinding as a concept, it's a bit clunky, but it's also good to see various points of view on unwinding and how the system would be used and abused. The kids talk about urban legends, which is a world-building touch I wish that more sci-fi and fantasy would employ. They discuss specifically the legend of Humphrey Dunphy, a kid who is said to have been unwound long ago by his parents, until one day his parents went mad and decided to put him back together again, hunting down all the parts of their son scattered about. Some say they're still looking. It's treated as a spooky campfire story, and it feels that much more normalizing to this is actually what a bunch of teens on the run would do. They try to scare the shit out of each other with spooky stories. Meanwhile, Lev is out on the streets. He meets a kid named Cyrus Finch, who goes by the name of Sci-Fi. Sci-Fi is an upstanding kid who struggles with sudden kleptomania after part of his brain was replaced with a donor. He ran away from his parents to head to a faraway town for reasons he can't really explain. Sci-Fi and Lev's journey is fairly standalone in the midst of the plot. Mostly Connor and Reese are going to be our leads, but Lev, though, just has an entire arc of Sci-Fi that's important but very self-contained. They travel and they talk. Among other things, Sci-Fi talks about race, and I have to share it too as one of the odder standalone bits of lore out there. There's a couple new slang terms in UnWind meant to show it's the future, such as bof. I don't know why I tried that without looking up how you pronounce French words. B-O-E-U-F, bof, beef, beof.
Bof.
For a strong military lad, and most of the rest of the new terms are like unwind, storked, and then a couple that Sci-Fi explains, such as umber. Sci-Fi is umber, which means black. Apparently a mixed-race artist dubbed umber and sienna as new terms for black and white as ethnicity terms, and that's now what everyone in America uses. Umber is a shade of earthly brown, but I can't figure out what makes sienna a good new description for Caucasian, since it's also just an earthly brown. Perhaps it's not meant to be color matching, but rather just new terms without value judgments, as Sci-Fi puts it. There's definite reasons why black and white aren't the best ways to label people. They've just been very ingrained into the English language at this point. I guess I'd also say that, umber is a lovely color, but the name is derivative of umbra, Latin for shadow, while sienna is named for a pretty Italian city-state, so the names still aren't like neutral words from nowhere. There still is some sort of relationship to other concepts that would cloud them as usage, but I don't know, honestly. I don't know what to make of this. And confusingly, Risa is implied to be Hispanic, a word which is still in use. In fact, by book 2, we have a list of a bunch of different ethnicities. We do see Australoid and Semitic crop up as new terms, while the rest are all modern terms for ethnicities. Both Australoid and Semitic are real terms for certain populations, but they're both kind of outdated or obsolete. They're not really things that are used. And we also get people of chance for Native Americans, and we're going to unpack that so much later. With this race stuff, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it or right with it. Terminology changes, and we are in the future. It's more that I don't know what else to do with this information besides tell you, because it's notable it exists in the world building, but minor enough I don't know what else to say. These books don't really touch on the topic of race particularly. It's really only mentioned once or twice, besides the introduction and occasional use of umber or sienna. It's a curious choice in a book about so many other topics to just throw in the idea that America has had a revolution in racial terminology. Sci-Fi also talks oddly. He uses a mix of sort of old world 2000s AAVE and slang that he specifically uses just to kind of mess with people. He's also just kind of a weird guy. He has 2 fathers, and we also get another rare bit of new terminology. Lev tries his best to process this. Of course, he's heard of male parenting, or yin families as they're currently called, but in the sheltered structure of his life, such things always belong to an alternate universe. Chapter 21. So, gay marriage was made illegal after the Heartland War. It wasn't even legal when this book was published, but it has had some sort of rebrand also. I assume that lesbian marriages are called Yan families. This is a throwaway reference beyond Sci-Fi making a joke that his dads aren't legally married, but they're married with an extra M. And that is the full brunt of, in all of the text, anything LGBT really going on. And again, I don't know what to do with this information. Beyond saying, perhaps, that gay marriage being legal before the Heartland War but explicitly lost again shows that the pro-choice team really got screwed. Why was gay marriage something that needed to be erased in order to stop abortions? Gay couples are way less likely to ever need an abortion. They're far more likely to be adopting. Like, gay marriage should be ratified for all it did during the Heartland War. This sort of detail feeds my inner curiosity, but I wish we had more on it. Umber and Sienna and Yin marriages, like, okay, logged. Moving on. Sci-Fi is haunted by the boy whose brain chunk he has. Sci-Fi gets impulses, passive influence in a way. He senses the boy living on somehow in about 1/8 of his brain, not knowing he's dead. And that boy is what's making Sci-Fi run away wildly and just chase a direction. As they approach the dead kid's hometown, Sci-Fi feels him more and more. He lets the dead kid, Tyler, take over, basically, switching places as the one observing from the back. Tyler approaches his old house, where his parents call the police at this strange boy. His parents don't recognize him, obviously, because he's Sci-Fi now. He speaks to his parents, though, who sobs as he calls them such, and then Tyler runs off to the backyard. He digs up a secret box of stolen goods and presents them to his parents, begging them not to unwind him. But Tyler is already unwound. With hands tangled in gold chains more binding than the handcuffs on the policeman's belt, he stumbles towards the man and woman. Bits and pieces, rings and pins fall from the tangled bundle into the brush of the yard. They slip through his fingers, but still he holds on to what he can until he's there in front of the man and woman, who now hold each other as if cowering in the path of a tornado. Then he falls to his knees, drops the bundle of shiny things at their feet, and, rocking back and forth, makes a desperate plea. "Please," he says. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Please," he says. "Take it, I don't need it, I don't want it." "Please," he says, "do anything, but don't unwind me." And all at once, Sai realizes that Tyler doesn't know. The part of that boy which comprehends time and place isn't here and never will be. Tyler can't understand that he's already gone, and nothing Sai can do will ever make him understand. So he goes on wailing. "Please don't unwind me, I'll do anything, please don't unwind me." Chapter 30. Lev takes the initiative, shouting at Tyler's parents to promise not to unwind him as he begs from the mouth of another kid. They do, and Sci-Fi's dads pick him up and Lev flees from the site. But what a grim sight, huh? UnWind understands that it is a horror story. It understands, too, that beyond the body horror aspects, part of the horror is the dystopia itself. Most dystopias are horror settings, after all, despite whatever veneer or maybe silly YA rule they follow. Hunger Games is about survival and revolution and cruel games, but it's all just a horror story in the end about a world that would allow any of this to happen. Something lighter, like Matched, where you have a forced soulmate, is still horror. You do not have the right to choose who you are, and you live under a system that will enforce it without sympathy. That's the keystone to dystopia, linked to why it remains such a relevant genre, horror and society combined into one. And UnWind knows it is telling a horror story. The chapter here is done, and much like the baby story, it's there more to show another perspective on this strange world. One of souls, I guess, because, yeah, souls. Souls will be more important later on, but here's where we start to get into the topic. Are souls real? Connor and Risa have been sneaking around underground shelters and find their way on a plane due to a safe place. They're shipped forward to a crate, and the kids all start talking in the dark. Are souls real, and what happens to it if you're unwound? One kid wonders if your soul just gets stretched from part to part like a balloon. Someone else heard that the unwound are predetermined by God to be unwound, so they aren't made with souls. The law is that souls begin at conception. Someone else thinks you only gain a soul if you're loved by someone. Overall, they don't know, and they're all scared. He imagines his spirit like a web strung between the 1,000 recipients of his hands, his eyes, the fragments of his brain, none of it under his control anymore, all absorbed by the bodies and the wills of others. Could consciousness exist like that? He thinks about the trucker who performed a card trick for him with an UnWind's hand. Did the boy who wants to own that hand still feel the satisfaction of performing that trick? Was his spirit still inexplicably whole, even though his flesh had been shuffled like that deck of cards? Or was he shredded beyond all hope of awareness, beyond heaven, hell, or anything eternal? Chapter 27. Like sci-fi's Inherited Brain Boy, UnWind plays with the idea of real-life organ donation phenomenon and makes it a touch weirder. It's not unheard of for people to go into surgery and wake up feeling changed by a new body organ. People who carry a donated heart can have the donator's family feel their loved one's heart lives on. Phantom limbs and muscle memory are all real, and so too is the possibility a donated organ may come with a history from its last owner that you weren't anticipating. There's a lot of claims even of much more extraordinary things coming from organ donation. In UnWind, the field has advanced to the degree most of the human body can be theoretically reused, opening up the field. So would a donated hand of a guitar player grant you any muscle memory ease to playing yourself? Likely not, but it's not something we can technically answer yet. Would a brain chunk carry memories? Again, probably no, but UnWind takes all these issues and assumes yes. We learn not only do people freely buy new body parts, unwound kids are actually monitored in camp for their health and skills, so their bodies can be appropriately priced. Rich people buy brain chunks for their kids to help their kids learn algebra. Connor, Risa, and the rest all make it to the graveyard, a safe place for unwind kids. On their journey over, Roland, the shark-tattooed bully, and Connor begin clashing, and landing at the graveyard hasn't helped. Roland is a bully who likes getting what he wants, and he's jealous that Risa likes Connor, and angry. He's just very angry. Connor refuses to fight him, even when Roland threatens Risa. Connor, for his part, knows Roland is just looking for an excuse to get violent with him, and is smartly not feeding that behavior. At the graveyard, it's an airplane scrapyard, a man called the Admiral sets kids to work stripping planes and hiding from the government. Sometimes they go on work orders with fake papers. Roland immediately tries to sow rumors about the Admiral, saying that he's secretly harvesting kids, but Connor befriends the Admiral and learns those rumors are false. Rather, the Admiral had a key part in letting the UnWind system form, and he deeply regrets it. He takes care of the kids from a pure, honor-bound regret standpoint, which at this point, that's a true twist in YA fiction. A decent adult. Much of the latter half of the book is set in the graveyard. Risa starts working in the medical team, while Connor suspects Roland of murder. Meanwhile, Lev shows up after his little journey. Risa and Connor have been wondering about him and are even a bit glad to see him. He, however, sticks to himself mostly, and he joins a secret terrorist cell within the graveyard called Clappers. This is another new slang, I guess, but it's more of a term for a type of suicide bomber. It's not explained until a long way into the book, despite being brought up quite early. A clapper is somebody who has had most of their blood replaced with explosives, so much so that they only need to clap once to trigger it. The graveyard has been slowly tumbling into chaos, and a riot ensures. The Admiral, whose last name has been revealed to be Dunphy, like that urban legend, put a pin in that, has a heart attack. Connor, Roland, and Risa fly him to the hospital. Roland attempts to turn in all the kids in the graveyard in exchange for his freedom, but the cops tell him they know all about the graveyard and they just look the other way, since it keeps the fugitives contained. Despite this, the cops still arrest all the kids in the hospital and bring them straight to a harvesting camp. The harvest camp is brightly colored. The kids live half comfortably, but only because their body parts have value. Cameras track everyone, and people make open notes about skills and talents a buyer might, in theory, inherit. Risa, a piano player as I say, is allowed the extra luxury of being in the so-called Chop Shop band. She plays lively tunes for kids who walk the red carpet into the unwinding center, never to leave. Connor isn't liked for his rough reputation, and he's quickly put on the list to be unwound quickly. Lev is also here and ready to explode. He's with the Tithes, who are kept separate. They're all looking forward to this after all and live in luxury. It's like a spiritual retreat, except you're 13 and you were raised to die. The pastor, well, not pastor, spiritual advisor, because it's very multi-faith, murdering your children, says, "We are the peace of God in everyone." They just are happy to be here. Roland, though, is the one who dies before anyone has time to save the day. Roland was a pain of a character. He's the one who threw the riot in the one safe place they had. He tried to turn everyone in to save himself. He threatened to sexually assault Risa and violently appointed himself in charge at every opportunity. But then Roland dies, and we see every second of it. You know how I complain when YA books of this time have generic bully characters? You know, like Marcy from Hush Hush, a character made to be reviled, who's so hated by the world the narrative goes out of its way to ensure that she suffers and dies alone? Characters who often don't deserve it because, of course they don't deserve it. They're stupid teenagers. Well, UnWind has Roland, and UnWind has been listening, or listened, because of timeline issues relating to me making that. UnWind listened, because this book knows every step of the way, no matter how bad Roland was, he didn't deserve this. The chapter where he's unwound is fantastic body horror. This is the chapter everyone references when they talk about UnWind. People often bring it up, specifically by the chapter number. I deeply considered when I was writing this if I should sit down and just read you the entire chapter, because it's that good. On its own, it still really just captures everything about the idea of being taken apart piece by piece by just doctors who do not care. As you lose every part of your body, the ability to feel, react, see, move, every single part fully conscious for it. And you get to read that, and I think that it probably had a big impact on a lot of people. But here's a section from it. He tries to think of other things, other places, but his mind keeps being drawn back to this place. Everyone's so close around him now. Yellow figures lean all around him like flower petals closing in. Another section of the table is taken away. The petals moving closer. He does not deserve this. He has done many things, not all good, but he does not deserve this. Chapter 61. Roland is gone, and no one notices or cares. Connor is due to be unwound next, and Lev finds out. Though Lev is a clapper and due to kill himself purely for the sake of anarchy and chaos, he feels he owes Connor for helping save him in that first place, setting him on this new path. And he wants to stop his unwinding. He manages to get his fellow other two clappers to go off at the time of Connor's unwinding, spreading chaos and managing to spare Connor. But Lev fails to ignite. He tries it once, twice maybe, and then he stops and instead helps save the survivors and then turns himself into the police. The unwinding facility collapses. Connor loses an arm and an eye, but has them replaced while unconscious. The arm is Roland's, with the shark tattoo, which makes Connor nervous he'll have inherited Roland's violence. He also is able to steal the identity of a guard who died in the explosion. Meanwhile, Risa, on the roof, is paralyzed in the blast. She opts to remain paralyzed and use a wheelchair rather than get her spine replaced. This means that she's disabled and thus legally safe from the threat of being unwound. And to this, I do say, huh? Risa is given the right to choose to be disabled. We really don't know the bar for disability, only things like deaf ears don't count. And I suspect it might be that 99.6% rule. If more than 0.4% of you is unable to be reused, it might be illegal to harvest you. But again, deaf ears and things, they harvest anyways. So the standards of what unable to be reused is very vague. And it might be, when it comes to assuming things about disability accommodations, speaking as a disabled person, it's better to assume that they're going to be more stringent and less likely to be forgiven than the fact that they might be very forgiven. So yeah, this suggests a model of disability based entirely on if you can be recycled, which is ghoulish, but feels accurate in many ways, perhaps by accident. But really, what defines disability in this universe where everything is replaceable? If you can't walk but can get surgery to fix that, can you now be unwound? You can be unwound even if you have donor parts in you, after all. So how many times can one body part be harvested from a kid and reused? Certainly there's disabilities that are very much genetically coded in as it is to the body and can't be treated with any amount of part replacing. But are those then the only disabilities that are safe? Risa, with a broken spine, is able to turn down surgery despite being a former fugitive, AWOL they're called, due to be unwound. And because she's allowed to do that, she's no longer set to be unwound and is effectively free. If it's that easy, shouldn't kids everywhere be lining up to become disabled? Again, this is a world of advanced limb and organ replacement. Once Risa turns 18, nothing stops her from just saving up and buying a new spine if she wants one. Are there kids who go blind at the age of 13 so that at 18 they can just get new eyes in? The specific use of disability being special here, it makes me think ultimately Shusterman just wanted to avoid the topic of eugenics, even though that's still a theme that's present under the surface. UnWind is juggling a lot of plates already, and perhaps the question of, in a world where unlimited body alteration and a conservative government with precise ideas of the value of human life, what place do the disabled hold in that society? Perhaps that question was too big. UnWind is busy enough, I get it, but would I be unwound? What about mental illness? After all, we're using the brain. The brain is less than 0.4% of a person, though it really depends on what metric we're even doing that with. But it seems wasteful to just throw it out. So do we use everyone's brains? With Tyler, it's pretty clear that a mental illness like kleptomania can transfer. Mental illness must, wherever it is, it lives in the brain. So I'd guess everyone who lives in this new America, especially the kids, is housing some sort of mental illness from the stress of it alone. So are we just throwing out all those brains, or is there a tier of mental illness that makes you immune to unwinding? It's an interesting subject. It's an odd choice. I keep thinking about it. Lev is alive at the end too. He is famous for being a clapper who didn't clap. The serum that made his blood explosive damaged his organs too much for them to ever be harvested, so he's allowed to be released and taken to the custody of his older brother. Connor and Risa return to the graveyard to help more unwind kids. Connor takes charge of his message of, we have a right to choose what happens to our bodies, to rally the kids together. The Admiral has had to retire after his heart attack, but one of the final scenes in the book is about him. And it's a doozy. The Admiral has been revealed to be Admiral Dunphy, who had a son named Harlan Dunphy. He's the real origin of the urban legend of the Dunphys trying to put their son back together again. And it's a mystery at first what that means. You learn his last name, you learn that he has been, perhaps, certain kids have gone on work orders, he takes interest in very specific things, they disappear. What's going on here? Because he seems nice. So, as one of the first people involved in the idea of unwinding, he had his son unwound from public pressure, and he instantly regretted it. Now, as part of his guilt, he's found every donor of his son's body and gone in contact with them. He's not murdering them. At the end of the book, he has a party to celebrate his son's life. And then something weird happens. Meanwhile, excitement is also building at the Dunphy Ranch. The buzz of conversations around the garden grows to a roar as more and more people connect. MB shares his experiences with a girl who has the left match to his right lung. A woman talks about a movie she never saw with a man who remembers the friends he never saw it with. And as the Admiral and his wife watch, something amazing happens. The conversations begin to converge. Like water vapor crystallizing into the magnificent, unique form of a snowflake, the babble of voices coalesces into a single conversation. Look over there! He fell off that wall when he was 6. Yes, I remember. He had to wear that wrist brace for months. The wrist still hurts when it rains. He shouldn't have climbed that wall. I had to. I was being chased by a bull. I was so scared. The flowers in that field, do you smell them? They remind me of that summer when my asthma wasn't so bad, and I felt like I could do anything. Anything! And the world was just waiting for me. Those are all different people speaking each line. The Admiral grips his wife's arm. Neither can hold back their tears, not tears of sorrow but of awe. If the rest of his heart were to stop now, in this moment, the Admiral would die more content than any man on earth. He looks at the crowd and says weakly, "Harlan?" Every eye in the garden turns towards him. A man raises his hand to his throat, touching it gently, and says in a voice that is most definitely Harlan Dunphy's, just a little bit older, "Dad?" Chapter 69. Nice. Collectively, a bunch of strangers form the hive mind of a dead child. This book has one more paragraph after that, just checking in with the leads, and then it ends. Bringing every stranger who carries a part of Harlan together has direct, slightly magical results, and Harlan lives again. Briefly, but I kind of hope that from now on these 100 strangers have merged into the Harlan hive mind and we just check in on them every book. I wish that happened. That'd be incredible. Again, we have sort of an exaggeration of real ideas around organ donation, of the dead living on in the parts they donate, just much more literal. The thing, though, that I find fascinating is again the implications. This has been coming for a while with all the talk of souls, and here we have real, actual, unexplainable event. Like, souls are real, or whatever we might understand as similar to a soul. Each part of Harlan carried some aspect of himself, and he reforms when all of those parts are united. In UnWind, everyone who has ever received a donor organ is haunted. It's perhaps a cool idea, but it also kind of stigmatizes the very thing that Shusterman is obviously pro. The first thing in UnWind, before even the explanation of the Heartland War, is a quote from a character in the book. It's a quote that the Admiral says, like 200 pages later. It's a bit weird artistically, but here's the quote. I read it once earlier. "If more people had been organ donors, unwinding never would have happened. The Admiral." And I think we can all agree that the Admiral is wrong here. UnWind tries to juggle a lot of issues, and the lack of, organ donors in the 2000s, it's one of the least notable plot points. In fact, lack of organ donors only comes up explicitly once in this book, in this quote. We learn unwinding happened because of a joke made during a civil war over abortion. Organ donation was not one of the issues on the table. Instead, organ donation was a nice bonus to the whole late term abortion that the government came up with. Organ donation is important, and there is a constant shortage of organs in real life. The reason for this isn't solely a lack of donations, but also that real life has scientific limitations that UnWind has beaten. Organs are held to very high standards, they must be compatible with the host, and they can only be preserved for generally a few hours outside of a body. Organs don't keep very well. So UnWind is being a bit reductive, but it has a good message here. A message that is, again, heavily diluted by it being a book all about the horrors of unwilling organ donation, where even those who receive donated organs are plagued by the ghosts of the deceased. Sure, it's not like everyone is haunted by the specter of a dead teen that their limb came from, but it also doesn't seem rare. There are a lot of reasons people don't want to donate their organs. Religion can be a reason both for and against. There's some innate social taboo, generally speaking, around cutting into a body after death and removing organs. Many people just don't like the idea. People don't trust doctors or fear black markets, and in some cases, you often can't control what happens to your body. Someone might like the idea of donating to save someone's life, but they'll be less keen on having their body used for science or as a practice cadaver. I'm an organ donor, though, and you should be too. It's an incredibly helpful thing you can do, and it won't impact you at all. UnWind is pro-organ donation despite being a horror about organ harvesting. Maybe it's trying to scare readers. Donate your organs or unwinding will be invented. It certainly doesn't ease stigma, though, when it comes to suggesting that receiving a donation will haunt you and potentially give you mental health issues depending on where the organ came from. Nor does it reassure donors if you tell them that donation will split their soul into purgatorial shards of an undying self. Obviously, this is a work of fiction, but it's also a sci-fi dystopia taking place in our world and our possible future. It's a near-future sci-fi. Unless the process of unwinding is what accidentally is also creating and trapping souls, this is never confirmed or denied, Organ donation has always been haunted. The message here is just diluted. It's hard to imagine being a kid and reading this book and being anything but afraid of organ donation. Yeah, I don't really know what to make of UnWind's fondness for the middle ground. It's clearly satirizing anti-abortion arguments, but it plays around with the idea life might begin at conception and souls are definitely real. It wants you to donate your organs, but would also like to scar you for life, both about giving and receiving. Ultimately, I think UnWind is trying to create a world and wants above all else to offer differing viewpoints about every topic to help flesh it out. It's an admirable idea, it just can be a bit foggy. But of course, it's only the first book in a quartet.
Book 2, UnWholly. As I usually do, I've been writing this review as I read the series, then I go back and I edit it later and adjust certain things, but generally approach it from the perspective of reading it for the first time. And as of reading book 2, I am convinced of it. I like UnWind. I think UnWind is a good book series even, because book 2 really knocks it out of the park. Book 2 is called UnWholly. The most negative thing, there's probably other things to critique, but one of the most negative things is perhaps just UnWholly as a title. I don't like it. I don't like how they've spelled it. And so that is my main critique for UnWholly. Thank you very much. UnWholly's good though. The world continues to expand and there's more plot lines and side characters weaving together a plot that is slow but steady. Shusterman is someone who can really write YA, and I found myself just rambling to friends about how nice it was to just read a book by a competent author who respects his teen audience as well. He sets up a strange world that felt at times illogical in his first book, but the sequel takes extra care to illustrate not only how unwinding was invented, but also how it could become the norm despite all the social taboos involved in child murder. In fact, in UnWholly, we learn unwinding is a bit of a conspiracy, enforced and introduced by those who specifically profit from it. And while I was reading UnWholly, it dawned on me it is basically a good Tender is the Flesh? Tender is the Flesh is a short novel about a world where the consumption of human meat is now the norm. It fails by focusing too much on slaughterhouse gore over messaging. It also winds up treading into blood libel conspiracies by framing human meat consumption as potentially being a planned cultural shift orchestrated by scientists, elites, and the, cultural elite of the media. Tender also makes a point about depersonalization to atrocities by having a lead with barely any investment to the world or the action. UnWind is about a world where similarly humans are harvested for parts, and similarly there's been major efforts to change the social norm so people accept this. UnWind and Tender make very similar points about the consumption of people in the machine of capitalism, but I found Tender severely lacking in ways this YA surprisingly wasn't. How I think it succeeds is going to, of course, be heavily related to the fact that UnWind is a multi-book series, but I also feel the world building, the base foundations of it are already a lot stronger compared to Tender. So unwinding is introduced as being a random suggestion at a meeting during the Heartland War, and on its own that sounds mad. In UnWholly, we learn that before the Heartland War, there was the Terror Generation. The Terror Generation was the result of the Heartland War, years of civil unrest beforehand. Public schools were closed, the economy was in shambles, and there were millions of children growing up in an increasingly hopeless world. Teens were growing up in a hellscape, and when they expressed anger at what they were due to inherit, the media labeled them as feral miscreants, a terror generation. The Heartland War raged over the unborn, while the very alive felt powerless, rebelled, and were cold by the introduction of unwinding. They became a target and excuse despite being the end result. Each book in UnWind is split into several parts, fittingly. On each of these section breaks, there's a quote or news article related to the world. A large number of the news articles referenced, though, are real, often side by side with more exaggerated fake ones. Not only is Shusterman here showing his inspiration for the ideas, he is also proving many of ideas aren't that far-fetched. Like, teens are demonized. Like, end of sentence, end of point. They are. Like any adult, I fear teens are going to make fun of me in public.
but there's a real vicious anti-teenager sentiment that exists in the world. It's difficult being a teenager on its own, and society rarely helps. UnWind is all about how hard it is to be a teen. And there's again that real life parallel kicking in. The kids being unwound are a mix of troubled and innocent. Some of them are complete bastards. But they're also all teens who have been abandoned by systems of support they need like most, and then denied and demonized for existing in the first place. Most get sent away to distant camps, and those not sent away for being bad live in fear and work to be worth enough to stay. Meanwhile, either way, their raw potential is getting reduced to their body parts, how much money they're worth, and what they can contribute to the society. What makes this kind of dystopian world-building work is the history of it, even just one extra step. Half the rebellions and new world orders you see spring out of nothing. In Tender, it was maybe overpopulation, a very vague threat, if among many other things, poorly defined and simply there it was. Here we get specifics, and it's the specifics that make it believable, I feel, and also are able to, by paralleling real life history, make more of a clear commentary on history and society, as dystopias do. It wasn't a clear history, though. It wasn't a point A to point B with unwinding. It was a series of bad events that led to an extreme decision. And suddenly, as wild as it is, I can buy into that premise. Also, Shusterman employed a favorite trope of mine. In-world advertisements. There's a large number of newspaper clippings randomly spaced throughout the book that are they will appear in the middle of a narrative section, and they're just there to color the world. And I love them. So I'm going to read 3 of them in a row. Do you have a troubled teen? Can't seem to fit in? Listless and angry? Often prone to fits of impulsive and sometimes dangerous behavior? Does your teen seem unable to stand living in his or her skin? It could be more than simple teenage rebellion. Your child may be suffering from biosystematic disunification disorder, or BDD. Well, now there's hope. Haven Harvest Services has 5-star youth camps throughout the nation that will take the angriest, most violent, and dysfunctional sufferers of BDD and carefully ease them into a soothing, divided state. Call now for a free consultation. Counselors are standing by. Haven Harvest Services, when you love them enough to let them go. Page 15. When I lost my job, bills and debt began to pile up. I didn't know what to do. I didn't think there was any way to provide for my family. I even thought about going to an offshore harvest facility and dividing myself on the black market to pay for my family's expenses. But the black market scared me. Well, at last there's a proposition on the ballot to legalize voluntary adult unwinding, something that would provide my family with money enough to survive. Imagine that! I could enter the divided state with peace of mind knowing my family would be provided for. And by legalizing it, the black marketers will be put out of business. Vote yes on Prop 58. Help families like mine and put an end to parts piratin'. Paid for by the National Alliance of Donor Advocates. Page 50. You don't know me, but you know someone like me. I was diagnosed with liver cancer the same week I got my acceptance letter to Harvard. My parents and I didn't think it was a problem, but when we talked to our doctor, we found out there was an organ shortage and livers were in short supply. They told me I'd have to be on a waiting list. Now 3 months later, my name still hasn't come up, and that acceptance letter? Well, I guess my education is going to have to wait. And now, the same people who lowered the age restriction on unwinding want to have a 6-month waiting period once parents sign an unwind order, in case they change their minds. 6 months? I won't be here in 6 months. Waffling kills. Vote no on Prop 53. Paid for by Parents for a Positive Future. Page 36. Though a bit hokey at times, these help fill out the world beyond what we see in the main plot. When you think of the premise of unwinding, you can have a lot of fun trying to figure out how this technology would be portrayed, sold, used, abused. Shusterman clearly did exactly that. But praise aside, let's talk about this book's plot. As I adjust, aware of the fact that my shirt is the loudest shirt in the world, you would not believe it, and so any movement I do has to be very calculated. Okay. UnWholly takes place a year later. It follows a lot of different threads and characters. The first part of this book, in fact, is 3 separate new characters having their own inciting incidences. Starkey, a storked boy who escapes unwinding but wants to overthrow Connor in the graveyard. Cam, a wholly artificial teen made of unwounds. And Mira Colina, a tithe girl who is certain she wants to be unwound. UnWind is mostly told through close third-person POV, with occasional broader POV chapters. The prose is great, with a real knack for painting a picture of people and places in a few quick sentences before keeping the action moving. Still, there's a lot of plot threads in this one, and there will continue to be in the series, so giving a good summary is tricky without some heavy reordering of certain things, and careful selections of some things that I won't have time to mention. But this is pretty much as thorough as you can get. This essay is going to be long enough. At the graveyard, Connor is now the de facto leader after the Admiral retired. It's a stressful job he isn't very well equipped to handle. He has a fair amount of respect, but he has to worry about broader issues too. The juvie cops know all about the graveyard, and they only don't raid it because it's easier to have the AWOL teens somewhere they're contained. If they ever change their mind, the graveyard is screwed. Connor also works with the Rebellion, the Anti-Divisional Resistance, or ADR. They're adults who help unwinds of safe houses and transport, but Connor is learning now as leader they're not exactly competent. They're much more a network of well-meaning adults with limited power than they are a underground resistance rebellion. Connor is mostly on his own, which makes it easy for Starkey to start scheming. Starkey is a new addition to the graveyard, and much like Roland last book, he's here to challenge leadership. I resent having the same plotline happen twice like this, between 2 books, but Starkey's plans are more intellectual than Roland's, and he's more of a tenacious cockroach, like he's in this for the long haul. The book starts you off with sympathy for him, and then quite quickly you hate him. The need for constant internal war within the graveyard, kids like Roland and Starkey staging rebellions, mirrors the outside world. Nothing in the world is simply black and white. The kids at the graveyard are still kids with big ideas, but they fight. The ADR is full of infighting, as is the graveyard, as is proactive citizenry, as is the country. I mean, the country itself was full of infighting in the first place, which is what let unwinding become law. Also at the graveyard is Risa. Last book, Risa refused the spine of an unwound, becoming voluntarily disabled to avoid unwinding. A bill named Cap 17 has recently passed. Cap 17 lowers the maximum age of unwinding to 17, meaning Risa, at 17, is no longer at risk. However, she remains disabled out of principle. She doesn't want a spine of an unwound. Most of the graveyard isn't wheelchair accessible, most notably Connor's jet, where the leadership meetings take place. She firmly does not allow anyone to carry her up, and so doesn't attend these meetings out of protest, which, yeah, fair enough. Connor and her, though, still meet up, but she can tell he's gotten distant and seems more caring out of obligation. In truth, Connor has feelings for Risa. They kind of liked each other last book, but it wasn't important, but he's pushing her away on purpose. What if Risa could be with him in every possible way? And what if the shark on his arm truly did have a mind of its own? Roland attacked her, he tried to force himself on her, and she must have been looking at that damn shark when he did it. She said it didn't bother her, but it bothers Connor enough to keep him awake night after night. Because what if they were alone together in the heat of that passionate moment they both wanted? What if he lost control? What if that hand held her too tight, tugged her too hard? What if it hit her again and wouldn't stop? How could he ever truly be there with her if all he could think about were all the things that arm had done and all the things it still might do? Better not to let it happen. Better to make sure she's never that close. So you don't build a ramp, you don't visit her in her jet, and when you do have physical contact, it's out in the open where it's safe. And when she rolls away from you in tears, you let her go, thinking whatever she wants to think, because that's better than admitting to her you're too weak to feel safe with your own arm. Then, alone in the dark of a private jet, you smash your fist furiously against a wall until your knuckles are raw and bloody, but you don't care, because even though you can feel the pain, you know they're not your knuckles at all. Page 93. I just find it rather sad and good writing as it is. It's another sort of thing where, as much as we are literally going with haunted body parts and things like that, Connor is described as having anger issues, but it seems a lot of the time, mostly like when he was in high school and things, he got into some fights, he maybe skipped school sometimes, so he wasn't really like getting into anything outrageous, he didn't do anything huge, he just had some problems controlling his emotions sometimes and got into a few fights. And I think that the parallel here with him now having the arm of someone who was especially aggressive and actually did hurt Risa is a very interesting and probably purposeful, relation to that, in terms of he is now afraid of losing control in a much more literal way. Before, he was already perhaps afraid of losing control with his anger issues, and now we have this physical, real representation of his anger issues in this shark arm that he feels and worries he won't be able to properly control. So I just like a lot of the writing and choices in these books. I don't know what to tell you. There's some questionable stuff later, but we'll get there. Connor learns his right-hand man, a military guy named Trace, is a double agent. More of a triple. Trace respects Connor and doesn't respect his strange new bosses at Proactive Citizenry. He plays both sides while ultimately helping out the graveyard. They concoct a scheme to repair one of the downed aircraft in the yard in secret and ready it for last-minute escape should the authorities ever raid. Meanwhile, Starkey begins to divide up the graveyard by fostering a clique of storked kids, who he feels have always had it worst. Connor sneaks out to save kids from unwinding all the time. He, does it a little bit. It's a bit risky, but it makes him feel good to have this direct action. He sometimes will sneak out to somebody like a night or two before they're due to be shipped to be unwound and extract them from the house. But often, storked kids get missed because they usually wind up in group homes, and that is a lot riskier to raid. Connor knows it's unfair, he acknowledges it, but that just makes Starkey more determined to depose him and take over. Tensions at the graveyard are peaking, and especially after Cap 17, that law that reduced the maximum age of unwinding. It's been less of a triumph and more of a pressure point. Cap 17 should have been a good thing, but in time it became clear that it was not. Sure, it was a victorious morning the next day when the news showed thousands of 17-year-olds being released from harvest camps. It was a triumph of human compassion and a great victory for those against unwinding. But that same feeling of victory allowed people to turn a blind eye again to the whole problem. Unwinding was still there, but people could now look the other way, believing their consciences were clean. Page 76. And I love this. Sometimes the little laws and things don't help. Sometimes it is like a bandage on a side wound. It only makes things worse. People feel like they've achieved change without achieving anything, not achieving the bigger problem. And in general, I admire how well UnWholly is able to convey and show the messiness of revolution, both the risks and benefits of violent and non-violent solutions. Like, a mere legislative win like this isn't necessarily helping. But Connor has to remind people like Starkey that raising the authorities' ire with violent attacks isn't helpful either. Both are true at once. The terror generation of teen protests was at first nonviolent, but then, after the backlash of the media and the suppression, it became violent, and then it was shut down with organ harvesting. The graveyard is on a wire's edge. Risa still works as the graveyard's chief medic. One day, a severely injured boy is brought in, and it's clear he needs proper hospital care. The last 2 times Risa sent someone off to deliver a kid to the local hospital, that kid died. And Risa, feeling powerless in her role, decides to come along with this one. At the hospital, Risa learns that the last 2 kids who died were actually identified as unwounds and harvested, and she bargains her life away for the injured boys. She's then taken into custody. This brings us to Cam. Cam, or Camus Compris, is a fully artificial human, also called a rewind. He's made of the parts of talented unwound kids, granting him in theory incredible intelligence and physical capacity. There is no original self for Cam, only countless dead kids. At first, his brain is scattered. He doesn't know what he is, why he is, or how to understand his thoughts that jump around randomly, just struggling to connect. The Frankenstein who assembled him is Roberta, his handler and mother figure. He is shocked at his appearance and history. His body is a patchwork but artful design of different skin tones, his hair much the same. Thin seams are still visible from each section of his stolen skin. But Roberta assures him he's instead a wonder, who will be beloved and adored when the world is ready for him. Cam tries his best. He's a mix of innocent and dangerous. He's full of the memories of countless deaths, but also brand new to life. He's a very interesting POV. You can't blame him for being weird or uncomfortable at points. He's made of living corpses. You can't really blame him for emotional outbursts, his tendency to shout strange words and crumple over when overwhelmed. He's kind of going through a lot. Cam one day sees a photo of Risa and falls instantly in love with her. It's later revealed one of the boys he's made from had a crush on her, and that's where these confusing feelings stem from. It turns out that proactive citizenry, the mysterious baddies kind of introduced more in this book, they made Cam, but exactly why is still unknown at this point, seemingly to see if they could. Roberta arranges for Cam to have a closed press conference with a few journalists, but despite his prepping, Cam breaks down at the hostility of the reporters. People are horrified just seeing him, and their questions on what he is and who he is truly distress him, no matter how much prep he's had. He breaks down and starts crying out. I am more than the parts I'm made of. I am more. I. And then a single voice says, calmly, simply, what if you're not? Page 130. Man, it's nice to sometimes add quotes because they're good writing rather than pointing out why they're bad. I like Cam. He's what a character like Maximum Ride's Dylan could have been. A lab experiment who is a victim more than anything else, complete with a very unhealthy crush. I was actually really worried about Cam before reading UnWholly because I feared that we'd see some bad fantasy DID with him having all these dead kids in him. Fittingly, I was also worrying and thinking about him in terms of parts rather than a singular person. No offensive DID stuff, and I like the poor guy. Roberta rethinks their media strategy and decides Cam needs a pretty fake girlfriend to help sell him to the world. If he has a girlfriend, it shows he's lovable, and it adds a sort of heartwarming element to the announcement they've invented an artificial human. Cam aches to be loved and simply seen as a person, but none of the interviewed girls work out. Enter Risa. She's been captured, and she's snatched up by proactive citizenry. Roberta offers her a contract. Pretend to be Cam's girlfriend for the media, be nice to him in general, and say whatever we want you to say. If Risa doesn't accept, Roberta will have the graveyard raided. Risa resents the choice or lack of choice, but she also recognizes if she turns it down, well, she'll die in a cell with her sacrifice changing nothing. She signs it, is given a new spine, and is taken to Cam. Risa also doesn't react well to the sight of Cam. She finds him unsettling, and Cam is hurt, but tries to be understanding. He knows pretty early on that she doesn't really want to be here, and after learning exactly how she was blackmailed by Roberta, Cam and her reach more of an understanding. Risa begins to understand Cam can't help how he is or his origins, and Cam learns more of the reality behind his creation. Risa appears on TV with Cam, announcing her support for unwinding, and her new relationship. It stirs up anxiety in the graveyard, but Connor is honestly too busy being stressed about everything else to really process it. Now for the third major plot line, though there's still a couple more plot lines before all of this starts to meet up. Lev has been under house arrest since he became a clapper, failed to explode, and turned himself in. He lives with his older brother and spends most of his time doing community service with troubled teens and his old pastor. One day, a Girl Scout shows up at his door and invites herself inside. She makes it clear that the people who created clappers aren't happy Lev failed his duty and detonates. His pastor dies while his brother is severely injured. At the hospital, Lev's family shows up for his brother. Lev's mother silently hugs Lev and leaves, crying. His father shouts at him and says that his brother is coming home with them. But Lev isn't welcome. And then Lev sees he has a new nephew, all dressed in tithing whites. Somewhere, deep down in the most irrational corner of Lev's mind, perhaps the place where childhood dreams go,
He held out a secret hope that he might actually be taken back, that he might one day be welcomed home. Marcus had told him to forget it, that it would never happen, but nothing could wipe out that stubborn hope that hid within him. Until today. Page 168. A woman at the hospital then shows up and recruits him for a mysterious purpose, and he accepts, also opting to change his last name to that of his pastors and leaving his family entirely behind. The woman turns out to work for Cavagna, a wealthy trust that is dedicated to saving tithes. They kidnap tithes on the way to harvest camps and then work to reprogram them out of a life raised as a sacrificial lamb. Lev is a hero to the people there, especially the kids. There's a huge portrait of him on the wall of the main hall, and Cavagna explains the hero worship of him is for a reason. We've come to realize that pulling these kids from their tithing, we've removed them from the focus of their lives, the one immutable thing they believed in. We needed to fill that space, at least temporarily. You were the natural candidate. It must feel strange to be the focus of such lofty attention, Cavagna says to him. I hope you approve of how we've used your image to help these children. Lev finds himself in no position to approve or disapprove or even judge the wisdom of it. How do you judge the brightness of a light when you're the source? A spotlight can never see the shadows it casts. All he can do is go with it and take his place as some sort of spiritual figure. There are worse things. Having experienced several of them, there is no question that this is better. Page 175. Lev feels a bit uncomfortable with his cult-like status at the house, but the tithes there all adore him, and he seems to be helping them. Then comes Miracolina. She's a tithe, and vehemently certain that she wants to be one. Lev sees himself in her, and she despises him and everyone in this mansion for trying to deprogram her. Miracolina was conceived solely to save her brother's life with a bone marrow donation, which she did. To her, being unwound is much the same, but even bigger. Her parents even decided last minute to not sign her unwinding order, though she was told her whole life she was going to be when she turned 13, but Miracolina stubbornly went anyway. This girl is ready to die, goddammit, and that makes her Lev's foil. His time in the mansion is spent coming out ahead to her. He gets truly angry about her willingness to die, and she is calm and smug that she should have the right to do so if she wants. Lev finds himself growing frustrated with his work with the Cavagna Trust, and when he spots Miracolina running away during a tornado, joins and helps her. The two don't really like each other, but they also come to a point of not hating either. They see too much of each other. They see too much of themselves in each other. Shortly after running away, though, they're picked up by a stranger, who tranquilizes them. This is Nelson, our other notable point of view. He's shown up a little before this, as Nelson was the cop who, in the first book, Connor shot with his own tranq gun while escaping. This ruined Nelson's life, career, marriage, everything, and he's since become a parts pirate, hunting runaway kids to sell on the black market. He has a strange obsession with eyes, often taking part of his payment in the eyes of the kids he traps. He sees fear and hope in children's eyes and only emptiness in his own, and keeps hunting for the perfect set of new eyes to feel alive again. When he learns Connor is actually alive, he sets out to take revenge, trapping and releasing runaways with tracker chips so he can find where the safe houses are. He has suspicions that there was a safe house near the Cavagna land, and that's how he winds up with Lev and Miracolina. He interrogates them about Connor, ties them up, and leaves. They manage to escape and flee to the graveyard to warn Connor, bonding further on the way. But of course, Nelson arranged all of this, and he secretly follows them. Meanwhile, at the graveyard, the climax is ready to begin. Starkey has been trying to save storks on his own. On his first trip, he grows frustrated when it doesn't go to plan and winds up killing the kid they were meant to save, beating the parents senseless, and lighting the whole place on fire. Oops. Since then, he's been haphazardly trying, saving a few kids and starting more fires. This is making the juvies very nervous about the graveyard and itching to raid it. Connor confronts Starkey and locks him up as he prepares for the coming juvie raid. Trace, the only pilot, is missing, so the escape plan can't go ahead. Connor then begins to plot a risky battle where a few kids fight it out as long as possible, buying the rest time to run on foot.
Starkey, meanwhile, escapes, breaking the bones in his hand to slip the handcuffs and running away. Starkey runs into Trace and tells him to prep the escape jet. In all the chaos, Connor never learns of this, and Starkey plans to leave on the jet with only the Stork kids. Lev and Miracolina arrive at the gates, but so does Nelson. Graveyard guards, the juvie, and Nelson all clash, and everywhere is chaos. Miracolina is tranked and forgotten, while Lev pretends to be tranked and sneaks in later. Authorities bring both tranquilizing guns and real guns, leading to a violent shootout with many, many people dead. When Trace realizes Starkey is pulling a coup with this escape jet thing, he's angry but helpless. He doesn't have time to do anything else. When the graveyard kids see the escape jet is starting up, they panic and they begin to rush the stairs, leading to a pileup that the juvenile authority freely shoots into. Sharky shoves people out, shuts the door, and demands takeout. Take off, even. As the jet gains speed with only a portion of kids on it, the landing gear is broken by a truck on the runway. On the ground, hundreds of Earthbound kids are tranked and yanked by the juvies, finding neither salvation nor sanctuary in the flightless vessels around them, while up above, the only vessel ever to be resurrected from the graveyard carries 169 souls into the sky. 169 souls with no possible way to land. Page 332. Lev tranks Connor and leaves him in the open as a trap for Nelson to find. Lev then hangs out in Nelson's truck and tranks him with his own gun again, letting the two of them steal Nelson's truck, dump him by the side of the road, and escape. Risa, hearing of this right before she's about to do a live interview, is furious. Roberta has failed her end of the contract, so Risa comes out against unwinding publicly and exposes what she knows of proactive citizenry and what she was blackmailed to do. Cam then helps her escape, but vows to fight proactive citizenry from the inside, if only to make Risa happy. Hayden, a favorite supporting character, is stuck in the communications tower in the graveyard as the raid happens. It's one of the few places that locks properly from the inside, and he prepares to die of heat stroke rather than be unwound. At the last moment, he changes his mind and calls for a new teen uprising as he's being arrested. The escape jet is screwed without landing gear, and it's already in a shaky enough condition as is. The plane was hollowed out to fit as many kids as possible, so there's no safety gear. Trace is angry about what happened, but he still will try to save these kids, even if he hates Starkey. He tries to land in a salt lake, the smoothest possible way he could do it, and it is a very rough landing. 41 kids die in the landing and sinking of the plane, and Starkey locks Trace in the cockpit to drown for his lack of cooperation. At the end of the book, Lev and Connor seek to learn more about proactive citizenry, and in particular of Janssen Reinschild, a founding member who has since been wiped aggressively from history. They learn that he was behind the original unwinding technology and realize they coincidentally have already met his wife at a safe house in the last book. She owned the antique shop they first took shelter in. They head out to find answers, and the book ends. UnWholly is a quite great book, I would say. It's engaging, it's well plotted, it feels honest in a way that you don't often get with YA dystopia. I know I keep saying these things, but it's true. Rather than the default expectation of teenage rebellion saving the day through the same boring tropes, things are complicated. Usually the second book in a series is a letdown. UnWholly is a bit of everything, but I think it did a great job. It answers questions and raises new ones. It zooms out and shows the bigger picture. It hints at the future, but doesn't make it too obvious. The characters are very human, and the teens feel like actual teenagers. It also doesn't really talk down to the reader. Like, it's YA, it's written for YA, but it's not talking down. And that's part of its thesis about teenagers and how they're viewed in society. Teenagers are both smarter and more mature than we often give them credit for, but they are also still kids going through the worst period of growing up, and growing up on a whole in general. The kids in the graveyard make dumb jokes and have petty fights. They disagree on if they should go big angry rebellion or just keep quiet and behave and hope it gets better. Every kid in the universe of UnWind is screaming into the void that the system around them is fucked, and noticing how adults around them either incompetently help or blame them for not being perfect. And I'd really call that an apt parallel to what it's like to grow up.
Book 1.5, UnStrung. At this point, I read UnStrung. UnStrung is a novella. It's about 80 pages, set between the first and second book in the series. It was written by Neil Shusterman and Michelle Nolden. It was published separately and later republished in UnBound, in anthology of other UnWind short stories we'll get to later. UnStrung, though, is separated here, and UnStrung is a problem. It's important, and it comes back significantly in Book 3, and it shouldn't, but it sure does. But UnStrung is also troublingly bad with its Native American representation. What positively can be said is that there's a fair amount of Native characters, and they overall maybe act more like people than stereotypes. And there's some of the only people in the world who at least are not down with harvesting child organs. The negatives are numerous, though. I'm not Native, and I don't have a lot of knowledge of Native culture, but I immediately had a weird feeling reading UnStrung, and was able to find a review of it from 2014 by the American Indian in Children's Literature, a blog run by Dr. Debbie Reese of the Pueblo. I'll be walking through the plot summary and relying on her for citation. I'll put a link down in the description as well to just read it. Interestingly enough, her critique was actually read by Neil Shusterman, and his comments are still up on the blog. He really doesn't come off great in them, but we'll get there. What is notable about Neil acknowledging this critique, though, is that he mentions editing it, and UnStrung is slightly different when it was republished in UnBound. I have skimmed both of them side by side, and the changes I could tell were minimal. Ultimately, some of the largest problems with the Native American representation and depictions within UnStrung and the world of UnWind is that by the time UnStrung came out and faced these critiques, it seems very likely that his work in the next book that featured the Native American characters and plot lines had already been solidified in some way. This is just the theory, by the way. Because there's no major changes to what are the obvious overarching problems with the depictions of the Native Americans. There's some smaller tweaks in the two versions, but that's it. And I do suspect that's going to be somewhat because it was nailed down in some way. That's not to say that that's a really good excuse. There are ways to delay and interrupt a publishing cycle. It's not commonly done. But I was surprised, definitely, that he mentions in a comment about, I'm going to fix up some of these things, and then there is very little, actually, that was changed between the two versions. I'll be double-checking, like, any quotes used, and I differ to the newer version when it's different from the old version of the quote. I originally read the older version. Either way, though, the refined version, like, again, it doesn't fix the bigger issues. And what are those? Because I've sort of been covering it like it's... Let's get into it. UnStrung follows Lev after he left behind sci-fi, but before he made it to the graveyard in book 1. So it's not even really book 1.5, it's book 0.75. It's within the narrative already. It focuses specifically on his time at a Native American reservation. They're called the Arapache, or Arapache, it's not defined. They're a fictional tribe somewhere in Colorado. It's never a good idea to write about a real culture you have no knowledge of, and making one up is better, but he isn't making up a fictional fantasy country or culture here. He's making up one tribe and building it up from scattered ideas of several tribes without regard for the culture that has shaped those real tribes. It's also true that there's a very different weight to making stuff up about, like, the Dutch than there is about Native American beliefs and cultures. Native tribes have taken the brunt of stereotypes and cultural annihilation over the course of American history, and at this point they've been so mistreated by outsiders messing with all of that, it just really isn't appropriate for outsiders to be fooling around with it still. That's it. That's the short of it, but there's a lot more. In UnWind's future, Native Americans are now called people of chance, or chance folk. A name that derives from, casinos. We even get a fictitious, we get a fictional slur.
Great said sarcastically. We even get a fictional slur that sounds also far too real, which is slotmonger. In the United States, for some context, many forms of gambling are illegal, but Native American reservations follow slightly different laws than states in some circumstances, allowing them to run casinos. It brings money, but it also really only happened because the United States, colonized, brutalized, and offered very little reparation to Native American tribes beyond this gambling loophole situation. So it's in very bad taste to equate the lasting future legacy of cultural, Native Americans culturally, to gambling, so much so that this is just what everyone refers to them by, and they also are pro that too. Here's a quote where Lev meets somebody. I'm going to mostly be calling, as I do with a lot of these things here, I'm just going to call Native Americans. I'm not going to use the terminology of the books because I would be uncomfortable doing that, honestly, because it sounds that bad. But when I'm reading from quotes and stuff, obviously they're there. This is Lev. When he does, he sees her pleasant face smiling at him. Square jaw, black hair tied back, and bronze skin. She's a slotmonger, he blurts, and feels his skin flush red. I'm sorry, I didn't mean, it just came out. She chuckles. Old words die hard, she tells him with patient understanding. We were called Indians long after it was obvious we weren't from India, and Native American was always a bit too condescending for my taste, page 109 in UnBound. And speaking of bad taste, what labels and titles people and populations use for themselves can be very divisive and tricky subject, and not everyone agrees on it. It's best debated by those belonging to said group. And having a native character kind of just drop opinions on their first introduction here on such a subject feels, I don't know, condescending, rude? Who asked you guys to put this in? Most of the plot of the novella is Lev bumbling about this tribe, learning more about it. He meets a boy a little older than him called Will, a gifted guitar player with near magic playing abilities, but he is stuck here playing music for sick people when he'd really like to head out and become a famous guitar player. One of the sick people, though, that he soothes with his near magic music is his grandfather, who will soon die without a new heart. The Native American reservations in UnWind are a sort of conclave within America. As the USA tore itself apart in the Heartland War and with unwinding, the reservations have been rich, isolated havens that often help runaway unwinds, but unofficially. They're able to give sanctuary, and it's set up for later books they have significant political power, but they're generally playing it safe. They don't want to get involved in American politics. I don't blame them. They also don't unwind people, and they never have. So you might think, well, they don't unwind people. They must be getting by like we do in the modern A. Us right now. Not many parts, only willingly given. It's rough, but it's fair. And that's so wrong in the absolute worst way, because the Native Americans in the setting actually use animal parts. Spirit animal parts. Here is Will explaining this to Lev. Were your people focused on the business and science of unwinding, the tribal nation's scientists worked on perfecting animal-to-human transplant technology, Will tells Lev. We overcame organ rejection and other problems caused by interspecies transplant. The only thing we can't use is animal brain tissue. Animals don't think the way we do, and it just doesn't take. How come you didn't share with our scientists? Lev asks. Will looks at him as if it's a stupid question. Maybe it is. We did. They weren't interested, Will tells them. In fact, your people condemned it as unethical, immoral, and just plain sick. Anyways, Will continues, our legal powerhouse crafted an intricate set of laws based on traditional belief systems for using this technology. When chance folk come of age, they take a vision quest and discover their spirit guide, which can be anything from a bird to an insect to a larger animal. Of course, after the council transplant laws came down, it was amazing how many kids, coached by their parents, came up with pig guides. Lev doesn't quite get it until Will explains that, aside from primates, pigs are biologically closest to humans. Mountain lion is the worst case, Will says. Vastly different biology from humans, and On top of it all, carnivores weren't created to last as long as plant eaters, so the hearts give out quickly. Page 124 in UnBound. So, trace this back with me. Native scientists invented full, easy-use animal transplants. Most animals are compatible. They're not as good as human organs overall, but they fully work in short term, and short term can still be years compared to, how long you'd live without a heart. The rest of America thinks this is weird and refuses. We actually do use some pig parks right now for people, and yes, a few people think it's wrong. But we now seem to have gone backwards to only wanting human parts. But, I guess there is plenty to go around in America. Animal transplants are an incredible technology only the tribes are interested in, so the Intertribal Authority decides to make a bunch of laws restricting it. Now, everyone has an officially registered spirit guide animal, and they are only allowed to receive animal transplants from that animal. If your spirit guide is anything but a large mammal, you are kind of screwed, which is openly acknowledged. Will's spirit animal, he says, is a crow, I believe, or a raven. It's not important. And he just acknowledges, well, I better not need any surgery because what am I going to do with a bird's heart? The fact many people claim their spirit animal is a pig is a repeated joke, and we even hear there's legislative processes for people to re-register their spirit animals. And this is all insanity. As stated, I'm no expert on natives' beliefs, but I know spirit animal is one of those most abused native religious aspects. If you search the term at all and variants of the term, you will find pretty much only New Age nonsense and quizzes and things like that, not the actual people whose actual beliefs have been severely misrepresented over the years. The conceit here is that the tribal council of all native tribes gathered and agreed to this strange spirit guide law. When every tribe has varying beliefs and understandings of what a spirit guide is, including not actually believing in such a thing necessarily, I think a lot of people are broadly unaware of how many different tribes and cultures exist across America and how diverse they are. It's not a monolith of just one thing. It'd be one thing if this fictional tribe, believed this, but this is a couple decades in the future, and all the tribes have gone together to gatekeep a medical breakthrough with a highly specific religious belief. And as you can tell, there's a real problem with the Native American portrayal in this book and series. Will's grandfather is waiting for a mountain lion heart. Will also has a fiancée, Una, who makes guitars. I'm going to point out just some more Native American stereotyping going on with her. Lev shoots a look at Will and sees his eyes glued on someone ahead. A short girl with warm almond eyes, a cascade of feathers woven into her vest. As Will approaches her, Lev thinks they might kiss, but instead Will reaches for the beaded ribbon restraining her hair and unties it, sending her shiny black locks cascading down her shoulders. Much better, he says with the slightest of smiles. Page 121. Very annoying trait, Will, just absolutely not likable at all. Also, I've heard a lot about feathers and braids and culturally important and also often misrepresented. And it kind of stands out to me to have a character just sort of wearing a large amount of feathers in her vest and on her introduction making a point of undoing her hair against her wishes. It just stands out. The plot of the actual story is fairly minimal. Like, Will's uncle finds a mountain lion heart, but coincidentally a woman comes into the hospital who also needs a mountain lion heart, and Will's grandfather gives it to her. Will accepts his grandfather's death. And Lev is about a bit too involved for a fugitive stranger. He's even consulted by Will's family for his opinion on Will's grandfather's heart surgery. He's like a 14-year-old kid who just came in off the streets, and they're like, come to the hospital room of this dying grandfather and give us your opinion, young boy. It's strange. Lev attends the funeral and is told Will's grandfather's dying wish was for Will to take Lev on a vision quest. So great, we're having one of those. Again, it's not like these things aren't real things in some capacity, vision quests and spirit guides, but they are some of the most stereotypical things. Even if this is a far future fake tribe, there's just an element of misrepresentation. I don't know what a real version of a vision quest exactly would be, but I do know many stereotypical depictions from media like this. Even with the knowledge those representations are false, I don't have the touchstone of truth to compare it to. I obviously can go and set out and do research and do all of these sorts of things, but you also have to consider that a lot of people will not go through those things, or will simply accept that it is likely to be accurate or partially accurate in some way, read it, move on, and then they wind up with false ideas that they believe are true that often are built just pure stereotypes. This is the issue with even harmless fictional representations like this. And again, God, like Native Americans have had it rough enough. Will, Lev, and a bunch of kids go on a vision quest for a week. One of the kids has a seemingly psychic vision of Lev in danger, and shortly the whole group is under attack. Parts pirates descend and begin to take the native kids hostage, and Will trades himself to free them, displaying his amazing guitar skills. Lev is kicked out of the reservation, even though the attack was not his fault, and is spurned to become a clapper, bringing us back to where he reappeared in Book 1. It's also one of the cheesiest and kind of worst bits of writing I've read in the series. Will healed him with music, taught him the way of his people, and saved him from the pirates by sacrificing his own life. All he was able to give Will was applause. The bus schedule shows the next departure is in 30 minutes. He doesn't bother checking the destination. Lev knows wherever it leaves, his path ahead is dark. He has nothing to lose. A burning fills his emptiness. A powerful need for revenge drives him now. As he looks at his hands, he begins to see a purpose for his applause. It's a powerful purpose that will make his anger known and tear the world to shreds. Page 144. Yeah, UnStrung. Yikes. I again will defer to Dr. Reese's article on the matter, again, I'll put in there. And as I mentioned, Shusterman actually responded publicly to her. I'm not going to rehash it all, but I am going to give a little bit of his first response because it's interesting to keep in mind. I wanted to personally apologize for anything in UnStrung that you found offensive. Both Michelle Nolden and I wanted you to know that in writing the story, we took great cares to be respectful and sensitive. We also were wary of political correctness, which is just as offensive as stereotypes. The story takes place in a dystopian future, and we were attempting to extrapolate where one tribe might find themselves within that exaggerated dystopian world. It could not be immune to the dark turn society had taken. Our take was that this particular tribe had become affluent and increasingly isolationist, to protect itself ideologically from the rest of the United States, which had become a pretty unpleasant place. We tried to take tradition and marry it to futurism. We've actively worked to shatter stereotypes, breaking them open to show something real and honest. Huge amount of thoughts went into every choice, and so to be called out for insensitivity warrants the opening of a dialogue. I have a reputation for being culturally fair and on target in my books, so if I've missed the mark here, it's important to me to know how and how to improve it. Neil Shusterman, the AICL comment section on an UnStrung review from 2014. It's worth saying Shusterman 10 years ago being quite defensive doesn't mean we must all cancel him and fire. I like to think he's grown, but also that's such a step on your own feet bad response to this sort of somebody with more knowledge, especially of a culture, calling you out for writing a bad depiction and to say, no, we were really careful to not write a bad depiction. I think that you might not know as well as the person whose entire job at the American Indian in children's literature, that is entirely about reviewing depictions of Native Americans across children's literature in America. And to walk in there and just be like, well, we were just wary about political, it looks so bad. But I like to think he's grown and ultimately was being quite ignorant. In Dr. Reese's rebuttal, she points out a now offline guide to writing minority characters by Cynthia Leitich Smith. This is Dr. Reese quoting Smith. In her post, Smith goes on to say that sometimes writers get so wrapped up in our own intent, however benevolent, that we forget to consider impact. Clearly, you meant well. You had good intentions. But the impact of those good intentions? You're using your conception of Native people to save the world. In doing so, you affirmed stereotypical ideas that are already deeply embedded in the world. That's Dr. Debbie Reese, the AICL review of UnStrung, comment section, 2014. So, yes, I believe that is likely where we're at, but it's impossible to deny that UnStrung is bad. UnStrung shouldn't have been written or published, and the fact that Book 3 of UnWind will bring us back to these characters and setup isn't great. Unfortunately, the series is permanently just marred and stuck with the fact that it has this very uncomfortable decisions constantly about the Native characters and Native depictions. Shusterman wanted to write a morally gray, weird future culture and decided to explore a Native American tribe within his setting. This isn't forbidden, it's just ill-advised. He could have worked with somebody who was Native from the start to make sure he avoided harmful stereotypes, but he didn't. What I think Shusterman failed to realize was that there's a difference between twisting and skewing the broad pot of American culture versus the highly specific, long-persecuted cultures of Native Americans. Writers can write things they don't know. That's entirely allowed. But they have to research, they have to think of broader cultural contexts. Book 3, UnSouled. UnSouled. The untitles are starting to annoy me. UnWind was originally going to be a trilogy, but the last book was split up and fleshed out into 2. On one hand, I have been enjoying UnWind a lot. On the other, Book 3 is notably filler. A number of interesting things happen, and I enjoy giving the characters and world more space to develop before the series is over, but UnSouled is a slow road trip to a quiet destination. Book 2 ended with Lev and Connor setting out to find Sonia Rhineschild, the wife of the erased from history inventor of unwinding, for answers. They don't even know what answers they're seeking, and they only arrive there at the very end of the book. The big secret they learn at the end of it is something that was implied last book and is made quite clear early in UnSouled. So it's an anticlimax when our heroes finally figure it out. I can say it right now, and then we'll move on to the plot. The inventor of unwinding, after learning it was going to be used as a punitive measure, invented organ printing. Unwinding should be obsolete, but he sold his patent and 3D organ printer to a shady company owned by proactive citizenry, who then buried the patent. The inventor then died, of sadness actually, and his wife secretly kept the prototype organ printer but didn't know what to do with it. It's a story that makes it clear the real villain of UnWind is capitalism, though it's still a little unbelievable. Janssen Rhineschild invented both total organ preservation technology and then a few months later, 3D organ printing. Like, those seem like fairly different fields of invention to single-handedly solve. And then, while his own watchdog organization Proactive Citizenry was abusing unwinding to curb dissent, he gave all rights and blueprints of his new solution to a random company. Like, buddy, email some colleagues or something. Did he not have any backup blueprints? His wife couldn't, post his notes on the Internet Archive? Like, this is amazing, revolutionary new technology that, yes, is being repressed in America. But I'm sure somebody in the world could use it if it was just online freely, and then it might prompt more change. But no. Janssen literally dies of grief, a bit much, but then he did watch his life's work turn into a tool of genocide twice, kind of, so I guess he can have a pass on that one. Most of this new information is something that was already heavily implied. It's where we ended the book, and yeah, I'm just kind of skipping ahead to the end of this one to give you that summary, as it's interconnected flashback chapters where you know instantly what's going on and what's being invented, but they kind of play it coy for a very long time. Let's just get to the really start of it. UnWind it opens with 2 quotes. As the book often does, it likes to put a real quote or real article next to something in universe. So, the first one is from Janssen Rhineschild himself. I'm doing my best with that name.
Surely this new medical technology will free us rather than enslave us, for it is my firm belief that human compassion outweighs human greed. To that end, I hereby found proactive citizenry to be a stalwart watchdog over the ethical use of neurografting. I am confident that abuses will be the exception rather than the rule. Jensen Reinschild. And here's the second quote. I am become death, the destroyer of worlds. J. Robert Oppenheimer. Oh no! When your narrative is busting out the Oppenheimer, you just know you're about to live long enough to see your creations doom the human race. In the present day, Lev and Connor are road tripping back to Ohio, where everything began. They're on their way to find the Reinschild widow, Sonia. They crash their car swerving away from a stray ostrich, and Connor heads out alone to find supplies and a new car. Shortly into this mission, a grocery store clerk knocks him out and he awakens in a basement. The clerk is named Argent, and he is a huge fan of Connor. I haven't brought it up really, but when Connor first escaped from the juvies in UnWound by knocking Nelson out with his own gun, Connor became sort of a folk hero. He's called the Akron AWOL and is sometimes recognized by people because of this. Argent has tied him up in his cellar because he's a huge fan of Connor, believing they're kindred spirits and future friends. Friends don't lock friends up in cellars, Connor points out. Yeah, sorry about that. He makes no move to untie him. Here's the quandary. You know what a quandary is, right? Yeah, sure you do. See, if I untie you, you'll probably bolt, so I have to convince you I'm the real deal, a decent guy, in spite of knocking you out and tying you up. I gotta make you see that a friend like me is hard to find in this screwed up world, and that this is the place where you want to be. You don't gotta run anymore. See, nobody looks for nobody in Artsdale. Page 22. Connor is stuck in this misery-style situation, trying to appease Argent while also needing to escape back to Lev and his mission. Argent is about 19, and he lives with his younger sister Grace, who has a learning disability. It's never specified what, and it's a little bit unclear, but we know that much. Argent is extremely abusive to his sister, so Connor begins to befriend her and is able to leverage her help in eventually escaping, and Grace comes along with him. Grace is a character it's fair to be apprehensive about, but her neurodiversity is handled well. Though Connor is befriending her primarily to escape, he does it by genuinely just being nice and taking an interest in specifically her special interest of strategy games. Though Grace falls slightly into the harmful trope of a disabled savant with her strategic skills and foresight, it's also a trope that the book lampshades. So Argent comments on Connor playing games of Grace and says, Grace just wants to make you look stupider than her. And anyways, she's useless. Couldn't once get her game on in Las Vegas. I don't count cards, mumbles Grace morosely. I just play games. Page 52. And this is a reference to Rain Man, pretty much, a 90s film which did so much damage to the public perception of autism and learning disabilities. In it, a man learns he has an autistic younger brother and exploits him to get rich in Vegas. Grace here is not that. She loves strategy board games, but it's not a superpower. And God, I really appreciate that. Grace sometimes misses social cues and can be quite blunt, but once she flees with Connor, she isn't talked down to or treated as a joke. She kind of just joins the main cast. It's great. She also delivers my favorite line in maybe the book series. Argent, says Grace, a little breathless. You shouldn't be using Great-Grandpa's bong. Page 52. Connor later smashes Argent's face with the bong, leaving permanent damage. Connor and Grace, like I say, they escape and they reunite with Lev, via the method of Connor accidentally hitting Lev with a car. Lev, now suffering eternal bleeding, suggests they head to the Arapache reservation. Will's mother is a doctor and takes the kids in while Lev recovers. Lev feels the reservation is one of the few places he's ever felt safe and homely, but Will's friends and family struggle with his connection to Will's death. Una, Will's fiancée, especially feels tense around Lev. This section of the book is slow and fairly long, and not much happens. Everything is Lev and reservation focused, and Connor and Grace feel unimportant. Several weeks pass. Lev also gets his own animal spirit guide.
You know what's a specific bad trope? Settings based in reality, which choose to imply magic might be real, but only vaguely bastardize native beliefs. This is a trope I've seen multiple times. A native kid in UnStrung has a seemingly psychic vision. Will seems to have supernatural soothing abilities with his music. Lev has several meaningful reoccurring dreams about a kinkajou, which Una states confidently must be his spirit animal. And here's my other issue with it. This isn't a world where the world was literally made according to the creation myth of a certain native tribe, where they just happen to be the only people who got this religion right. There are incidents of vague magic, united without any greater mythology. It's pure mysticism, utterly divorced from the cultural context these beliefs actually came from. The Native Americans in the series are just incidentally special and different from other people, kind of. It's even noted by the villains when they harvest Will. Native body parts are in high demand because of special abilities, and that is the full reference that we ever get to that. Dr. Reese pointed this out in her review specifically as well, as it blindly invokes the real history of America, where Native Americans were butchered and cut into parts as trophies. I've made my point repeatedly, like, Shusterman did not think this one out at all. The magical native, it's a cousin of the magical person of color trope in general, and UnWind really toys with invoking it, and it leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Life at the reservation is mostly tension and waiting. Then Cam shows up. Cam, last book, helped Risa escape from proactive citizenry while vowing to bring them down. He finds himself a celebrity, still seen as a freak by the public, but embraced as a novelty. His handler, Roberta, takes him to a variety of Washington, D.C. parties, where he perfectly schmoozes with politicians. He finds socialite girls fawn over him and enjoy his attention, but is unable to escape the fact that he is more an object than a human to everyone. This is him and a socialite DC girl flirting with him. So he's speaking first. "What's your name?" "Miranda," she says gently. Can I touch your hair?" "Only if I can touch yours." She reaches for him tentatively at first, patting his hair, then running her fingers through the varied textures and colors. "You're so exotic. I thought I'd be frightened to see you in person, but I'm not." Page 36. Cam is my poor little neurodivergent Frankenstein's monster, getting literally objectified. When he gets overwhelmed, which is a lot lately, he will just blurt out "lockdown" and try to banish unwanted thoughts. He just falls over and goes into a lockdown mode. And in general, when Cam struggles, he finds that his patchwork brain fails to think coherently. He starts speaking in fragments and roundabout language. It's highly relatable. Because of my chronic illness, I have extremely painful body episodes that come randomly, who knows. And I wind up usually mostly non-verbal during these, besides like pain sounds. The few words I can get out while in pain can be hard to interpret. It's difficult to communicate well. In one pain episode I had while working on this series, I thought of Cam, I'd just been reading about this section, as I lay on the floor, struggling to explain my needs to my flatmate, and inspired by him, I tried short bursts of related words, and I felt more in control of my situation. I was already basically doing what he does, but legitimately just thinking of a character with similar communication issues as myself was really reassuring. Is this what representation is? Roberta has been dealing with a senator and a general, both with keen interest in Cam. There's talk of Cam potentially being a Marine, a fantasy Cam indulges in. He imagines being a hero, earning respect, proving himself in some way, so he finally will be seen as himself. At a dinner with the four of them, the topic comes up again of Cam joining the military and becoming an official spokesperson. As much as he's enjoyed the idea, he needs time to think and declines the offer. The senator and general are shocked by this. Until, well, this comes out. "Perhaps you don't understand," the general says with calm control. "Let me explain it to you. Until last week, you were the property of proactive citizenry, but they have sold their interest in you for a sizable sum. You are now the property of the United States military." This startles Cam. He quickly freaks a little bit, Roberta interjects and says that property's only a word, and Cam says people being property was abolished in 1865. That applies to individuals, which you are not. You are a collection of very specific parts, each one with a distinct monetary value. We've paid more than 100 times the value for the unique manner those parts have been organized, but in the end, Mr. Compris, parts is parts. Page 195. Cam has a meltdown at being told he is legally a piece of property whose surrogate mother just sold him to the military. Roberta explains that she wanted it to be his choice, so the issue of exact ownership would not come up. But of course, she wanted him to feel like it was his choice. It wasn't. Cam considers his situation and decides if he's to be sold to the military, he will accept it, but only if he's given a new contract where he himself is allowed to sign his consent. He will accept his lack of rights because he has no other agency, but he wants the dignity of acting like it's his decision. A few days later, Roberta explains his request has been denied. Legally speaking, he cannot sign a document because he is not legally a person. She makes him sign his name twice, once while looking and once while not paying attention, and to his shock, his second signature is entirely different. It's Will's, because Cam has his hand and the muscle memory still lives. Cam is a person, but has such a unique, horrific uniqueness, and I enjoy the horror of that too. Cam is a person, but one made to be bought and sold. The military is just a dehumanization machine, but Cam is their new ideal. No rights, no humanity, just a pure asset to make use of. It's said they view Cam as a concept car, implying Cam was likely created as a prototype artificial soldier for the military, and the plan has always been to sell him to them. And this is just one of those good quotes that isn't necessary, but I really, really like it, so we're reading it. How can she not see that when you are defined, you lose the ability to define yourself? In the end, he will become that definition. He will become a thing. Page 200. Cam flees to motorcycle out his feelings. He's been thinking a lot if he has a soul or not, and is especially shaken by the reminder he isn't even considered legally alive, let alone legally having a soul. He decides to seek advice from religion, and we get a joke, which I'm going to report I did laugh at. So, there we go. This is the sole reason this silly joke is in here. He knows if he speaks to a rabbi or a Buddhist priest, he'll get very wise responses that point to more questions instead of an answer. Do we exist because others perceive our existence? Or is, indeed, our own affirmation enough? No. What Cam needs is some meat and potatoes dogma that can give him a concrete yes or no. There's a Catholic church a few blocks away. Page 200. He goes to confession with the priest, who is entirely flustered when he realizes who Cam is, and parts of the advice that no one on earth can answer if Cam has a soul, and he should avoid those who think otherwise. Downtrodden, Cam catches a news report about Connor, Risa, and Lev. Will's memories of Lev stir inside Cam, and he realizes that Risa and Connor are likely hiding in the Arapache reservation. He didn't realize Connor was alive and when he was fake dating Risa. And he decides that that's probably why Risa never reciprocated his feelings, because Connor was secretly still alive. So he sets off to find Risa, upstage Connor, and win her heart. Cam thus shows up at the reservation, linking these storylines. We still have like 3 others to cover. Cam sneaks in, drawn in by Will's memories, and breaks into Una's guitar shop, just picks up one and begins to play. Una recognizes the music as being Will's and then recognizes the feel of the hands. She asks him to play more of Will's music, finding comfort in him and in it. But then she knocks him out and ties him up in an old sweat lodge. I mean, he did break into her shop. Una holds Cam hostage, threatening him with a chainsaw and repeatedly hitting him, while also being entranced by his music. She keeps him for several days, talking about what parts of Will live inside Cam, forcing him to play guitar and keeping him tied to a pole without even the ability to relieve himself or sit. I read UnSouled before I read UnStrung, so I assumed Una wasn't a character I didn't understand because of a lack of context. And it turns out context doesn't help at all, because she's really not much of a character in UnStrung, and then she just shows up and this is where we're starting with her. Connor notices Una sneaking out to the woods and follows her, stumbling upon Cam. He doesn't recognize him at first, it's dark, and though Connor and Cam are self-determined rivals, he feels immediate empathy, which the narrative breaks the fourth wall to note. It's that important. It specifically notes that this meeting here, this sympathy, will flavor everything that transpires between them. Still, when Connor realizes who Cam is, he's not pleased. He forces Cam and Una to sit next to him and just explain the whole situation. Connor feels that Cam is an atrocity, a tool of proactive citizenry who Risa was forced to be with. But even as Connor is like an asshole to Cam, Cam is a bit back, they feel a sense of connection. UnWinds are legally considered a collection of parts instead of a living person. They're in the same situation in many ways. Connor explains that Risa isn't with them and just sort of takes Cam back to the house they've been hiding in. You might be wondering about Una. We are all wondering about Una. The narrative does not know what to do with Una and never will. And what it does do is consistently highly questionable. Her actions are framed as a grief madness, I suppose. Her fiancé was taken unjustly and suddenly, and she's struggling to move on and accept it. Cam has part of Will alive in him, but only part. Una searches for the rest of Will, demanding that Cam says her name, and being both heartbroken and satisfied that he doesn't know. She wants Will to be alive in Cam, while also resenting Cam as the monster that necessitated Will's death. Cam, for his part, seems to accept this as a penance. He has long known how people feel about him, but Una is his first real encounter with somebody, especially one who knew one of his body parts personally. He doesn't know if he has a soul, if he's a person or a monster, and he seems to roll with Una's treatment because he doesn't feel that he deserves better. As she reinforces, he's a crime against humanity born from stolen parts. But in the midst of all these complicated feelings, the narrative really skims over what Una actually does here. Like, she ties Cam up without dignity or comfort, she tortures and harasses him. Connor is disturbed, but once he forces Una to give Cam over, no one really addresses how drastic Una's actions were. It's sort of just shrugged off as like grief. Like, that's an excuse and this is normal behavior. Una returns in the next book, and her actions just become a playful joke between her and Cam. They just shrug it off. It's also worth noting, of course, that Una is, I'm almost entirely certain, the only confirmed woman of color in the entire series, and is defined by her threatening to dismember someone with a chainsaw after kidnapping, being enamored with, and torturing him. Lev decides to stay on the reservation, which annoys Connor. Cam doesn't want to cooperate with Connor, and they bicker. But they come to an agreement to work together, and they set out on the journey to Ohio and Sonia. At last. Cam also supplies Connor with login details for some secret proactive citizenry files, which they look at together. Like the previous book, UnSouled is full of fake advertisements, and I still find them extremely delightful. They also, though, tie into what Connor and Cam learn, so let's just peruse, and this is important stuff. Okay, advertisements. Last year, I lost my husband of 35 years to a burglar. He just came in through the window. My husband tried to fight him off and was shot. I know I can never bring my husband back, but now there's a proposition on the ballot that can finally make criminals truly pay for their crimes. Flesh for flesh. By legalizing the unwinding of criminals, not only do we reduce prison overcrowding, but we can produce life-saving tissues for transplant. Further, the corporal justice law will allow for a percentage of all proceeds from organ sales to go directly to victims of violent crime and their families. Vote yes on Proposition 73. United we stand, divided criminals fall. Sponsored by the National Alliance of Victims for Corporeal Justice. Page 12. Hi, I'm Vanessa Valbon. You probably know me from daytime TV, but what you might not know is that my brother is serving a life sentence for a violent crime. He has put himself on a list for voluntary cranial shelling, which will only happen if Initiative 11 is passed this November. There's been a lot of talk about shelling. what it is and what it isn't. So I had to educate myself, and this is what I learned. Shelling is painless. Shelling would be a matter of choice for any violent offender, and shelling will compensate the victim's family and the offender's family by paying them full market value for every body part not discarded in the shelling process. I don't want to lose my brother, but I understand his choice. So the question is, how do we want our violent offenders to pay their debts to society, wasting into old age on taxpayer dollars, or allowing them to redeem themselves by providing much-needed tissue for society and much-needed funds for those impacted by their crimes? I urge you to vote yes on Initiative 11 and turn a life sentence into a gift of life. Sponsored by the Victims for the Betterment of Humanity. Page 92. This is actor Kevin Bessinger asking you to vote no on Initiative 11. Initiative 11, the pound of flesh law, is not what it appears. It says it will allow for the voluntary shelling of inmates, in other words, the removal and disposal of their brains, followed by the unwinding of the rest of their bodies. It might seem like a sensible idea, until you read what the initiative actually says. Initiative 11 states that shelling would be voluntary, but it allows prison administrators to override that and mandate the shelling of any prisoner that they choose. In addition, it brings into the mainstream the unethical black market practice of selling unwound parts at auction. Do you really want our lawmakers in the black market? Vote no on Initiative 11. The pound of flesh is not a solution we can live with. Sponsored by the Coalition for Ethical Unwinding Practices. Page 95. World building! A reoccurring issue in this book is the background discussion of shelling, or harvesting prisoners for parts minus the brain. The brain being discarded is seen as true death, compared to the typical unwinding procedure where every part of the body is technically alive and the brain is harvested last. This is flawed logic, as all of unwinding ultimately is, but it's interesting from a cultural world-building context. It implies a knowledge, for example, that prisoner brains are bad, despite other brains and limbs also transferring issues. It's seen as far worse a fate than unwinding, too, despite functionally being the same, it seems. Either ways, you're dying. And we're all lying when we say that, oh, because the body parts are all harvested while alive, you never really die. You've kind of died. But it's still seen as the much stricter horror compared to unwinding, which is softer and kinder, which is strange to think of. And it is strange, and that's because shelling and all of this is a diversion. So here's what Cam and Connor learn. Proactive citizenry came up with the idea of shelling. Proactive citizenry is also behind the ads, both for and against shelling prisoners. I can explain why unwinding prisoners for their organs is a bad idea, but me doing that is kind of ignoring the core issue. Nobody should be unwound for their organs at all. Proactive citizenry actively is using propaganda to muddle issues and cause infighting. Rather than people fighting over should we be shelling people at all, the question has been transformed into what is the correct way to shell people. And even then, there's the other step of unwinding's the problem here. And yeah, I again have to really applaud UnWind here for its dedication to the complexities of resistance, revolution, and just cultural society. This kind of information poisoning is a very real method of propaganda used today, and a great reminder to always check your sources. Cam and Connor now come to the conclusion that has been written on the wall for a while now. Unwinding is all about money. It's the most profitable industry in America, maybe even the world, according to Cam. And people with an invested interest in the status quo are the most reluctant to see it challenged. They also have a literal investment in the status quo. They have the funds to keep that status quo going and fight back against anything that would cause it to be weakened. And also, a side note on the rest of the world, unwinding very much does exist there. Unlike a lot of dystopias, we're still mostly going to be focusing on America, but any sort of acknowledgement that there is a world outside of America is famously a little rare in YA dystopia. So it's just nice to know that everyone in the world is being plagued by willingly killing children. Unwinding is spreading. China was the first to jump on the bandwagon, then Belgium and the Netherlands and the rest of the European Union. The Russians claim to have come up with the idea themselves as if it were something worth claiming, and in third world nations where laws change as quickly as governments, the black market trade in human organs has grown into a major industry. Page 334. Which is such an... I am American. I'm American. I'm Dutch. And it is such an incredibly, and I grew up in America, such an American viewpoint of the world's politics. And this is something that we'll see and I'll talk about a bit later, but just that paragraph there with, unwinding, spreading. What are we going to cover? Well, obviously, China. Oh no. Russia. Oh no. And then just third world nations. Wonderful. It's this very simplistic, really reflective of, especially of the time, but even still, American ideas of international things. Belgium and the Netherlands being some of the first, though, I'd love to talk to him about that choice. I really would be curious to know where he's coming from there. But hey, anyways, that's not in my script or anything. I just got distracted with how strange parts of that quote are. Meanwhile, there's still 3 more storylines, remember, and they don't all link up by the end, but we do need to check in. So, Risa's does, so let's start with her. After Cam helps her escape last book, Risa spends this one mostly on the run and not doing much. After getting stuck in a trap, Risa is saved by the members of the Tyler Walker Foundation, a community that has sprung up around Cyrus Finch / Tyler Walker, Sci-Fi, the kid who first book was haunted by someone else's brain matter. The Tyler Walker Foundation lets Risa stay with them for a bit as a favor to Lev. It's a very odd place. Something called a revival commune. Sci-Fi and his dads have set up a place where people who share body parts sourced from Tyler Walker specifically can live together. They're called Tyler folk, and often sit in circles free-speaking until they can channel Tyler collectively. It's a New Age cult with a very real example of it working. These aren't just any beliefs, these are very demonstrably true beliefs. Together, they can access Tyler's memories, and he's even able to directly speak through some members. Sci-Fi, who, again, has part of the brain, even has Tyler join in conversations through his mouth. Interesting. Because of the abyssal history of DID representation, I'm notably always on a scan for fantasy DID. I've mentioned a couple books. Portrayals of multiple people in one body, even in a fantastical sense. The trope isn't meant usually to be representation or necessarily like an allegory for DID, but that doesn't mean that things that are presented similar to it, fantastically, don't warrant discussion and being a little cautious about. Imagine if everybody extremely, extremely hated and feared, especially feared, blind people, only ever wrote characters who were supernaturally blind, never really depicting real blindness, but they would always have some sort of inability to see, but it would be different from real blindness, and tended to still make them always monsters. That's how I would try to make it more if you are not very aware of the portrayals and representation of DID and why I pay extra attention to it. It's kind of like that. It's something that is so badly portrayed always and in such a hostile way that it warrants paying attention to when something tropes into it, even if it's non-intentional. So it's interesting. I've been on the lookout for it indeed earlier when Sci-Fi and Tyler first are introduced in things. There's certain, at one point Tyler basically like switches to the front and takes over. But now it's even more so. They're just sort of sharing a body and a conversation. And honestly, as it is, it technically wouldn't be that bad for fantasy DID representation because, at least it's a sympathetic character being treated in a normal way. So that might be the best I've read in some ways, even though it's not. Anyways, it's not that. It's an interesting universe twist on multiple people sharing a body. Everyone is a little bit Tyler, and together they are most of Tyler. Sure, when we first heard the idea, we were all dubious. His eyes go a little euphoric. But once you're here, in the presence of Tyler, you don't want to be anywhere else. Page 120. Risa is off-put by the cult, confused by an experience everyone assures her she simply can't understand. Apparently, the Tyler Collective isn't the only revival commune, only the first, and serves to highlight the strange scientific fact that souls are 100% real and can live on in UnWind body parts. A fact still barely acknowledged by the text, but incredibly revolutionary to all of our ideas of consciousness, life, death, everything. Risa leaves when she's recovered, but not before passing Sci-Fi and Tyler some advice. They keep fixating on serving Tyler by focusing on his death. Maybe they should think about what Tyler would want 3 years in the future if he was alive. And Tyler, speaking from Sci-Fi's body, says she sucks but makes a good point. Risa travels more, coming to shelter in a hair salon with a friendly woman. She works there part-time before moving on and living in Sonia's basement, where Connor and Cam soon arrive. Risa isn't really given much to do this book. Connor and Cam are overjoyed to be reunited with Risa after so long, but also immediately butt heads. Grace is there trying to diffuse tension so the boys don't fight each other. Connor and Cam are both little bitches to each other in just jealousy over Risa. They bicker in what ought to be the climax. It's kind of a weird ending. They're taken to a safe house, but that night Grace spots a van and is given just enough warning that proactive citizenry are coming. However, proactive citizenry is only here for Cam. They don't know that Connor and Risa are there, which allows them to hide. Roberta thus arrives to collect the wayward Cam, and he decides to not tattle on Connor even though he's given the opportunity. Roberta then hints that she plans to give Cam a lobotomy of some sort to make him more cooperative. Connor, Risa, and Grace are left behind. Sonia at this point explains the history of proactive citizenry and unwinding, which has already been mostly covered by flashbacks and me, and ends her story with the reveal that she has a working final organ printer. The use of this thing has been hammered into the reader's head a number of times, but the book ends with its reveal like it's a surprise. Well, that's where the book ends. There's actually a couple more plot lines I have to check into. So, there's Argent, and Nelson, and Hayden, and Bam, and Starkey. So, Argent. Grace's abusive brother is left humiliated after Connor and Grace escape him. He runs into Nelson, juvie cop turned parts pirate with a need for revenge. Argent pretends to know more about Connor than he actually does, insisting he team up with Nelson and learn the parts pirate trade, while getting a chance actually to tour famous American cities he's never had a chance to visit. Nelson isn't wise to the fact Argent is just using him as a chauffeur, but is furious when he finds out. However, Nelson is also incredibly ill from an untreated sunburnt infection, and he just collapses suddenly. Argent then nurses Nelson to health, but keeps Nelson dependent on him. Nelson, once he's better, tranks Argent, but brings him with him, a little bit admiring but also hating the kid. They are heading out then to hunt Grace down by a tracking chip that her parents secretly placed inside her. That's all we see of this pair this book. They're both horrible characters, so there is a comic joy in them being insufferable to each other. They're on a highly toxic, anti-found family, evil road trip. I enjoy it. Elsewhere, Starkey has a lot of kids and a thirst for violence. After pretending the Stork Brigade is a summer camp, he eventually takes shelter in a cave system and plans a huge raid on an unwinding harvesting camp nearby. It happens to be the camp that Hayden, the florid side character, has been held in. He's been given luxury by the camp in order to turn the general unwind population against him, but he's too old to be legally unwound. But if the bill for shelling prisoners passes, he'll be shelled. Until there, he's a dubiously legal prisoner. Starkey arrives with violence, quickly overturning the camp Hayden is being kept in. The guards are killed, and dozens of kids die in the battle. Starkey tries to force Hayden to shoot the camp director, but Hayden refuses, so Starkey passes the task on to a random kid. He then sends all the non-stork kids to walk through the desert towards freedom while welcoming the storks to his brigade. Hayden isn't a stork, but he's allowed to stay because of his fame and importance. The brigade regroups in its mine hideout. Hayden is kept in the food locker, kind of as a prisoner, and Starkey is fuming. The media coverage of the camp liberation has blamed Connor, the Akron AWOL, for it. Not him. His second in command is a tough girl named Bambi, or Bam, who is the only one allowed to even slightly question him. Bam points out most of the non-stork kids have since been captured in the desert and that they lost a lot of kids to tranks and guns in the liberation. She questions where this will end, and Starkey assures her it simply won't. Bam is loyal to Starkey, even having a bit of a crush on him, but she's also a practical girl with eyes. The Storks are a group of about 300 traumatized children barely getting by. She goes to speak to Hayden, who she finds frustrating, and he bargains for her ear in exchange for his tech skills in planning the next camp raid. Hayden works out a plan for the next camp they're to hit, which would distract the guards and allow the kids to be rescued with very minor risk. Even Starkey is impressed by the plan. The raid goes off without a hitch, UnWind start escaping, but then Starkey heads off on his own with a couple chosen kids. He tells them to grab 6 adults, 3 men and 3 women. He ties nooses around all of them and declares them guilty of crimes against humanity for their actions at the harvest camp. He then hangs all but one who he leaves alive to carry his message. Now, Starkey is getting media attention. The people he killed become martyrs, used by the media as a reason why unwinding is necessary. Starkey has sparked a revolution for stork rights, but he's mostly started another fire. Only one of the people he hung even had direct involvement with unwinding, and one of them was just the boyfriend of someone who worked there. Starkey is unfazed, even as Bam is increasingly disturbed. But he's happy. He's featured on TV as a monster, and he loves it. And Bam realizes something. And yet, incredibly, the more vilified he is by polite society, the more support he gets from the disenfranchised. Page 309, but we'll check back there a little later. The final straw for Bam comes when she learns 3 of the girls have been given special work immunity permission from Starkey. Not exactly. Finally, Emily rises to face Bam, holding her gaze and speaking slowly. We have to take care of ourselves because Starkey's made us unwind-proof. Bam is not a stupid girl. She's not much when it comes to school smarts because her attitude always gone the way, but she's always been a quick study in the school of life. This, however, is so far out of the realm of Bam's concept of reality, she just doesn't get it. Now the other prissies, yes, we have that, stand. Michaela puts a sympathetic hand on Bam's shoulder. Unwind-proof for 9 months, she says. Do you understand now? It hits her like a mortar blast. She actually stumbles back into the wall. You're lying, you have to be. But now it's out, their eyes take on a strange, ecstatic look. They're telling the truth. Oh my God, they're telling the truth. He's going to be a great man, Caitlin says. He already is. We might all be storks, but his children won't be, says another. Bam doesn't even know which one it is. They're all the same to her now. 3 talking heads on a single body, like some horrible, beautiful hydra. He promises he'll take care of us. All of us. He swears he will. You don't know what it's like. You can't know what it's like. To be chosen by him. To be touched by greatness. So we can't carry munitions today. Or tomorrow. Or ever. So sorry, Bam. Yes, so sorry. We hope you can understand. Page 314. I don't love the slowness of UnSouled, but I love the direction the filler goes in, from body ghost communes to nefarious road trips to whatever murder cult Starkey has been starting. Bam rushes to confront Starkey, who is as bothersome as usual, pointing out she's probably just jealous he didn't pick her. Bam slaps him and puts pressure on his still broken hand. He tries to apologize and offers a genuine feeling kiss, but Bam is not fooled by him. Suddenly, conveniently perhaps, the mine is struck by a special ops team who knock out most of the people and extract Starkey. He's met with a mysterious benefactor who is impressed by his work. This seems to be the mysterious organization behind the Clappers, heavily implied at this point to be proactive citizenry, who offer to fund his mission with any supplies they can give. They want more chaos, and he does not think twice. High-end explosives and guns begin to pour in, disturbing Hayden. Bam is more keen to listen to Hayden's opinions now that she's been disillusioned from Starkey, and he explains the problem with Starkey's campaign of violence. There's always been political ads advocating for unwinding, but since Starkey's 2 camp raids, advertising supporting unwind-based ballot measures has more than doubled. There's more measures being added to state legislation directly in response to the Stork Brigade to increase funding for juvies and camps, as well as restrict unwind and teenage rights. Hayden lays it out very directly. Everything in the Stork Brigade does maybe be freeing kids from harvest camps, but people out there are getting scared, Bam. And all these laws that didn't have a hope in hell of passing a few months ago are now getting more and more support. Starkey wants a war, right? But as soon as people see it as war, they'll have to choose sides. And the more fear there is, the more people lean towards the side of the juvenile authority. Which means if it turns into a war, we lose. Page 325 to 326. We shouldn't lose sight of the fact UnWind is a YA book when it comes to discussing it. It still does a good job at showing nuance and cause and effect in regard to rebellion, but it's never going to be infinitely as complex as real life or like a political thesis. It's UnWind, but it does a really good job, and we should talk about what it does well, I think. Starkey's actions are bad, but serve narratively as a counter to the hero's less focused and more peaceful quest. And I think then we can tackle and discuss him in 2 ways suitably, both as a character and then more broadly as a narrative piece. So Starkey is a factionalist. As much as it may be true that Storks have it worse, generally speaking, he uses past inequality to justify present brutality. Multiple times he rescues Storks and leaves non-Storks to die, all the while blind to how his infighting has made him into a pawn for his enemies, who see no difference between Storks and non-Storks, they just see unwinds. Starkey is lost to his ego and bloodlust. Hayden offers him a quieter way to liberate a camp, and he murders anyone he can find to make a self-serving point. He is happy to make himself the face of a burning, violent revolution, but he's ignorant to the fact he's playing into the hands of those who would want him dead. He is the violent teen unwinding must exist to prevent, and he loves it. But narratively, what is Starkey? Angry, for one, and violent. As the book points out, Starkey is beloved by the disenfranchised but hated by the media and the general public. He gives a voice to the anger people suffering in the current system go through. He acts instead of waiting, and he does save some kids. He's not going to achieve anything in the long term, though, while Connor and co. are, well, they're unable to promise change either. Look, what we have here is there's this unjust system that sees millions murdered. The path to resistance is to outlive it and hope. Resisting it is illegal. What do you do in a situation like that? There's nonviolence, but peaceful protest isn't allowed. And people trying to resist are hoping generally to remain invisible. There's also non-peaceful protest. This won't necessarily solve anything, but it's cathartic. It reminds people that the status quo isn't one everyone lives in happily. It can raise awareness, but it also might make the system crunch down harder on everyone else. Is any response born from an unjust system capable of being judged from outside it? What we've seen of peaceful resistance so far isn't the typical YA rebellion. It's a crumbling network of well-meaning adults and kids trying to survive. Connor and co. want to change things, but mostly they are children trying to stay alive. Starkey wants to change things, but mostly he is an angry child reveling in revenge. UnWind is refreshingly good at illustrating issues of moral dichotomies. Do we excuse Roland for all he did? No. But that doesn't mean he should be executed, or even unwound. Much like the advertisements muddying the water, the question is not always what is good and what is bad, these definite black-white understandable terms, but what is wrong. And it's also infinitely more complex than that. With this, we're done with book 3, UnSouled. Not enough soul science for this book with that title. A lot of filler and bloat that I nevertheless really did enjoy. Intermission UnBound. UnBound is a collection of short stories set in the UnWind universe, and I didn't know where to put it in my review initially. The stories within take place across the UnWind timeline, with a few specifically being epilogues. And I didn't want to put the entire short story collection after the fourth book and all my concluding thoughts. It kind of felt like going backwards, but I also felt weird about breaking it up in case it was very cohesive. But then I actually read UnBound, and I'm basically going to slot in some of the reviews here, and the epilogues we'll do separately at the end. It's because there's not actually that much to say about UnBound. A number of stories I have pretty much nothing to say, and one or two I have a lot to say. And this is because UnBound is, confusingly enough, it's not very good. I say confusingly, like I've never encountered bad fiction before, but then UnWind at this point has convinced me of its general quality, and especially its interest in world building. As the final book in the series, I was looking forward to UnBound and all the potential like a universe-expanding short story collection with several guest authors could offer. There's so much room to explore the implications and society that UnWind has built when freed from the shackles of the broader narrative. UnBound, though, just fails. Out of the 10 stories, I maybe liked 2 of them, and even those were resoundingly mediocre, and 1 or 2 of them can again only be described as bad, and one of them is so bad it spirals back to hilarity in its incompetence. So, what went wrong? That's where we're going to start out. First, 8 of the 10 stories concern major characters from the series, 3 of them epilogues, of course. The focus on the main UnWind story is limiting. Do I need more tragic backstory on Roland to know he was tragic? No, that was incredibly clear in the first book when we watched him get made into piecemeal. Does knowing that Risa was only on the UnWind list at her orphanage because of a homoerotic bully tension, does that change anything? No, because Risa never learns, the bully never returns, and it's set before the main plot. The reader knows the end result, and the expansion on the beginning adds little to nothing. It's the same issue common, honestly, to, like, superhero movies and their obsessive origin stories. Like, why must we go back when we already know the future? It better be for a good reason, and in UnBound, it isn't. Second point, the writing is bad. All of them are either by Shusterman or co-authored with him. 2 of them were by his sons, 2 of them by Michelle Nolden, and the worst one was by Terry Black. All copy Shusterman's style enough that it doesn't feel incongruous, but there's always this sense of offness. It's a vibe difficult to capture with quotes, and perhaps it's clearest in the body horror. Like, Shusterman has a knack for unsettling body horror and horror about bodies that remains appropriate for his audience, but the one short story we actually have concerning freaky abominations shies away from it. I'm going to read a quote and we're going to discuss body horror, so welcome. At first, it seems as if nothing's been done to him, but as he turns his head in the direction of Colton's face, Colton can see that Jensen no longer has eyes. Instead, he has a second set of ears where his eyes should be. I know a way to make him listen, the doctor said. Colton shudders. Help me, Colton. Get me out of here. It's UnBound, page 182, UnNatural Selection, Brandon Shusterman. Can you see how that's weak? Can I explain it? Let's see. The writing is stilted. Rather than a reaction, there's a simple shudder, and the victim of this kind of silly surgery doesn't really cry for help, he just sort of weakly begs. The reminder of the extremely literal doctor's previous words emphasize a point that doesn't need rubbing in. There are ways to make him listen, and there are ways to make, oh no, eye ears unsettling, as anything can be, by emphasizing the human experience and especially the wrongness. Good body horror is often not about the wrongness of the body so much as the wrongness of the self. Often it's a wrongness of the self that is then expressed through the body. Sensation, what is lacking, what you suddenly cannot do that you once could, it's often connected to transformation because of this. When I think of body horror, I think of one sentence, and that is, I have no mouth and I must scream. The short story by that title isn't like particularly heavily about body horror in the traditional sense, but it captures the exact vibe, especially for that title. You have been changed, outside your control, and are helpless, but aware of what you lack. You must scream, but the ability to do so is gone. And unwinding as a process does exactly this. When we read Roland be taken apart piece by piece, he eventually can no longer speak or express himself, and yet he must scream. Book 4 has a few good examples of similar situations, we'll get there. UnNatural Selection, which I'll cover in full later, does not, and really highlights the dip in quality between Shusterman and his selected guest writers. They're just not able to nail the most important aspects of writing in this world. And third reason on why UnBound isn't very good, I actively disagree with a lot of the decisions made in these stories, lore and character-wise. Even the one that Shusterman wrote, the most canon ones. The Epilogues, which, again, I'll separate out and cover after book 4, contain some odd choices, story-wise, including something I can't spoil yet, but goes against the entire point of one of the main characters' storylines. Most of the stories feel less like short stories, that is, self-contained, limited focus glimpses, and more like half-done novel ideas rushing to fit in a few chapters. One of the stories is the dumbest piece of technology ever approved, and there's some cultural stuff about Asia I don't feel qualified to fully assess, but I'm not sure Brendan Shusterman was either. And lastly, what really gets to me about UnBound in the end is the potential. You know what I'd like to see? The story of the first kid who was ever unwound, but especially the doctors who did it. I want to see more international and religious viewpoints on unwinding. I want to know what happens if the excess amount of unwind body parts kept in countless warehouses. The main series and this collection have some messed up unethical experiments scattered around, but we could stand to see more. Specifically, ones not done by an evil, cartoonish doctor, but instead simply researchers taking advantage of the situation. Still ethically dubious, but a little bit less openly malicious. More on souls and the strange ghost consciousness that haunts all organs. Like, what if we rebuilt an unwound kid from his organs? What if we rebuilt Tyler? Would he remember being in a body of all of those strangers? What do you say to the ghost made flesh after it's extracted from your body? Maybe we could get an explanation of why gay marriage was banned as part of the Heartland War too. Frankly, I'd love to see some light cannibalism. I know it's a taboo strong enough to be left out of a children's book series generally, but on the same foot, this is a children's book series with sanctioned child murder? Like, come on. We all know someone is eating human flesh in this universe because there's a lot of it to go around. UnBound was a chance to explore new points of view and expand the world, and the collection simply doesn't in any meaningful way. And that's the shame of it. I think the time is ripe, while I'm here, and God knows I'm here, to publish another Unwind anthology and make it better. Like, come on, Shusterman. YA these days is allowed to be much darker than it was when the final book was published around 2015. And look what he got away with then. My dream would honestly be for like an adult market collection or like older YA especially, perhaps still avoiding certain explicities, you know, from people who might read it when they're still young, but able to dive in purely to the worst implications. I'd love to see this universe be taken very seriously by a variety of authors free to embrace whatever style they wish instead of sticking to Shusterman's style and Shusterman's co-authoring. Like, obviously it's his universe, so it makes entire sense that he co-authored everything, which I assume went through and approved and the decisions made, but also I feel like UnBound, fittingly enough, is highly bound to the universe, to the style of the author, to everything there, to canon. I mean, we could unbound it, we could unbind it. It would be all over the place and barely united, but also isn't that really fitting for Unwind? Anyways, the stories themselves. Unschooled. One of the strongest stories at the front, as collections tend to go, is Unschooled. Set at the start of Unwinding, it follows a schoolboy named Nelson, desperate to join a gang of feral teens in his city's wild area. We get some insights into just how broken society was before Unwinding, where the Heartland War is just a part of daily life. The portrayal of America in the midst of a 9-year civil war feels far more trope-standard dystopia than realistic. It's a mix of fear about bombs, kidnapping, feral teenagers, mixed with just regular suburban neighborhood, where the neighbors just bought a new sports car and put it in their driveway. On one hand, it illustrates the rich-poor divide, where only those with a high corporate job can lead normal lives, focused more on ignoring strife than solving it. On the other hand, it's just a bit silly. Nelson is rejected by the feral teens no matter how hard he tries. He's one of the few kids who even gets to go to school since the collapse of public schools over a decade ago. The kids who get educated these days go to corporate schools because of their parents, suitably worried not about failing school but receiving a pink slip and being fired from education. Unwinding, then, is introduced one day. There are rumors the war isn't coming to an end, but that it's already over. Yet an official statement is never made by either side. Usually the end of a war is a big deal. Parades and strangers kissing in the streets. But this war was different. This time, both sides just slipped shamefully into the shadows when no one was looking. It's as if part of the armistice was to not talk about it. The armies just stopped fighting. The rhetoric stopped flying. Out of nowhere, sanity now appears to prevail. And the bad kids are disappearing. UnBound, page 17, Unschooled. I love the slow horror vibe of this, though the war continues to not quite hold up under deeper scrutiny. Like, look, Unwind has won me over with its world building, I can suspend my disbelief and enjoy it, but I am still ever flummoxed by how the war resolved after Unwinding, when abortion was made illegal, birth control and sex ed seemingly restricted, gay marriage banned, and all later policy. Like, we must assume after this initial spooky quiet, a Republican conservative became president and introduced all of this pro-life conservative one stuff. Because everyone keeps talking about how this war ended completely neutrally, and it obviously didn't. And it's so strange to keep reading the book say it time and time again. Everyone just stopped and it was neutral. It's that, or like, after Unwinding was proven to be profitable, was all of that policy and other things introduced as a way to ensure constant population of children. It's something to consider and not learn in this short story collection. Unschooled ends with Nelson narking the feral teens who rejected him to the police to be unwound, even using a tranq gun that he steals off of an officer on one of them. It ends very specifically like this. Today, Jasper T. Nelson can't help but feel the call of destiny, and after holding that weapon in his hands, he knows, beyond the shadow of any doubt, that tranq guns will play heavily in his future. UnBound, page 21, Unschooled. So, I didn't consider Schoolboy Nelson was the same juvie parts pirate Nelson from the main series until the very end when this lampshade dropped on my head and broke my neck. See, my point about superhero origins, I find this form of foreshadowing just cheesy. I didn't notice it right away because I was engaging with the story of just like, hey, I'm reading this story. I'm not great with names. I'm just enjoying what it is. And then suddenly at the end, I just am like, right. This isn't just a story in the universe. This is an origin story for Nelson. I was enjoying it on its own merits, and now I feel that this has changed my experience in a way that is not satisfying. It doesn't feel needed. You know, it's just cheesy. I didn't notice it right away, but it's also far from the only time in the collection that the narrative is this unsubtle, and it just wears me down. Unfinished Symphony. Set in Risa's state home, but following a new cast, this story is a little odd. It concerns Brooklyn, a beefy girl with a really homoerotic rivalry against the totally oblivious Risa. She learns that their home is going to cull a number of kids based on who receives the lowest marks, and she winds up on the list. She then arranges to edit the data and switch her spot. She considers someone else and then changes her mind last minute and picks Risa. What this story provides is an insight into the state homes. Kids are separated into specializations early on, either arts, academia, or the military. Their environment is highly controlled, but also barely policed. There's a very large deaf population, since disabled kids can't be unwound, but often wind up abandoned. Stuff like that is interesting enough, but that's it. There's very little else to say. It's passable, but it feels pointless. This one is by Michelle Nolden, who also wrote UnStrung, that questionable native story that is republished in this collection. She's the best writer of Shusterman's style, I would say, in her imitation, but her plots feel loose and slow. UnDevoured. Roland in high school, pre-plot with flashbacks to his childhood. It expands on stuff we already knew, but expanding the tragedy is less impactful than those few lines we heard in UnWind. Here's something from UnWind on Roland's past, a memory as he's being unwound. When I was 6, my father went to jail for something he did before I got born. I never knew what he did, but Mom says I'm just the same. UnWind, Chapter 61. Now, imagine instead of a flash of a memory from a bully being torn to pieces, we had several chapters depicting scenes of his mother saying that and his stepfather abusing him. One little line has impact, and impact especially in context. UnDevoured is not impactful because it only expands on what we know about a long-dead kid, altering nothing along the way. Roland in the story present is manipulating and aggressioning his way onto the high school wrestling team. We learn he went to Connor's high school and he even dated the same girl Connor did at one point. In the past, we see Roland's family and the abuse shaping him over the years. The flashback chapters are effective at being sad, I kind of like some of them, but they don't tie back to unwinding at all. You could publish it as a story about trauma and growing up and people wouldn't bat an eye. And the present stuff is just worse written and boring. Unclean. Terry Black, I do not know who you are, but I want to talk to you about firefighting suits built to amputate limbs. Also, sepsis. This is the first story about entirely new characters and locations, something which frees it to go anywhere. It starts promisingly enough with a boy sent to be unwound who learns he has terminal cancer, and he's thus exempt, but whose family doesn't want him back. And I love this starting point. Nothing about this will be explored, and this boy will not matter. We then jump to Centralia, the real Pennsylvanian town over an eternally burning coal vein fire. I mean, it's a little bit less immediately on fire below the surface like the story depicts, but it's a real place that's on fire all the time. It's cool. I got to tell a bunch of my English friends about it. An AWOL kid is here cooking up strange science experiments involving terminally ill kids. A healthy girl, Anissa, is also there. The sick kid that we begin with, he ends up here, but forget about him. Anissa idolizes her firefighting dad, who died in a fire like an absolute moron. Martin Pruitt died on the job, battling a 4-alarm blaze in a seedy Harrisburg warehouse. He went in wearing a heat suit, a computer-controlled outfit designed to make any fire survivable. The suit could keep its wearer cool and comfortable even if the outside temperature rose past boiling, but its greatest benefit, inspired by UnWind technology, was that it could amputate injured limbs if necessary. He was trapped in a burning basement, and his heat suit recommended severing his limbs, one at a time, to conserve life-saving oxygen. It would buy him precious minutes, time enough to be rescued, and as a firefighter, he'd be in a prime position to receive replacement body parts. But he refused, knowing the parts might come from a troubled teen who'd been forcibly taken and unwound. My dad could have survived, Anissa says bitterly, but he didn't want unwound limbs. He wanted to save lives, not to use others to save his own. UnBound, page 87, Unclean, Terry Black. This heat suit has become my obsession. It's so incredibly dumb. And the fact this story pivots from an exploration of terminal chronic illness in UnWind world to firefighting makes it worse. Like, hey,
Hey, Anissa's dad, Martin Pruitt, no one is making you get new limbs. Yes, strangely, in the first UnWind book, Connor is given a new arm and an eye because he's unconscious when rescued. However, we've heard and seen multiple times since that people are allowed to refuse unwound body parts. And I would think if you had a medical bracelet, a tattoo, or just made it very clear in your file that you could not be forcibly given body parts, you would not be given those body parts. They all cost money. We don't have health insurance in America. Still. Like, buddy, you bravely killing yourself didn't prove jack and really did a number on your daughter. Though honestly, there is maybe a bigger issue here, one that I'm sure, hopefully, most people have immediately noticed. Maybe, the firefighting suit built to amputate the user's limbs is a bad idea. Here's another description of the heat suit. It's become a shrine to her, that big yellow suit with the glazed faceplate and heavy reinforced boots. The joints are knobbly and wide, each equipped with anesthetic feeds and razor-sharp scalpels, ready to sever damaged, non-crucial limbs with frightening efficiency. Anissa doesn't like to think about that, because it's not how firefighting is supposed to work. You don't just lop off body parts, it's about standing tall and saving lives. UnBound, page 92, Unclean, Terry Black. Hey, maybe we shouldn't fill a firefighting uniform full of dozens of scalpels aimed at the joints. What if you fall and land on the sheath scalpel? What if the sheath breaks? What if the central machine glitches and randomly lops off a limb? And what's the advantage of this again? Oh, right. Oxygen conservation. Now, I'm no medical expert, but I doubt the oxygen conserved by amputating one limb justifies the weight and space needed to fill the heat suit with anesthetic and blades. I'd love to see someone work out the math on that. It seems like amputation is meant for people stuck and awaiting rescue, but that isn't one of the only circumstances someone might run low on oxygen. And in every situation, beyond laying perfectly still, losing a limb could be an issue. We're assuming, for one, that it cauterizes it, closes it somehow, sews it shut. It's never mentioned if it actually does that for you. But assuming we're still just cutting off a limb, imagine the suit itself is extremely heavy, and presumably they're going to have to drag the dead weight of their severed limb with them. You could chop off an arm, sure, but a leg? Any more than one of each, and the person in the heat suit will just struggle to move and adapt, especially. Imagine the difference between navigating a burning building with an injured leg versus an amputated, floppy one. Both are difficult, but one is no longer attached to your body, and thus much more liable to catch or get stuck on debris or cause any number of problems of having to carry around a floppy dead weight through the midst of a fire. I think what I'm saying is that maybe the heat suit should have swapped the blades out with a bigger oxygen tank. The heat suit reflects a notion in UnWind that is said a number of times, that medicine has switched almost entirely from treatment to replacement. People do not cure things, they just buy new body parts. The cost of getting a new limb after your heat suit cuts off the last is less than the lost earnings from waiting for it to recover. Why cut off limbs for no good reason? Because limbs are considered as disposable as the kids that were harvested, to get them. Back to the plot, but don't worry, the plot only serves to get us back to the heat suit. Thank God. Anissa learns that the UnWind AWOL in charge of their Centralia camp has been gathering sick kids for a reason. His plan is to harvest their organs, disguise their diseases with the power of science, and mix the tainted parts in with healthy ones. This will then poison the supply when he sends them to camps. Anissa is shocked by the idea of hurting innocent organ receivers, and also points out this method will cause a crisis. That crisis will be solved, and then it will not really achieve anything. She cuts her hand open on some lab equipment in her anger, and then the scientific genius AWOL guy, don't matter about him, locks her in a garage with the heat suit.
Then, a clapper shows up and explodes, killing the AWOL leader and his research. The sick kid from the beginning dies helping Anissa, who dons the heat suit right before the floor collapses, plunging her into the burning Centralia mines. I hate all of this. It feels deeply random, yet cliche. It shifts the narrative hard, from ethical dilemmas and unwinding, to a girl wandering around a hot mine. And, let's actually go ahead and give that sick kid a moment here. Let's consider that sick kid, Job his name is, and his death. "Why are you helping me?" she asks, then looks into his face and doesn't need an answer. She already knows. It's too late for Job to save himself, but not too late to save someone else. Finally, the beam slides off the heat suit, clattering to the floor, and Anissa wriggles out from under the suit. Job, now lying on the ground, lets out a shuddering breath. He looks up at her, his eyes glazing, life draining from him. Yet he smiles. "Did it," he said. "Made it count." Then he releases a final rattle and is gone. UnBound, page 100, Unclean, Terry Black. Unclean started with Job being sent to an unwinding camp by his parents for being an underachiever. He learns he has about 4 months left to live and nowhere to go. It's difficult to explain the whiplash then as we move to Anissa and the bioterrorism plotline. Job is shafted from main character energy to killing himself to advance the plot. It's meant to be that Job has always felt like a failure, and now is able to at last feel like he's succeeded and made his life count. But that's a perspective that hinges on a very bitter perception of a terminally ill, abandoned teen. He's going to die soon, and his life will not have any meaning. His life will be more meaningful, and he will receive a happy ending by sacrificing himself. He's already dying, right? Doubly so, since the clapper attack injured him. But Job deserves better, and I don't like a narrative that rewards the sacrifice of the unfortunate to aid the few who survive. I've never really liked the trope of a heroic sacrifice anyway, but it's much worse when it comes from a character who's barely had a chance to live. Many chronically ill people struggle with feeling they have a purpose in a society built for the able-bodied and the healthy, especially in a capitalist system where every person is expected to pay for their right to exist, where the sick person's cost to live often puts a financial strain on their loved ones. Job here, our introduction and only representation of a really chronically, terminally ill person, feels he is a burden even before he is told he has cancer. He feels he has no purpose, and is only able to find one by dying saving someone else. And I cannot state enough how little he matters or is explored by the narrative. He exists to die. If the story was centered more on him, featured any character development between introduction and death, I might have less of an issue. But as it stands, it feels like a bitter message made worse by how little it matters. I don't think Terry Black considered any of what I'm talking about when writing Job. Maybe it's meant to be heartwarming. It's not. Now, to move on just as sharply as the story does, Anissa is in the heat suit and lost in the Centralia mines. She proceeds to wander aimlessly until escaping. The end. Minus the sepsis. See, Anissa cut her hand on the bioweapon lab equipment. The cut on her hand doesn't contain a deadly disease, luckily, but it is left untreated while she's prisoner, and by the time she's in the heat suit, she has sepsis. The heat suit warns her and advises amputation. Anissa refuses this request. Do you know what sepsis is? You probably should. Sepsis, also called blood poisoning, is the result of an already injured body fighting infection and getting far too zealous with it. It's extremely deadly and it can be quite tricky to spot, but needs to be spotted and treated as soon as possible. A lot of people die from sepsis. A very quick search says 5 people in the UK every hour. It's a very common complication to injury and also even medical treatment. It often hits people in hospitals. Can sepsis be treated by amputation? No. It's called blood poisoning for a reason. It's caused by your immune system, and it occurs across your entire body, though certain areas, like Anissa's open wound, may be more affected than others. The treatment for sepsis is a lot of different things, but the first main ones are like antibiotics and a fluid IV. Sepsis can cause your extremities to develop gangrene and require amputation, but severing the infected source limb would do very little for the sepsis as a whole. So, it's wise for Anissa to refuse an amputation, and quite an error her heat suit is recommending it. But wait, no. Anissa doesn't refuse because she knows what sepsis is. She refuses because her brave firefighter dad also dumbly refused amputation when he was dying. Oh, and she definitely doesn't know what sepsis is. Part of her wanted to amputate the hand and be done with it. It makes sense because it would neutralize the infection. Amputation wouldn't cure her. The sepsis in her blood would have to heal gradually over a period of time. But surgical intervention would help kickstart her body's own recovery system. There's just one problem. She can't bring herself to do it. My dad wouldn't, and I won't either, she thinks, gritting her teeth. These suits were designed for firefighters ready and willing to receive unwound parts. Accepting amputation would make her complicit. This is the line she won't cross, the very thing she won't do, even if it means she'll die in this awful mine. UnBound, page 105, unclean, Terry Black. Sepsis is healed gradually. It does not heal on its own like that. Amputation will not meaningfully impact that. And no one, Anissa, is forcing you to get a new limb grafted. You're an runaway UnWind. You can't even afford a new limb. Receiving medical aid from a device born of disagreeable circumstances does not transfer that concept of a stain to you. There is not the original sin of invention. Is everyone who drinks Fanta doomed to hell? No. Anissa is using the fire suit without protest in order to save her life, but seems to believe it is amputation itself that is the sin, not the act of receiving unwound body parts. You're not complicit. If you would be complicit by it, Anissa, you wearing the suit should be enough that you are counted as complicit. Anissa stumbles around and then has a brilliant idea. So, the Centralia Mines, real place, burning hot, about 600 degrees Fahrenheit minimum according to this book. At that temperature, your blood would boil. The human body cannot survive in heat that high. It's a good thing then that Anissa has a heat suit that can survive extreme temperatures. Sure hope her brilliant idea doesn't involve, So you can tell where this is going, right? It's either give in and let the machine amputate, or this. She breaks the seal on her left-hand glove, peels back the reinforced fabric, exposing her flesh. It's sickly red raw, sticky and oozing, and the superheated air strikes her nerve endings, making her cry out in pain. But the worst is yet to come. If this doesn't work, Dad, she says, I'm sorry. And she jams her bare hand palm first against the red-hot wall of the mine. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my... Don't faint, she thinks. If you faint, you won't get up again. But the ground is unsteady, lurching and heaving like a ship at sea, and the shock threatens to claim her because, oh my God, it hurts! Worse than anything she's ever imagined. She wants to curl up and die, wants it badly, but that merciful surrender is something Anissa can't afford and won't permit herself. She has to keep going. The flesh of her hand is seared, but she tries not to register that. She pulls her glove back on over the ruined flesh, nearly screaming as the pain reignites, refusing to stop until the hand is covered again. Her faceplate reads, 3rd degree burn and severe tissue damage, and once again, amputation recommended, but the sepsis message flickers and fades, because I burned it out of me, like putting a torch to an open wound. She hasn't cured herself, not entirely. Her blood is still tainted, but she's removed the primary source of infection and begun the process of healing. Her immune system will do the rest. UnBound, page 105, unclean, Terry Black. No, girl. No. If I have got somehow entirely wrong information, let me know here, but I looked this up for a while. Where to begin when I've already laid the pieces down so clearly? You can't cauterize sepsis. The moment she took that glove off, her hand would have basically exploded from the heated air, let alone touching the furnace-heated wall, which is likely over 1,000 degrees. Not only that, but I suspect the heat from her exposed, exploding hand would travel within the suit and shock her body to simply collapse. We have to presume each joint of the suit is pressurized and cooled separately, but the human body is miraculously enough connected to itself, and the boiling blood would travel. I don't know the exact science on this. I mostly read up on people getting near and touching volcanoes for a comparison point. But I sure do know she shouldn't have done that. Look, there's suspended disbelief, and then there's fact, especially medical and scientific facts in a medical sci-fi book series. I'm especially not fond of sepsis misinformation, because even if I doubt that any kid is going to wind up in a situation where they attempt to cauterize sepsis, it still is a real and serious medical condition, and we should probably treat it as such. Anissa escapes the mines with her burned stub of a hand, feeling like this is better than having amputated it, even though the correct medical procedure for her severely burned hand is likely amputation, in case it gets infected. It's a rather beautiful full circle in that way. The story actually ends with Anissa resolving to help someone, a boy who was pursuing her in the mines, because that's what her firefighter dad would have done. Great. Look, I don't know who Terry Black is. I don't know why Shusterman, who I hold to some standards, would okay this story, but man, what a story. It's really bad and only funny in its wrongness. Reading it isn't actually that entertaining, and I have to presume the central conceit for the story was entirely because Terry Black had just read about Centralia and wanted to write about a character getting stuck there. The rest is UnWind-themed set dressing to get there, and also there's the heat suit. Never forget the heat suit. UnNatural Selection. The Roland story was by Jared Shusterman, and this story is by Brendan Shusterman. I have no issue with Shusterman's sons writing stories set in his universe and them being published officially. I think it's quite charming as a family activity to get together and write about organ harvesting. But what can be said about this collection featuring two Shusterman sons is that I can compare them, and knowing nothing beyond their names, Brendan Shusterman is the superior Shuster son when it comes to UnWind stories. Sorry, Jared. Mind, this doesn't mean that I liked UnNatural Selection, but it is at least original and expands the world, maybe in some highly questionable ways, as you'll see. But at least it sort of had a cohesive plot within rising action, falling action. At least it felt like a story. Colton is an American teen living in Thailand after running away from home. I've been begging for a more international perspective, since, we know it's beyond America, but what we get is, it feels dicey in some ways. So here's a long aside. There's a certain balance to be had when it comes to depicting cultures, especially ones you're not from or very familiar with. On one hand, there are certain things which are stereotypes everyone leaps to. The Netherlands is full of tulips, windmills, and wooden shoes. To depict the Netherlands and rely primarily on those ideas would not summarize the Netherlands effectively, but it wouldn't be strictly wrong either. There are windmills and tulips, and I have family who own and use wooden shoes. They're good for muddy, rainy garden work, if you're wondering. A view of a place born from a brief visit and cultural tropes is, to a degree, valid, but obviously not accurate. And here's where context and framing comes in. A character first arriving in America will likely notice the affirmation of their expectations, which are generally born from tropes and stereotypes. Americans do smile too much. They really do hang American flags everywhere, and the food is way bigger. To write about America from this point of view is valid, but not accurate. To write an American who solely thought of hamburger and baseball would be valid, I mean such a person exists, but reductive. I know I'm basically just saying stereotypes are bad, but I'm trying to add some nuance. This is a nuance book, I love nuance, I'm all about it. It's important to not simply go, this is bad. You should understand why. you should look at it on why and decide within context, what is it trying to achieve? What is it actually achieving? If you already understand simply why things are bad or not, if you find it very boring that I keep rehashing it, that's great. But not everyone does. This is why I often will err on the side of giving extra context for things, because what you know is not what everyone else knows. Because, you see, the reason I'm talking about America and the Netherlands is because I do know about those places, and I know very little about Thailand. So does the lead of UnNatural Selection. The depiction of Thailand then feels stereotypical, but there's also some wiggle room in that American teen newly arrived would likely notice the stereotypical things first. Maybe it is a choice in perspective. I like to give people wiggle room and assume the best I can. But let's see how UnNatural Selection pretty much opens. The deep, resonant clang of the Buddhist Ganta snaps Colton to attention, the heavy sound of the bell echoing through the marketplace. Before this, he was just drifting, lonely, like a jellyfish at sea, through the vendors and crowds. Every so often a soldier passes him. More often than not, he sees only tourists and locals. It doesn't matter that 3 days ago there had been a coup here in Thailand. It doesn't matter that Myanmar, formerly Burma, formerly Myanmar, formerly Burma, is, big surprise, Burma again, and the current regime has been threatening to drop bombs on Bangkok for harboring enemies of the state. It is, as Colton has already surmised, business as usual. The sweet smell of lychee brings Colton to a vendor who smiles wide and sells him 4 for what would have been pocket change back home. Colton puts his hand together before his face as if in prayer, a common thank you in this part of the world, and the vendor returns the gesture. UnBound, page 148, UnNatural Selection, Brendan Shusterman. Right. So, yeah, you can see why I brought this up. Colton spends his days in tuk-tuks and temples, as they say. Thailand is one of few countries that fully banned unwinding, so it's a safe place for runaway kids. Yet right next door is a looming threat, the Burmese Daze. They're a group mentioned in Book 3. They're part pirates from Burma, aka Myanmar, who are especially fearsome. The Burma to Myanmar thing is made into a bit of a joke, as I showed, and it is one in poor taste, because coups are real, and Myanmar's a real country. It even, a while after the publication of this book, but went through a coup pretty recently. With the Daze, we face another notable point. This is far from the only book I've read that has used an Asian black market as a distant extra evil threat. On one hand, UnWind depicts the organ trade as international, and especially thriving in America. On the other, the Daze are singled out repeatedly as being cruel even for the organ harvesting trade. They don't use anesthetic, and they harvest over a long period of time, extending the victim's suffering. They also don't impact the main plot of UnWind at all. Really, they only exist as this vague foreign boogeyman. Colton meets an English girl who tricks him into a tuk-tuk. He then is brought over the border to Burma, to a police station controlled by the Daze. At the police station, a man introduces himself and then immediately, without prompting, logs into a long story about how the Daze came to power by giving out free limbs to people harmed by American explosives. They then recruited those people as agents. This is a cautious poke into real-world politics and history, something I'd maybe be happier to see if I had any faith it was handled well. The man smiles sympathetically. Just think of yourself as the humanitarian aid America never gave us. And he gestures to the guard waiting at the door to take him. UnBound, page 154, UnNatural Selection, Brendan Shusterman. The police officer informs Colton he's to be shelled in addition to being unwound, something which horrifies Colton as being extra inhumane. Colton is then taken to the camp, where we meet Kunal and Dr. Rodin. Rodin is the doctor in charge of this place, who uses his authority to perform dangerous experiments on the prisoners. His aide, Kunal, is a former experiment with hands for feet. There is also a Daze general named Sonthai, who is at odds with the doctor. Colton meets the other kids waiting to be unwound. There is an Australian bully, a Russian clapper aspirant, a crying Thai kid who can't read English, or speak English for that matter, and a Thai would-be Buddhist monk who meditates all day. It's worth mentioning their origin stories, too. The Australian was abducted by mistake, much like Colton. The Russian falsely claims that she's an assassin and political prisoner. We don't get much from her. The young Thai boy, he was sold by his parents to pay for his brother's wedding, and the older Thai boy was sold by his parents to cover gambling debts. These stereotypical choices do nothing to ease the feeling that this vision of Southeast Asia was built to serve the story, not inform it in any way. Colton gets to visit the experimental wing of the camp, and he witnesses a transformed girl named Mary Soul. There's a girl in the room, or something that was once a girl. Now it looks more like an alien one might find in a pre-war movie. She has 4 eyes, each a different color, with cheekbones that are way too low in order to accommodate the extra pair of eyes. And she has 4 arms. Then, the doctor tells them how he hopes, in time, to create a girl with 8 arms. A living, breathing version of Kali, the Hindu goddess, he says. UnBound, page 162, UnNatural Selection, Brendan Shusterman. She is the creepiest we get of the experiments, but not by much. And there is, something off about turning this little white girl into Kali, of all things. When the story continues to show strange experiments, it simply drops the ball, resorting to listing rather than showing. Colton can almost hear the hypotheses the doctor was attempting to investigate. Can a brain be housed somewhere other than a skull? Can a mythological Janus exist with 2 faces on the same cranium, forever facing in opposite directions? Can a giant be created by stacking spinal columns? UnBound, page 181, UnNatural Selection, Brendan Shusterman. The Daze are not the only people conducting unethical experiments in the UnWind universe, but they are the only other comparable experimentation we see is proactive citizenry, and their recreation of Frankenstein with Cam. The process that led to Cam is never depicted, we only see the fairly clean, functional end result. Proactive citizenry scientists like Roberta are shown to be curious, intelligent, and conscious of the ethics they very much are ignoring. In Book 4, we meet Divan, yes. Divan is a Czech black market king who employs body horror torture mainly for poetic punishment and his interest in the arts. He's still depicted as, courteous, polite, cultured. In comparison, Dr. Rodin is mad and merciless. He takes creepy delight in torturing children with experiments that often immediately kill them. He tries experiments he knows will fail simply to see what happens, acting with this feverish glee. His camp calls to mind once more the trope of the foreign boogeyman, of this poor American white boy going to another country and being captured and exploited. Colton's bright hazel eyes are pointed to several times by people as especially valuable or notable, and I suppose we can just thank the heavens they were hazel instead of blue. It's never so much that crime can't exist elsewhere. It's this viewpoint, constantly reinforced, that this is all far-off countries amount to. The English girl who tricked Colton into being abducted then arrives at the camp, joining Colton's cell group. She explained she had a deal with the Daze, where if she gave them 50 unwinds, they would release her sister from captivity. She knows her sister is alive because she's spoken to her on the phone, and she says her sister's name is Marisol. No one is keen to break the news of her sister's fate, but they do start to formulate an escape plan to rescue her and flee the camp. With her, the full cast of kids is assembled, and there's an obvious trend to how the cast is treated. The most important characters are the 3 English speakers, the Australian bully, the English girl, and our American hero. They are the most characterized and developed. All 3 of them were captured by accident or betrayal, whereas the Thai kids were sold by uncaring parents. We know little of the Russian, but her fake spy backstory is as stereotypical as Marvel's Black Widow, and it's probably just inspired by it. And it turns out that this camp, which, by the way, was, after it was an opium field, but before it was a military base, this camp's really been through it all. It was once used by North Korea to build secret tunnels. Why is North Korea involved in this? Somehow, I suspect it has less to do with real history, and simply because, Once more, they're a far-off scare, easy to throw into the mix and then never address again. Colton begins trying to befriend Kunal, who is mostly too afraid of the Doctor to want to act. Kunal's English isn't very good, but his limited speech continues even when speaking privately to his bosses. It may be he simply is always practicing his English, but his broken speech and similarly stilted POV really limit his characterization. He reads more clueless than I think he's meant to, and he needs the inspiration of Colton's American eyes to be inspired towards rebellion. It's obvious white saviorism, how no one was bold enough to escape or rebel until this one American kid showed up. He just had the guts to stand up and say, maybe we shouldn't be in this camp anymore, and that was the one thing that made Kunal just go, maybe we should. The plan is made and unfolds. I'm not going to go into it. The Australian gets his eyes replaced with ears and begs for death, which Colton can't give. The crying Thai boy is killed. The Russian is unwound, and the Australian boy, he's just abandoned with his eye ears. Kunal kills the Doctor, but he stays behind serving the general. To what end? It's entirely unclear. He wasn't happy in the camp. Kunal was a victim, skirting by on mercy. We don't hear what happens to him afterwards. He's never mentioned again, but at least the other kids got to live free lives. The other kids being the American, the English girl and her sister, and the Thai boy who wanted to be a monk. There's a bias again in who is important enough to live and get a happy ending and what that looks like. Colton and the British girl are changed by their experiences at the camp. They go in different directions after, what they just went through. But the Thai boy who wanted to be a monk goes on to become a monk, and his characterization never rose above that staticness. UnNatural Selection is ultimately one of the better stories here, despite everything. The bar is very low. It's also true that when I'm discussing better and worse here, I am sort of doing it mostly on narrative terms and storytelling terms, beyond just the many things I need to critique about depictions of culture and race and all of that sort of thing. Technically speaking, the bar is so low that UnNatural Selection at least has a story arc to it, and there was a bit of a question of if interesting things would happen. And that is the metric by which it is one of the better stories here. It brings us somewhere new and shows things only ever hinted at. It does this with an international vision born from Hollywood and what it depicts, but God, it was a welcome reprieve in this collection. UnTithed. Michelle Nolden returns with her best story of the lot. This one takes place in between canon and shows what Miraculina was up to after the events of the second book. After returning to her family, former Tithe Miraculina has set her life purpose to helping AWOLs. This story is about her crossing paths with one, Bryce, who isn't as keen to be rescued. While, in theory, another canon-bound story, UnTithed is greatly helped by Miraculina. After her story in Book 2, she only has a brief cameo in Book 4, giving her a lot more narrative wiggle room. Also, Miraculina is a delight. She's decisive, acts, she knows what she wants, she's stubborn. Being untethered from her fate of being a human sacrifice has shaken her, but she's pivoted hard into helping other unwinds like Lev. Often in foolish but very determined ways. She sneaks out most nights, prowling the streets to find them, and helps them before the cops show up. She notices Bryce, an AWOL, sneaking around the soup kitchen she volunteers at. She follows him to confront him, fully chasing him through alleys and pinning him to the ground, just to try and help him escape with the resistance network she works with. Bryce is reluctant, but comes with her to the resistant ADR base for some food. He's evasive, he hides his face, and then he leaves suddenly. Miraculina, of course, follows him to his secret dumpster hideout in a nearby alley. Bryce recently saw one of the ADR members in his alley making a shady deal. Since the ADR base has had some issues with a potential mole, Miraculina isn't shocked. She confronts and stops the mole. Bryce is invited to join the other AWOLs in changing ADR bases, but refuses, noting he's been on his own for a year and he thinks he can make it to 18. Miraculina asks about his future, And he says, what does he intend? Tons of things, he tells her. I just don't know what they are yet, but that's okay. One thing I know, one thing I can feel in my bones. I'm going to be important. I'm going to matter, and people are going to know my name. UnBound, page 224, UnTithed, Michelle Nolden. This is the same as the Nelson story and the lampshade over mishandling trank guns. It's foreshadowing that is so direct, it feels just kind of awkward and artificial to me. Will Bryce be important? Yes and no. I didn't recognize that name until this part made it clear I should have recognized that name. Bryce is mentioned, I think, just once by name in the series, in passing. He's in the 4th book, already dead, and very much not a character beyond a name and his deadness. So I guess that's what you get for hubris, Bryce. Conclusion. So, yeah, at the end of it, in the conclusion of all things, minus the several epilogues that I have not put in, and the fact that UnStrung is included in this collection, like I've already mentioned, UnBound is brought to a close. I've already said my piece on why the collection fails. It's a focused look on, locked canon, a lack of imagination, a fire suit, and bad writing. There's so much room for storytelling in this universe. How is this the canon that we were left with? Book 4, UnDivided. I had a lot of nerves going into the final book in the series. It's difficult to land a satisfying conclusion, and Book 3 had several worrying weaknesses. More than ever, the book is split into numerous storylines, parts, and points of view. Let's start with Connor. He, Risa, and Grace are in Sonia's basement with the only prototype of an organ printer. I worried before quite a lot when I was reading the series on the messaging of this magic system crumbling box. It's a real MacGuffin. And then Sonia quickly looked me dead in the eyes through my e-reader and just said this. This is Connor speaking first. If every hospital could print organs and tissues for its patients, the whole system of unwinding collapses. Sonia leans back slowly, shaking her head. It won't happen that way, Sonia says. It never does. She makes sure to look at each of them as she talks, to make sure she drives the point home. There isn't a single thing that will end unwinding, she tells them. It'll take a hodgepodge of random events that come together in just the right time and at just the right way to remind society it's got a conscience. Page 20. The notion of revolution taking place in small parts rather than just one grand act is where I hoped UnWind would always go, but I've been burned so much I didn't want to assume. Beyond simply having an organ printer not being enough to change the system, the kids also have to figure out how to use it. There's only one, they have no schematics of the inside, and it's risky to fiddle with to learn how it works. They don't even know if it still works. It leaves them caught in a limbo. For Connor, he's haunted by his proximity to his hometown. It's been 2 years since the event of Book 1. When he arrived in Sonia's basement the first time, she made him write a letter to his family to get out his feelings, something she asks every AWOL to do. She said that she would send it at some point, but reveals to Connor that she's actually never felt able to. Risa wonders about Cam and Lev, but is happy to again be with Connor. The two have feelings for each other, but it's still just overwhelmed by the weight of their situation. But at least they can cuddle. All around them, the reader is shown more in-universe ads. There's the Marcella initiative to allow kids to be unwound without parental permission, if it's their third offense. There's Measure F, seeking to fund counseling for at-risk children using Harvest Camp proceeds. There's Measure G, which claims that Measure F is simply a way for juvenile authority to track at-risk use, so it's easier to unwind them the moment they turn 13, and that instead funds rewards for capturing AWOLs. Don't vote F, vote G, but do vote for the Marcella initiative. It's all about protecting children, the good ones. Many acts speak of the Marcella initiative, or parental override, as it's called, like it's already a fact rather than a proposal, and all of them spin it in a language to appeal to parents. Remember, parental override is on the horizon. If you have a troubled child of unwinding age, track a teen, rights reserved, may be their last hope. Don't delay with Track a Teen, rights reserved. Peace of mind is just a download away. Page 48. This is not a new phenomenon, few things are, but it's a mindset that has become increasingly of note in recent years, especially in America. It's a strange mix of infantilization and fear. Kids are being brainwashed by TikTok. Kids are being shown images that contain nudity. Kids saw a bad word in a book. Kids learned a wrong opinion. Never mind, though, that these kids often are not children. They are teenagers, and they're probably all reading incredibly explicit were-demon mafia sagas on Webtoon, or whatever the youth are into these days. Yes, teens are not wise, but that's not their fault. They're just getting started living. Not everything is appropriate for teens, but the answer isn't to remove more of their freedoms as they become bad. Language like this appeals to the instincts to protect children, but you don't protect someone by keeping them under constant surveillance in a cage. The answer is nuance. It's always nuance. Sonia finds a place to acquire the biomaterial needed to test the organ printer, and Connor and Risa sneak in and steal it. They're able to print an ear. The printer works, but now what? As they talk, Risa and Connor argue. He can't stop thinking about visiting his family again, unsent letter in hand. Grace decides to return the organ printer to its hiding spot in the basement, uncomfortable with the tension going on in the shop. But she trips, and the printer smashes to pieces on the ground. Oops. This is the best thing the narrative could have done with the printer, honestly. Yes, it can and will return, but the majority of the book that promises, this promise of an easy solution is gone for most of the remaining book, and that's good. Something I continue to be grateful for, too, is the portrayal of Grace. At no point is she ever treated as lesser for her learning disability, but she is also acknowledged as different. It's not entirely ignored. When Connor makes a joke that sounds pro-unwinding and she's confused if it's serious or not, he shoots her a secret wink so she can laugh too. When she breaks the organ printer, she melts down, echoing Argent's words of her being stupid, and Connor and Risa immediately comfort her. The blame is never put on her for a moment, and I really appreciate that. Meanwhile, Lev. He was accepted into the Arapachi reservation, but he still dreams of a kinkajou, his spirit guide, which is telling him to pull down the moon. He feels he can't hide in the safety of the tribe and sets out with Una to do something more to help. Specifically, he seeks out the parts pirates who took Will. When they finally find them, they incapacitate one and the other dies fleeing. The surviving criminal is sentenced to solitary confinement for the rest of his life by the tribe, only fed bread and water, and is given a rope. He hangs himself the next day. Which, I know that he sells parts of, cut up parts of children, but geez. I don't really know about the ethics of any of that. By helping soothe the wound of Will's abduction, Lev is officially granted asylum with the Arapachi tribe. He's kind of been doing it on the down low. He petitions then the tribal council to take an official stand on unwinding, rather than their neutral sanctuary, and he brings a stack of printed names of every person unwound since the accord began. While he does sway a few council members, he's outvoted. The Arapachi have suffered enough wrath from the United States and are content to be neutral rather than risk that. Then, the chief instructs the council members to return the books of unwind names to Lev, and he says this. No. Keep them, Lev says. When the Cap 17 law fails, when the juvenile authority starts unwinding kids without their parents' permission, you can add the new names by hand. We will do no such thing, says the chief, insisting on the last word, because those things will never happen. Then he calls for the next petitioner, page 147. While this serves as a good illustration of how those secure in a system can often be blind to the idea of it worsening, because they're not immediately affected, it's also worth discussing this in context. Lev has found a home with Will's family and acceptance into the tribe, but he's still a 15-year-old outsider, and specifically, he's white with blonde hair and blue eyes, and apparently now kind of the voice of morality for all the Native American tribes. In UnStrung, like I say, he was taken into the hospital room of Will's dying grandfather, asked his opinions on his heart transplant and what he should do. Here, he's again acting as an advisor, taking what the viewer knows to be the correct standpoint against the stubbornness of the tribes. It calls to mind tropes used long against Native people, that they require an outsider viewpoint to enlighten their ways or appeal to mercy they otherwise wouldn't give. Impassioned teens making pleas against uncaring or reluctant authority is a staple of YA, but as with other aspects of the depiction of Native Americans in the series, it's the optics and the broader cultural context that needs to be taken into account. Elsewhere, Starkey continues his reign of terror, even as his actions lead to more drastic laws and public hate of UnWinds. Starkey is the savior of storks. He and his brigade of unwanted babies who grew into unwanted kids have now grown into an army bursting with righteous rage against a system that would permanently silence them. Society would have them dismantled, their parts going to serve humanity. Well, now humanity is getting a slightly different sort of service from them. Page 38. Starkey is blinded by ego and driven by bloodlust, but is what he's saying incorrect? Hold on. When the world has given you nothing and left you to be nothing, the easiest power to seize is destruction. His hatred begets hatred, driving all sides of the conflict towards extremism, but that doesn't mean his reasoning is isn't based on some sliver of truth. They are unwanted babies who became unwanted children, raised by a society that expects them to fail so they may be sold for profit. Yet this message has become sullied by Starkey's massacres, and the question of what caused this is lost behind bloodshed. It's an excellent illustration of how a cause can be justified, as it were, but also how easily that legitimate anger can blossom into hatred. Starkey's motives are flawed, his actions are wrong, his feelings are extreme, but his monstrosity is born not from innate evil, but the escalation of an unjust system. Among the storks, Hayden operates a secret podcast calling for change, with the requisite computer geek Jivan. I haven't mentioned him yet. He's been in and out of the books on the sidelines for a very long time. Not particularly important. There are certain people, and I'm not naming names, who think that violence furthers our cause. It doesn't. I'm not calling for a flower child sit-in or a Gandhi-like hunger strike. Passive resistance only works if the truck's not willing to run you over. And this truck is. What we need is something in between. We need to be loud enough and forceful enough to be heard, but sane enough that people will listen. Page 85. I'm so thankful for how UnWind discusses these topics. YA often keeps its politics simple, a government and a rebellion. Someone in the rebellion might be too angry, but they will be punished. Someone in the government may be helpful, and they might be redeemed. But revolution will come, and it will be better, now that a hero has come to bring it about. UnWind actually bothers to show you how diverse rebellion can be, the many paths injustice can lead people, and why. Starkey's raids are increasingly more about killing than saving, with everyone caught in the crossfire. Jivan hides rather than participate in the violence at one of the camps, and he runs into the camp groundskeeper, also hiding. And now the groundskeeper knows this is about more than just freeing the UnWinds here. This is about exacting pounds of flesh from all those complicit in unwinding. There will be no mercy for him if he is caught. Never mind that all he did was beautify the grounds. You watched hundreds of kids taken into the chop shop, and you did nothing, the Stork Brigade will tell him. You dined with men and women who held the scalpels, and you did nothing, they will say. You took a place of nightmares and hid it behind flowers. And his only defense will be, I was just doing my job. For that, they will gun him down, or blow him to bits, or kick the chair from under him. And all because he did nothing. Page 92. Doing nothing is an action, too. He accepted the job for the benefits, choosing a more comfortable life for himself and ignoring who he was serving. But does he deserve death? As he hides in the bushes, Jivan does too, and among the explosions and the screaming, they reach out to each other. And lying there, blood still streaming into his eyes, Jivan does something. He doesn't know what possesses him to do it, but he is so terrified, so disconnected, that he is driven to find some sort of connection. He reaches through the ivy and grabs the hand of the gardener, now caked in both mud and blood. He clasps the man's hand tightly, and the man clasps back. He can't see the gardener's face, leaves are in the way, but in the midst of this chaos, that clasped hand is an oasis of comfort for both of them. "We're not all evil," the man says. "Neither are we," Jivan responds. And they wait in silence, hiding in the ivy, hiding to stay alive, until the sounds of gunfire fade and Starkey, the triumphant general, enters the theater of battle to claim his victory. Page 94. Starkey basks in the glow of success as the soldiers reap the trauma. The Stork Brigade grows desensitized, even as they are haunted. 13-year-olds struggle with machine gun recoil, tweens take bet on how many of them will die on the next attack. Starkey does not care. He meets with his sponsor, laying out his next choice of camp, only to be denied. They tell him to hit somewhere else, a tithe-only camp with less security. It'll be easier to destroy, and he doesn't have to worry about managing even more storks. He can just let the tithes go as he usually does. Being ordered like this angers Starkey, even though he's still blind to the fact he's being used as a tool. He decides to attack the tithe camp, but specifically plans to slaughter every tithe inside as well, for being UnWind sympathizers. It's a step towards further extremism that troubles Hayden, Jivan, and Bam. They decide to kidnap Starkey, using the gardener Jivan met as a face while they threaten him. They pretend to be from the Daze, and Starkey offers to sell as many storks as they want in exchange for his life. Of course, they're filming this, and they use it as leverage. They won't release the footage of, Starkey trying to just sell out all these kids if Starkey leaves the Stork Brigade alone. If he promises to lie and lay low, die, whatever he does, they promise to lie and say that he went down as a hero. Starkey, more ego-obsessed than anything else, agrees. They return to the brigade hideout and break the news. As much as some kids are suspicious about what happened to Starkey, most are glad to no longer be child soldiers. Bam is left in charge of them, while Hayden and Jivan separate with a small team. Hayden begins sending out wide-range radio broadcasts by hijacking stations, sharing unwinding news, and calling for national protests at the White House in a number of weeks. Meanwhile, Starkey finds his way to his sponsors. The Clapper headquarters is suspiciously luxurious and very centrally located. It has a clear logo that says PC. It's proactive citizenry, something Starkey still is ignorant of. There, he is left in a conference room for hours by accident before being met by an uncaring man. The sponsor explains the fact that he's been interrupted in his camp destroying mission is fine, because the Stork Brigade has already served its purpose. Starkey complains he hasn't destroyed every camp yet, and the man scolds him for his adolescent power fantasies. What is to become of Starkey? Well, you've been the subject of much discussion, Danrick says, and we've decided that your greatest potential lies in our fundraising division. Fundraising? There are people who would like to get to know you on a close, personal level, he says. Page 189. That emphasis is all mine, but come on. Starkey's continued ignorance is extremely funny, but it's not unbelievable either. He has one extreme view of the world, which has constantly been reinforced and rewarded. He doesn't think he could be used because he's obviously a genius. Even when he's literally told he's going to the division of fundraising, he also asks where he'll be going exactly, and a guard tells him that he's going, lots of places. Oh, Starkey. We'll see you later. And it's time to check in on everyone's favorite toxic road trip. Argent and Nelson are still together, searching for Connor and Grace and revenge. They have Grace's tracking chip to go off of, and continue to capture AWOLs on the side for funds. Nelson works for a man named Divan. It is Divan. Divan, a Czech black market leader who values good manners. He's actually a delightful bad guy. I really enjoy him. He is involved with the illegally obtained child organ market, yet smugly satisfied that he does it ethically, as opposed to his rivals. Ethically means with anesthetic. He is still buying and selling child flesh. Divan speaks with Argent privately and starts with the subject of bonsai cats. As he explains, this was, and IRL was, a real-life internet hoax from about 2000. It was a website that claimed to give instructions on how to grow kittens in glass jars in order to stunt and change their growth, like bonsai. You might be wondering how this is related to anything. Well, in this universe, bonsai kittens became real, invented by the organization that later became the Daze, and Devon shows Argent the logical next step. And there in the corners stand 4 large ceramic vases about 5 feet high. Argent noticed them before, but not what they contained. Protruding from the top of the ceramic jars are 4 human heads. It only takes a moment for Argent to realize they are alive, and the rest of their bodies are trapped within the ceramic vases, which taper so the openings are like tight collars around the prisoners' necks. Argent gasps, both horrified and amazed. Devon rises and gestures for Argent to do so as well. Don't be afraid, they won't hurt you. They are all male, with bronze skin and Asian features. Argent tentatively approaches the nearest one. The man eyes Argent with a sort of dull disinterest, a look that must be the residue of evaporated hope. These men were sent by the Daze to kill me, Devon explains. You see, I am the Daze's only real competition, and so if they take me out, they control the world's black market flesh supply. Once I caught these assassins, I followed the Daze's own bonsai process as best I could with grown men, and sent the Daze a nice thank you note. Then he grabs a bowl of small brown cubes from the table. Argent had thought they were sugar cubes. Nutritional chews, Devon tells him. I hired a dietitian to make sure I could provide them with a healthy diet, appropriate for their unique condition. He brings a cube towards the potted assassin, and the man opens his mouth, allowing himself to be hand-fed by Devon. They put up a fuss at first, but they adapted, as people do. There's a zen-like peace to them now, don't you think? Like monks in perpetual meditation. Devon goes from vase to vase. He talks to them gently, as one might talk to a beloved pet. The men don't speak at all, they just wait to be fed. Argent wonders whether their vocal cords have been removed, or if it is simply that when you've been turned into a houseplant, you've got nothing left to say. Page 107. Devon continues to note himself as merciful for not torturing children, but doses Argent with tranks, citing Argent's failure to retain Connor and a habit of lying to Nelson. He then carries him away. Both Argent and Nelson are missing half a face as a result of our heroes. Nelson was sunburned and infected in Book 2, while Argent was struck by Connor with a bong when he was escaping his basement in Book 3. At first, I thought this plot point was simply to mark them as villains, the tired trope of disfigurement, ugliness, any sort of facial difference as a mark of being bad. I hate this trope, but it's so common, it's even explicitly stated by the text, like, something internally disfigured far worse than revealed by his horrible face. Page 198. But it turns out the real reason Argent and Nelson each lost half their face was so that Nelson could steal Argent's half with Devon's help. So, Nelson's gone full Two-Face. At Sonia's basement, Grace has undertaken the task of mailing as many unsent letters as possible. On one of her final nighttime trips, she sees what looks like Argent from a distance and pauses, but it's actually Nelson in profile. He tranks and leaves her. He then arrives at Sonia's, interrogating her about Connor's location. Sonia tries to be clever, pretending that she has Lev as a warning for the basement kids to flee through a window, but the Lev decoy is killed, Risa is knocked out, and Nelson begins to threaten arson. Sonia begs for mercy, revealing that Connor is headed to his parents' house, and Nelson lights the place on fire anyways. Sonia, who has a broken hip, is trapped inside and burns to death. Nelson finds Connor outside his parents' house, building up the bravery to knock. He subdues him without alerting Connor's family and steals him away. Grace then wakes up where she's been abandoned and returns to the on-fire Sonia's. She risks entering the basement window and retrieves the broken organ printer before fleeing. We're about to enter the final act of the story, but first Cam. He's not really connected to a lot of other threads right now. He was sold into the military and promised a lobotomy, and he's received one. Specifically, he is on Molokai with a nanoworm in his brain. Anytime he thinks of Risa, she is erased. Anytime he thinks of the military, he is given a rush of dopamine. He recalls his life and actions and rebellion, but it's vague and cut to pieces by the removal of his motivating Risa. He thinks of her as the girl and knew she must have mattered, but the moment he puts something together, the worm erases it. Yet none of this reprogramming has actually removed his resentment and hatred towards proactive citizenry. He knows what is going on, and even if he can't control it, despises it. He demands that Roberta tell him Risa's name, but every time she speaks it, it's just immediately erased from his mind. He hears nothing, he just keeps asking and waiting. And poor boy, he's integrated into the military base on Molokai, and he investigates areas he's not allowed in. In one warehouse, he finds where his storyline was always heading. More piecemeal artificial people, they're referred to as rewinds, like him. But not like him. Cam is a designer model. He's aesthetically artistic and given numerous skills and talent. They are slapdash soldiers, branded property of the United States, with serial numbers attached. From the moment Cam was introduced, this was the obvious twist, but there's something to be said about the execution of an idea mattering a lot more than the predictability. Yes, of course we were always heading towards rewound soldiers created from unjustly murdered children. But isn't it also horrific how inevitable it is that is such a logical conclusion for a plot involving, reanimating the dead children and the US government and military? Here's a quote. "I am the idea," thinks Cam, "but they are the reality." And finally, he sees his place in all of this. He will be the face the world sees, the one they will become comfortable with, the public image of the military rewind. He'll be an officer, lauded and honored, and as such, he will not only open the door, but also pave the way for an army of rewinds. Perhaps it will start small, a special force called upon for a key maneuver somewhere in the world, for there are always American interests to protect somewhere, some violent insurgency that must be addressed. "Rewind save the day," the headlines will read. Just as people became complacent and comfortable with unwinding, they will do the same for rewinding. What a fine thing, people will say, that the unwanted bits of humanity can be reformed and repurposed to serve the greater good. Page 154. The rewinds are in sleep mode, and Cam resolves these brothers and sisters of his must never be born. Yet when he goes to kill them, he finds he can't bring himself to do it. Instead, he sets up a trap for Roberta, breaking into the rewind complex and being capped there, begging her to remove his knowledge of proactive citizenry and all their wrongs. Roberta moves to shoot him while promising to do so, but fires a blank. Cam reveals this was all bait to live stream her admitting the truth about proactive citizenry and attempting to kill him. The footage is out, it's live. He leaves Roberta a gun and walks out. She considers killing herself, but surrenders to jail instead. And I want to highlight the fact this is the second secret recording this book, and the second jail versus suicide choice, too. It's a little uncommon in fiction to repeat such a specific scenario without it having some parallel or point, which these don't seem to have. The parts pirate that Una and Lev caught faced life imprisonment and was given a rope to end things, which he does. Roberta faces life imprisonment and is given a gun to end things, which she doesn't. What's the link? Is it simply that they're both dealers in child organs? It just stands out. Elsewhere, Lev is accepted into the reservation, but without the tribal council support, he just feels stuck. He can't sit still. He can't lead a normal life. And he curses his parents for raising him to be a tithe, for no matter how he runs from that destiny, it is imprinted so deep in his psyche that he will never be free of it. He will never feel complete, for there will always be that unwanted, uncomprehending part of himself that can only be completed in his demise. Far worse than his parents disowning him was that, raising him to only find satisfaction in the negation of his own existence. Page 146. He runs away from the reservation, setting about a secretive plan involving tattoos. He heads to Ellis Island, the base of the Statue of Liberty. There he climbs onto the stage of an unrelated protest, stripping down to his underwear as he goes. His tattoos are revealed. They are 312 names of the Unwound in several different colors, as many as he could fit across every inch of his skin. Then he begins to clap. It's a movement deliberately invoking how clappers self-ignite. It is as far back as possible and together, starting panic in the crowd even as he doesn't explode. He is baiting the security, who promptly shoot him a number of times with ceramic explosives. Ceramic bullets, they're keenly not explosive. As he lays bleeding out, he thinks with satisfaction of the attention this will draw. Lev is still famous for being the clapper who didn't clap in the first book, and when people realize who they just shot and what those names mean, it'll be impossible for his protest to not make the news. The world will know what happened here today, that an unarmed boy was shot in broad daylight before hundreds of witnesses, and when they learn who that boy was, it will stop everyone in their tracks for a long, painful moment. Why, Lev, why? The headlines will read once more. Only this time people will know the answer, and the answer shall be the names written on his flesh. Page 284. Lev is 15, and he has stunted growth since being a clapper. This boy looks 13, and has just gone in the direction of self-immolation as protest. For a book that has already shown ideas of peaceful, disruptive, violent rebellion in an unjust system, this form of martyrdom fits, but was unexpected. We're jumping around the pages, obviously, in the plot lines, but Cam fake out being killed, it was sort of a hook of Roberta pulls the bullet, shoots him, and then we find out that it was a blank. That happens, and Lev getting shot in protest happen nearby each other, and they were certainly not the only things that made me go, holy shit, UnWind's going for it. I kept posting one. I'm gonna get the image on screen. I just kept posting this one image of Tails get trolled when I was in my live reading, because that is how I felt. That was my face as I was reading the climax of this book. There is no certainty on who will survive the ending, on who is safe, who might make it through irrevocably changed. It doesn't feel like you have that security of it'll probably be fine. You really doubt it when they start murdering all the characters next to each other in very significant ways. The rest of the climax takes place with Divan. Nelson has delivered both Risa and Connor to him. Argent is kept as Divan's aide until he earns the right to freedom and a new face. Risa is going to be sold as whole, while Connor will be divided and auctioned off. All of them are gathered on Divan's private plane, the Lady Lucrezia, in Antonov AN 225 Miria. A real plane famous for being one of the largest aircraft ever by multiple standards. In real life, only one of these planes, the Miria, was completed, while the other one existed half-built. The Finnish Miria was actually running flights until recently, with its last voyage in 2022. Unfortunately, the last there was not retirement, it was Ukrainian and destroyed in the Russian invasion. There is some hope that maybe the shell will be completed one day, since she was just such an iconic plane, the biggest ever plane. And I just was very tickled, I guess, to look up the name of this plane and get to learn about it, so I'm sharing it with you. I like that Divan canonically owns the second shell that one day may be repaired. That's his ship. In UnWind, Divan owns, the completed version of the second craft, with the Lady Lucrezia acting as a mobile unwinding factory and his base of operations. He treats Risa as a respected guest, seemingly understanding why she's upset, and yet making no efforts to hide his plans. He's a businessman, and he's very ethical. He's even considering not selling the 17-year-old girl wholesale, mainly because she can play the piano. And he has a unique instrument he wants to see played. It's a pipe organ made of dead children. At the far end of the room, dominating the space, is something Risa needs time to wrap her mind around. It's an instrument, a pipe organ. However, instead of gleaming brass pipes, this one has faces. Dozens of faces. Each shaved head rests inert, symmetrically placed above the keyboard on multiple levels, connected to it by tubes and ducts. It's the very definition of abomination. Risa finds it too grotesque to even trigger the proper emotion, too horrifying to feel. Slowly, she reaches forward and pushes down on a key. And directly in front of her, a disembodied face opens its mouth and voices a perfect middle C. "Nothing to fear," he tells her. "I assure you the brains are elsewhere, probably helping rich Brazilian children to think better, although the eyes do open from time to time, which can be disconcerting." Page 227. Awesome! I love Nightmare Fuel. Risa continues on her tour. Divan is showing her his harvesting machine. Rather than many teams of doctors used in harvest camps, he has a huge device which holds sedated unwinds. When needed, he tells it to collect a sleeper and place them on a magnetic conveyor belt. They're taken into a chamber and humanely unwound in about 45 minutes, compared to the typical several hours. He asks Risa to play the organic organ, as it's called, for him, or he'll auction her off to one of many high-bidding collectors. And Risa is again put in an impossible place. He gives her time to think. Argent has been made into Divan's servant, and secretly switched some keys around so he can access the harvesting room on his own. He pulls out Connor's sedative IV, yelling at him about how all of this is his fault, and also asks where Grace is. The machine, though, starts up, cueing Argent to flee, but Connor is left awake enough to remove his IV and remain conscious. He climbs out of the machine as it begins to collect kids to be unwound, trying to intervene but finding just no way. By Divan's standards, by what unwinding is defined as, the kids must be awake while unwound, and Connor gets to hear their screams before they go quiet, and hundreds of small sealed boxes emerge onto a conveyor. The last person in this batch is Starkey. Connor and Starkey haven't crossed paths since the graveyard in Book 2. Connor feels responsible for not stopping Starkey then, and Starkey once idolized Connor before feeling he wasn't extreme enough. None of that matters, because Starkey is put on the conveyor and taken towards the unwinding device. He begs for his life. All the unwinds are dressed in basically these metal full-body mesh suits, which are what magnetize them to the conveyor and make it impossible for them to escape. Connor cannot just pull them off this conveyor. Starkey is going to die, and Connor is standing beside him. Realizing that he's doomed, Starkey begins to beg for Connor to kill him. He'll still be harvested, but at least he'll be dead first. Connor panics as there's little time left, unsure what to do. He decides he'd want the same, and that he will mercy kill Starkey. He fixes Roland's hand around his throat and squeezes, but just can't go through with it. So he switches hands. Roland never had it in him to kill, thinks Connor, but I do. Page 248. He kills Starkey. Whew. Starkey's early death, sets off alarms, and Divan realizes that Connor was involved. He doesn't realize Argent was involved, and Connor plays off that, getting Argent to help them. Argent continues to play all sides, but he's easily swayed by the promises of greatness. Getting to secretly team up with his once hero and face some redemption is enough for him to agree. Argent helps Connor and Risa reunite. Connor tells Risa he loves her, every part of him, and that they have a plan. One that involves Risa living and staying whole, and Connor being unwound. After a last meal, Connor wakes up in the unwinding machine. A glitchy robotic voice greets him cheerily, encouraging him to rate his current comfort and personalize his death with his choice of music and hologram vistas. Connor tries to fight and resist the entire time, but cannot. So the robot chooses for him. Funky Town plays him out as he is painlessly and thoroughly dismantled. Divan's plane lands to auction off the unwounds. Risa and Argent arrange to free the remaining sleeping kids, who run out. Risa flees too, with Argent opting to stay behind with Divan's trust. Divan is angry at Risa, but doesn't order chase, as they're all just far less valuable than the sale of Connor's body parts. Nelson is also around, but Argent secretly attacks him from behind and just chokes him out. Nelson then wakes up within the harvesting machine. Argent stands at the window. He's programmed it to not to use any anesthetics, and he watches as Nelson screams and is disassembled. Argent, despite helping out the heroes, is not a good guy. He's only gotten worse following Nelson, and now he's fully replacing him. And watching the entire time. Elsewhere, everything is coming together. Lev's protest has prompted the Arapachi to give full public asylum after all. Cam has just exposed the rewinds, and Grace approaches a small tech company with the remains of the organ printer. Sonia's unsent letters begin to arrive to families, letters from kids gone missing or abandoned years ago, now arriving to disrupt hundreds of families. Hayden's rally on the White House lawn is very soon, and all the little parts are coming together. We see perspectives from strangers all over, reacting and facing the reality of unwinding. The accountant lingers at his children's doorway a moment more, listening to the easy rhythms of their breathing, and something cold moves through him like the passage of a ghost. But he knows it's not that. It's more like the portent of a future that must never come to pass. And for the first time, he gives rise to a thought that is silently echoed in millions of homes that night. My God, what have we done? Page 324. Here, then, is the falling action and resolution. Lev wakes up. He survived barely. He's attached to a number of machines, and Miracolina is there to berate him for his actions. He lost his lungs, kidneys, liver, and pancreas amidst his wounds. He has the right to communicate, and demands immediately to know how he is alive and if unwound parts were involved. But they weren't. Strangers saved him with voluntary donations, and Miracolina herself gave one of the kidneys. Lev is visited by his adopted Arapachi family, who irresponsibly give him a pet kinkajou, as Una states that she's due to marry Will soon. Elsewhere, Connor wakes up. I fully wasn't sure if either of these boys would make it, but they do. We learn his plan. Argent swapped the labels of all of Connor's divided body parts with another boy's. That boy, Bryce Barlow from UnTithed. I said he was being painfully lampshaded. Devan sold that boy's parts and Connor's parts at the same time. The labels were switched, and the Admiral of Graveyard fame arranged to buy Connor's body parts. Then he was rewound from his own body. It was always a hypothetical possibility, and he awakened scattered, but with the promise of full recovery. Connor, Risa, and Lev reunite at Una's wedding. Her wedding to Will, except Will is gone, and what she's doing is something more symbolic. Hosted at Sci-Fi's Revival Commune, she's gathered as much of Will's body as possible within all the other people and is marrying them all. This includes Cam, who has Will's hands. It's questionable and weird, but suitably fitting in universe. No one knows what is going on, but everyone is trying. Una's family doesn't approve of this, but they allow it. She holds Cam's hand when entering the circle of grooms, but speaks her vows to someone with Will's voice and looks into the eyes of someone else's face. She kisses someone else's lips. Good for her? I don't know. It's interesting. Cam and Risa cross paths, but Cam still cannot remember her properly. He's able to recognize she is the girl, but not define who she was to him, and finds it difficult to even perceive her. He doesn't know her name. How can he talk to her if he doesn't know her name? So he closes his eyes, sorts the pieces, and tells her what he can, as best as he can. You are the reason for everything I did, he tells her, keeping his eyes closed. But now I need a new reason. Silence for a moment. Then she says, I understand. Her voice is so sweet and so painful. But... He has to get this out, because he knows it's the only chance he'll ever get. But I can still remember what it felt like to love you. He feels her give him a kiss on the cheek, and when he opens his eyes, she's gone, and he wonders why on earth he's standing by the buffet with his eyes closed. Page 345. Poor boy. One could think this lingering memory erasure was a way to break up the love triangle, but I'll give it a little more credit than that. Cam has always been stuck searching for his soul and identity through other people, including the idea that love from Risa might fix him. He's been forcibly freed of his inherited obsession with her. It's still tragic. Cam decides to head off to Molokai to look after the rewinds. Since being exposed to the public, the government can't quietly just put them down, but isn't keen to do anything with them. Cam knows firsthand what they're going through and is going to educate and advocate for them. It's a fitting ending. Also, Una is coming, and this part I don't like at all. Cam invites her, and she's got nothing better to do. He jokes about the fact the wedding ring was on his hand, and she jokes she hates him and still might cut it off with a chainsaw before kissing him. Nothing about this is healthy. Una has just laid her grief over Will to rest with a strange wedding, and I support that. However, her actions towards Cam have not been addressed, and it doesn't seem wise to immediately shack up with a man she once kidnapped for being part Will. She and Cam are implied romantic. There's certainly something. Cam does not express anything towards her, and she only expresses hatred, death threats, and kissing. It feels like she is given and made into a joke regarding her rather disturbing actions, partially because she's just a woman, like teehee, she could still cut Cam up with a chainsaw because she hates him, but she'll kiss him instead, you know? I support women's wrongs in that I think Una could have had an interesting arc regarding trauma, grief, and anger, but she needs therapy, not to go to Hawaii with Cam. This is a very romance-light series, and yet we are still facing compulsive heterosexual pairing up at the end, and it's such a shame. Connor and Risa are contacted by allies who fly them to the White House lawn for Hayden's rally. Recent events have led it to being a massive movement, but tensions are still high, especially as Risa and Connor are heroes who haven't been seen in a while. They're brought in to give speeches and help unify the movement. Connor heads up to speak first, and spots his family amidst the crowd. When others notice this and realize who his family is, the crowd turns hostile towards them for being unwinders who sent this hero off to be unwound. Connor leaps in to intervene, saving them from mob violence. He still hasn't had a chance to say his piece and decide his feelings, but that doesn't mean he wants to watch them be ripped to shreds. "I'm doing this to save your lives," Connor tells him, but he knows it's more than that. It's as if his embrace can rewind them, not into the family they once were, but into the one they may still have a chance to be. Connor knows he can't forgive them today. They will have to fight for his forgiveness. They will have to earn it. But if they all survive today, there will be time for that. Page 364. And I love you, nuance. I love you, gray emotions and morality. I love you, complexities. The book ends with Connor taking his family on stage publicly. With the fact that the parental override bill has been cancelled, organ printing is taking off, and there's a moratorium from the president on all unwinding. It's not a radical dismantling of the system, it's the very first steps. And I truly appreciate that. There's nothing neat about this ending for the characters or the world. Most of the cast survives, but is left in a state of healing. There's still work to be done, and no clear answers, only hope. And this is where the series ends, but as discussed, there's several epilogues in UnBound to circle back to. The epilogues. There are 3 epilogues in total, one with Grace and Hayden, another with Divan. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. Divan. My instinct is always Divan, and then I keep saying Divan, and I'm very sorry about it. I do look up how to pronounce names. I'm not very good at it. I have issues pronouncing words in general, and if it helps, it doesn't really, but most people wouldn't be able to pronounce my name, so I at least can take heart in that I know how rough it is. Divan is what we were going to stick with. Divan. There are 3 epilogues in total, one with Grace and Hayden, another with Divan and Argent, and a last about Cam. They exist in an awkward place within canon, not truthfully epilogues so much as post-canon glimpses. They're hints of what might happen in a sequel that does and should not ever exist. Then there's also Cam's story, which I'll get in a fist fight lastly. Unconfirmed. Hayden goes to visit Grace sometime after canon. Grace made the deal to sell the organ printer, and she gains a share of the profits. She is now ludicrously rich and unsure what to do about it. She spends her days getting a butler to deliver her lemonade and throwing parties for the poor in her mansion. She draws bad art and has fun. She points to her painting. "What do you think?" she asks, but doesn't wait for an answer. "It sucks, right?" Hayden smiles. "Yes, but with a rare kind of passion. I do it because I like to, not because I'm any good. You want good art? Go back into the house. The walls are full of it." "Yes, I noticed," Hayden said. "I suspect it's not your style." Grace shrugs. "I got some artsy-fartsy woman with high heels and some kind of accent to decorate the whole place. On account of I would have filled it with sad clowns and stuff on velvet. Not the kind of art rich people are supposed to like." Page 196, UnBound, unconfirmed. I'm so glad she's thriving like this. Hayden and her speculate about Connor and Risa. They haven't been seen in public since they went on a TV show and then the host was assassinated right in front of them. Grace speculates they're likely living on a boat traveling the Mediterranean with Connor's family. Grace also reveals that she invited Hayden over to make a request. She wants him to find her brother Argent. A bit ago, Divan's plane, the Lady Lucrezia, crashed in the mountains, and Argent wasn't recovered. She thinks he's not dead, and Hayden tries to remind her he probably is, and even then may have a new face. But Grace grows upset and insists. After Hayden agrees, she invites him to come to her next party, and we get maybe like the only other rare LGBT plus kind of moment where she tells Hayden to bring a guy or a girl, and Hayden suggests he'll bring both and leave them to dance while he socializes. So, Arrow Ace King, I'm claiming him. The Arrow Aces have claimed Hayden. The story ends with Hayden finding Grace was correct, and Connor and Risa have fled to boat life in the Mediterranean. It's one of the shortest stories in UnBound, and story is a difficult tag to pin on it. They have a nice conversation, discuss some post-canon events, and that is it. As much as I like seeing Grace and Hayden, and them interact, it's kind of a big nothing. Except the Argent thing. I suspect I could be reading into it a little too much, but from when we first meet Argent, she is afraid of her abusive brother and relieved to be away from him. When she catches sight of Nelson wearing Argent's face, she calls out, but she never expresses worry or love. It seems just sort of a reaction, a surprise. She doesn't seem to have great fondness for Argent, probably because of the abuse. In Unconfirmed, Grace's reasons for wanting to know if Argent is alive are unclear. She might want to know for safety, she might want to know because, abuse or not, Argent raised her, and it's common to still have a familiar bond. He was all of her life for many years, and she's been separated for a long time. Abuse and attachment are complicated, even if she wasn't also neurodivergent. The thing that raises my hackles, perhaps unfairly, is the idea the book might suggest Grace forgives or wants to reunite with Argent. Argent has never passed a single positive thought her way, and Grace has never praised him. Suddenly we have this. It's like it's an unanswered thread that the two siblings never cross paths again, and I would say it's not, and they shouldn't. I think I'm insulted that Grace's storyline ends with Argent instead of herself, that her final act in canon is crying because she insists he's alive and needs to be found. Grace is given a lovely happy ending independent of Argent. Why can't she just enjoy that? Unknown Quantity. Unknown Quantity is the last story in UnBound physically and directly related to Unconfirmed. Divan's ship didn't crash in the mountains in UnDivided, and that's what this story is about. Argent and Divan have been together for months now. The United States has halted all unwinding, causing a business boom on the international and black markets, because, lest we forget, the United States was the inventor of unwinding, but hardly the only practitioner. Countries all over the world have been, and while the social movement in the US might spill out, and, organ printing exists now, there's no guarantee unwinding will ever actually stop. It's a grim but realistic detail it's nice to see canon acknowledge. Divan hosts his sister and nephew aboard the Lady Lucrezia. He doesn't get along with his family, primarily because he's too moral about things. His sister, Dagmara, has brought a Daze agent with her. Divan bristles at the idea, but she explains it's all diplomacy. He meets with the Daze agent. In fact, the Daze agent is General Sonthai from the short story UnNatural Selection, just a random crossover. The Daze want to buy Divan out, citing his automatic unwinding machine as especially lucrative. Divan refuses to work with the Daze, still. Dagmara controls most of Divan's ground distribution network and threatens to seize if Divan doesn't secede. Divan instead, though, meets with Argent in secret and sets him up to kill Divan's sister and her guests. We get this quote. Argent speaking first. "You're asking me to be your assassin. The Eastern world calls such assassins ninjas. Many of them serve as personal aides to their masters. Is that a position you can rise to, Argent?" Page 286. There's two routes to assume here. pure Orientalism, or that maybe the culture of the future has brought back ninja as a term all across the Eastern Hemisphere. I don't know where to begin with unpacking the Eastern world calls such assassins ninjas. I think we can just throw out the suitcase and move on. I think we all understand that one, right? Devan tricks his nephew into putting on a metal fiber suit and takes him to the unwinding room. It's fine, like, his nephew liked killing dogs, so, Devan kills him. Argent poisons Dagmara and Sonthai. Sonthai is killed, and Dagmara wakes up sat before the flesh organ. Devan explains that he has rewired the plane somehow, so that if Dagmara ever stops pressing a key on the organ, the autopilot will fail and the plane will crash. He and Argent put on parachutes and escape, leaving Dagmara to play and the Lady Lucrezia to eventually crash, which is so extremely stupid. Devan leaves his custom unique unwinding machine to be destroyed. In America, it takes its 15 medical professionals and 3 hours to unwind a single child. Devan's machine is automatic and takes 45 minutes. He leaves his one-of-a-kind plane, factory, and flesh organ to be destroyed. Why? There is no reason. He could merely kill his sister, nephew, and Sonthai and just move on plain intact. He doesn't. He tells Argent this will allow him to fake his death and retire, but there are easier and less impulsive ways to do that. He gives Argent his nephew's face as a gift and tells him he's free to go, but Argent opts to stay working for Devan. He respects and looks up to him. As a button to the story, the book, and all of the UnWind saga, Devan mentions he's been thinking about getting a yacht and sailing the Mediterranean. The last line is, of this collection, and thus the last fiction in the UnWind universe, "After all, what are the chances of running into someone they know?" Page 298, Unbound, Unknown Quantity. The lampshades never end, though this is hinting at a future we will never see. The implication is that Devan and Argent will run into Connor and Risa. They're both going to the Mediterranean. Perhaps they'll be brought to justice, recognized somewhere. I don't know, it's not that compelling an idea, and a bit of a head-scratcher to make the last point of the entire series. Like, the adventure continues, in that Connor might call the local port authority. Gripping. Like many stories in Unbound, this epilogue feels incredibly lacking somehow. The logic is shaky, the story is brief and hurried. I welcome the extra lore, and I frown with disappointment at what else I was given. And speaking of... rewinds. This one should have been good. There are many others here in this group of diced and sliced souls. All are like him. They are ugly, they are scarred, they pass their timeless days babbling their own particular incoherencies. And fighting, always fighting. But with whose hands do they fight? Does anyone know? Page 183, Unbound, Rewinds. I am invested in Cam. I am invested in the rewinds. These flesh amalgamations of humanity's sins have been abandoned by the military and left to a secluded warehouse. Cam is one of the only people willing to work with them, and the only one who knows what it's like to wake up as a singular entity formed from countless dead. People around Cam scoff at the idea of these rewinds, made with less care than Cam, could ever integrate into society or even show cognizant thought. Still, Cam is determined to show they are human and help as much as he can. He sets up appointments with each of them, letting them choose unique names off a long list, which speak to them. We get a POV also from one rewind, who names himself Keaton. Keaton finds himself troubled in an odd way. His two hands refuse to work together because one is white and the other is black, and his white hand is racist against his black hand. This is actually one of the very few times racism as a topic is ever explicitly brought up in UnWind. A pretty interesting topic again in a universe where every body part is adjustable and tradable. Keaton is also troubled by Dirk. Keaton's black arm came from the same body as one of Dirk's arm, leading Dirk to consider the two brother selves. Dirk is aggressive, he makes jokes about committing crime with Keaton, and these jokes often make Keaton uncomfortable. Also, something is wrong with Dirk. Most of the rewind's eyes are mismatched, but it's more than that when it comes to Dirk. There was something Keaton saw in Dirk's eyes, and it frightened him, because that something he saw was nothing. Page 183, UnBound, rewinds. Yeah, Dirk doesn't have a soul or something. He's just wrong. Why? He just is. It's not like we ever had confirmation souls were real, so all we have is everyone around Dirk immediately looking at him and feeling weird. Even Cam does. There is a vacancy about him that is unique. Looking at him is like looking into an empty bag. It's as if Cam begins to say, but then banishes the thought before it has time to surface. Instead, he says, it looks like he's having trouble integrating. Una takes a deep, probing look at him. Cam hates when she does that. It's more than that, and you know it. All I know, Cam says, his voice rising just the slightest bit, is that every UnWind has to be given time and the chance to become who they are. What if they're not becoming anybody? Una asks. Not every collection of parts makes a whole. Page 195, UnBound, rewinds. Keaton and the other rewinds make slow progress. Keaton compares his brain to a Rubik's Cube, and Cam gifts him one, which he endlessly tries to solve. One day, Dirk grabs Keaton and insists they sneak out. Keaton is beginning to speak in half sentences, but Dirk only uses simple words and collections of nouns. He hasn't improved. Dirk breaks out of the Molokai compound, chasing a girl he glimpsed once. He breaks into her home, blathering out miscellaneous thoughts. It's implied one of the UnWinds in him made a bet to have sex with the girl on prom night, not caring for her consent, and he is recreating that attempt as he grabs her. She fights him off long enough that a neighbor arrives to chase Dirk away. Keaton realizes that Dirk has left on his own and heads out to find him, feeling an obligation as Dirk's only self-assigned friend. He is mistaken for Dirk, however, and captured by an angry mob. They draw and prepare to quarter him with motorcycles before the victimized girl intervenes, confirming they have the wrong rewind. Cam arrives to further diffuse the tension. Dirk has stolen a motorcycle, though, and flees. Keaton realizes Dirk doesn't know they're on an island and is likely circling the highway looking to drive into the sunset away. Cam and him track Dirk to a shack on a pier. Dirk has stolen a gun and he's holed up there. They don't know what to do. Keaton elects, though, to just walk over. The only one that Dirk trusts, he enters the shack to speak. Dirk doesn't understand anything going on, really, and Keaton gets him to hand him the gun. Then, after making a literal reference to of mice and men, Keaton shoots Dirk dead. Dirk is buried out of obligation by Cam and Una, who still feel he probably didn't have a soul, and only reluctantly conclude that they ought to maybe consider it, but it's one short paragraph. The incident is swept under the rug officially, but the Molokai locals are now more accepting of the rewinds, and offer to let some of them integrate to a local high school. Weeks later, Keaton is among them, and leaves Cam a completed Rubik's Cube as a gift. Dirk is not mentioned again. Can you tell the issue with this story? I thought I'd lay it out first, give you a moment to consider what might be wrong, why I hate what I should have loved. So, Dirk is labeled as wrong by everyone else, soulless, and in the end, the only solution presented is for him to be killed for his own good. Was Dirk a collection of parts without a whole? Did he lack a soul? This can't be proven, isn't proven, and doesn't seem to matter to anybody. UnWind is a series explicitly about why we shouldn't demonize teens and how society especially does that for those deemed problems. Often teens with behavioral issues from different backgrounds who act out or even commit crime. The point is that they are still human. Their actions cannot be cleanly divided into their fault or not, especially with that young. They still can grow and be better. The responsibility of the adult is to love, to listen to care for them, and not give up. The moment anyone sees Dirk, they instinctively feel he's a lost cause. He is behind his peers at everything. He often says inappropriate things, fails to read social boundaries, and often acts impulsively or with aggression. He speaks in broken fragments, often repetitively to himself. Here's an excerpt from his thoughts when he is escaping. Me, wheels, road, squint, face, wind, vroom vroom, ocean on the right, faster than them, vroom vroom, ocean on the right, born to be wild, Steppenwolf, lone wolf, no one catches a lone wolf, stupid people, killing Keaton, stupid Keaton, saw them do it, saw them tie him, rope, car, truck, van, stretch Armstrong, couldn't watch, took Harley, no one saw, stupid people. Parts of me know how. Clutch, accelerator, vroom, vroom. Parts don't know how. Make 'em learn fast. Almost fall. Learn quick or die. Me. Not like other rewinds. Know that. Hate that. Think they're better than me. Better than them. Hate them. Keaton dead. Hate all the rest. Make them pay. Page 209, UnBound rewinds. Dirk reads, plainly, like someone with a developmental disability, or perhaps somebody with some severe brain damage. I mean, all of the rewinds literally have brain damage. Disabilities do not always present in socially acceptable ways. To accept disabled people as people, we have to accept that. This is not an excuse for behavior which crosses the line, it's an explanation. It is on the responsibility of other people to help when people are not able to help themselves. It can be very tricky, but it does not mean that you can simply throw out all disabled people or all people who are unable to care for themselves, present themselves in a socially acceptable way. We can't just throw them out. Dirk did not have control over his actions because he did not understand his actions. Dirk is still responsible for his actions, but the way to handle that is different than handling somebody who has full awareness of their actions. In the story, Dirk is cornered and Keaton elects to kill him. Cam does fret about tear gas and wanting to take him alive, but narratively, Keaton's mercy kill is shown to be the correct answer. He dies, Cam wonders if he had a soul, probably not. Happy ending for all. Keaton doesn't reflect on it. Cam doesn't reflect on it. No one mourns Dirk and no one wonders what might have been. He was wrong, and wasn't that crazy? Now he's dead. Phew. What if Dirk was just a bit behind? What if he would have gotten together eventually, given patience and time? What if he could be taught to control himself more? He was one of a few rewinds, a new state of being with no precedence, and dismissed by all for not belonging. And what if he couldn't integrate? Does that mean he should die? I guess, according to this narrative. Cam's entire storyline in UnWind is his search for a soul and a self. He never conclusively finds out, but learns to live as he wants and be satisfied with his choices, his freedoms, and what action he's able to take. He builds his own idea of a soul when everyone around him classifies him as an it, a piece of government property to be sold as property, to be used as a tool. Here, Dirk is viewed by everyone as soulless, as being a not person. It scares Cam to imagine such a thing as possible, because if Dirk is soulless, what if all rewinds are? Yet that line of thought, which is mentioned once, is never returned to. And the end message is that they probably all got souls, just not that one freak. That's what really kills me. The fact that Cam does exactly what people did to him, view Dirk as a problem without humanity, and then moves on without a thought. There are actually a lot of ways that this story could work without changing much. Cam could be less ambivalent and more involved. Perhaps Dirk had to be shot in the circumstances, but Cam could actually treat it like a tragedy. He could defend Dirk even when he's causing issues because he wants to hold on to hope. He could mourn. I spent a few hours discussing this with a flatmate, and we came up with a large amount of ideas of how you could do this. What if Dirk wasn't the only soulless rewind? Cam parallels the people who dismiss his humanity, but it seems like an accident in this story. What if it was handled with purpose? Cam doesn't think Dirk has a soul, that he is wrong. He thinks this is the sad reality of the matter. Months later, though, another soulless-seeming rewind begins to finally put themselves together, and Cam is confronted by the knowledge that Dirk might have been the same. Cam perpetuates the cycle and has to face that, and that's the story. Or take the initial conceit of soullessness. What is that? We've never proven souls exist in the universe, despite all the wild implications of Revival Commune and their soul channeling. Maybe the story could have been about that. Or what does it mean to literally be soulless? What happened that made Dirk lack his? They call him nothing more than a collection of parts, but everyone is. Like, can we get scientific with this? You get the idea. Rewind makes me properly irritated. It, like all the epilogues, was written solely by Shusterman, and actively leaves Cam's story in a worse place than it previously ended. Also, Una is there and sharing a bed with Cam, a ship that I really disapprove of. The negativity that I feel towards Rewinds isn't the best place to transition back to concluding UnWind as a whole, but it serves as a realistic window into what it was like to read UnBound after UnDivided. The last book ends on a high note, but man, these stories do not. But now we're free. Conclusion. By every hell, this is the longest review I've ever done. It could be influenced by how long it's taken me, scattered over many months, many difficult months, but I feel so much now as an insane man as I stand at the end of a book series review and analysis that is nearly the length of a novel. It's certainly longer than some. Oh no. It turns out when a book series is good and interesting, there's a lot to say about it. There's also more to say because of the nuance in it involved. Like, it's not purely really, really good. There's a lot of things I have to critique in it. But I'm also critiquing in a different way than, other things. Like, I don't believe in a perfect book. UnWind has plenty of flaws, but those flaws do not detract from the worth of the good parts in some ways they do. It's really a matter of a lot of different perspectives. And that's kind of one of the reasons I spent so long explaining the context between even the bad stuff, such as the depiction of Native American cultures. It's easy to point to Save the Pearls and its racism. It is racist. Things get trickier when it comes to the middle ground, where so much of everything lies of ignorance and good intentions and absolute mistakes. I like to say I read bad books, that this is a good book even. But good and bad are broad ideas with few easy answers. It's complicated. It all is. Still, UnWind is good. Rare is the YA book that talks to teenagers like people, that acknowledges them as kids still growing and deserving of independence. YA Dystopia loves a teen who takes care of herself, who is hardened but secretly soft, who saves the day and changes it all, who's a leader and an icon and a hero and everything. The heroes of UnWind are teenagers. They are just trying to survive in a world that wants them dead. As much as Connor becomes an icon, as much as the government is changed by teen rebellion, the emphasis is always on society as a whole. How did it come to this, and why won't anyone listen? The protagonists are fighting a system that is largely ambivalent rather than hostile, and a society led by fear and the status quo. I love how badly it goes for everyone involved. Unwinding, broadly, is about a lot of things. It succeeds at its ludicrous premise by grounding it deeply in reality, mixing real life and fiction in between chapters and pulling from history. It's ridiculous to imagine a society accepting a retroactive abortion, that a 17-year-old is the literal property of their parents and can legally be killed for not being compliant, that we'd legalize abandoning babies on doorsteps rather than birth control, that the lowest performing kids as an orphanage would be culled for budget reasons. But then you have the troubled teen industry, parents abducting their kids to remote camps to have rebellion beaten out of them. Then you have people who think an embryo's life matters more than the mother, who block abortions while gutting funds for childcare. You have school systems where every child is graded against each other, where there are leaderboards to determine your lot in life, where if you aren't extraordinary by 18, you might as well be dead. You have governments and parents controlling all the information their teenager might be exposed to, who worry they'll be corrupted if given any rights to make their own decisions. Would we ever unwind children? No, of course not. But then there are many ways to tear a person down into pieces, never again to be whole.